Chapter 41. Glorified. Somewhere in the jungle with an angel, Catherine glanced around the shimmering barrier now enclosing them. Magic wasn't usually her thing, too flashy, too complicated. But this barrier was thrilling. Complex patterns wove across its translucent surface, shifting and pulsing as if alive. She had seen nothing like it, not even the barriers crafted by Rate, the dungeon boss. His shield seemed cheap in comparison. Curiosity got the better of her, and she reached out to touch the barrier. The moment her fingertips brushed its surface, the Blowbrog lunged. Its ridiculous body, still charred and smoldering, slammed against the barrier, sending ripples of light cascading through the magical weave. Catherine's lips twisted in a disgusted grimace. Its malformed limbs and oozing wounds were worse than anything she'd seen, even in that creepy Czech museum exhibit where they'd recreated folklore monsters. Those creatures seemed almost charming next to this abomination. When the Blowbrog reared up and lashed out again, its craggy limbs screeching against the shield, instinct took over. Catherine dove backward, landing with a thud. Never trust a magician. What? Charlie? She muttered, her gaze landing on the figure standing nearby. An angel? They were talking. Charlie and the angel about class changes. Apparently, they'd been discussing it without her input. She frowned. What's a glory seeker? Her attention wavered as her eyes landed on the angel's sword, and a mad grin spread across her face. The angel, Sarah, sent a barrage of stat screens her way, but Catherine barely spared them a glance. Screens? Stats? Who cares about those when you've got a sword like that? Catherine's hand drifted to her own pitiful short sword, and she sighed. That's the weapon I need. What now? I want it, she declared, her excitement boiling over, and turned on her recording. Fans need to see tis. Sarah began explaining something about angels, honor, and responsibility, but Catherine's attention had already drifted. The angel's words droned on, more monotonous than her law teacher. Why her parents had ever forced her to study law, she'd never understand. It was like a foreign language to her. She might as well be listening to someone speak Chinese. After what felt like hours, the angel finally closed her mouth. Sadly, only for a second. Catherine, do you understand? Sarah's voice cut through her daydream, commanding, her piercing gaze locking onto Catherine. For real, the same as teachers. Catherine blinked innocently and nodded with feigned enthusiasm. Yes, Lady Sarah. Constitutional norms are constitutive conventions. The angel sighed, her patience visibly thinning, and glanced back at the invisible screens in front of her. It seems we have approval. Are you certain you want to become a glory seeker? From everything I've told you, only the honorable part seems to apply to you. Sarah hesitated, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I may have over-explained. Catherine glanced over at Charlie, who was busy hunched over a cluster of bubbling cauldrons. There were at least 10 of them, steam rising as they brewed. Catherine smirked. Cat fan 69 always thought long and hard about these things, and yet somehow always reached the same conclusion as her. Yes, tat sword, gimme! Catherine exclaimed, her voice teeming with anticipation. Her English wasn't as perfect as her Czech, but nobody cared so far. Sarah sighed again, long, drawn out, and heavy with resignation. Slowly, she unfastened the sword from her side, its blade catching the light as she handed it over to Catherine. The weapon was massive, built for power and intimidation. Its blade, nearly 1.5 meters long, gleamed with a red hue that seemed almost alive. Faint tendrils of red swirling beneath the polished surface like trap something. Inscribed along the flat of the blade were strange runes that glowed faintly with every movement. So goated. The hilt was wrapped in deep crimson leather, its grip finally broad enough to fit both her hands comfortably, with an extra gap to spare. As Sarah handed it over, Catherine reached out with both hands, her muscles straining as she lifted it. The sword was heavier than she expected, its weight grounding her, demanding balance and control. She grinned as she ran her fingers along the hilt, feeling the fine edge. Catherine's eyes widened, full of awe and excitement, as she dropped to one knee in gratitude for the gift. The weight of the massive sword rested heavily in her hands. Your friend is resourceful, Sarah said, her gaze shifting to Charlie, who was absorbed in her unique alchemy. Steam wafted from one of the many bubbling cauldrons, and faint traces of herbs and minerals floated in the air. Her plan is sound, but there's a crack in it. Catherine glanced up from her position, tilting her head. What? She felt a pang of understanding when she thought of Charlie. Their connection ran deeper than the typical streamer chat. While others in her chat sent short messages or bombarded her with emojis, Charlie always wrote full paragraphs. Detailed strategies, witty banter, things that made Catherine smile, even if she often ignored the advice in favor of her passionate approach, which was funny itself to see Charlie sending facepalm emoji. Sarah turned to her. The shield isn't meant to be used this way. The consequences can be bad, even for a hero like her. If you go through with this, you know what must be done. Alone, she gestured toward the pulsating barrier and the Borg still clawing at its edges. Yes. Glory fight, Catherine said with a nod, her grin bold. This whole prestige class thing was right up her alley. Head first, kick first, ask questions later. She was nothing like her cautious classmates, debating laws over and over. Sarah allowed herself a rare smile. Exactly. Turning toward Charlie, she called, "Please bear witness, hero." Charlie's head snapped up like a startled kitten. Her hands fumbled with the alchemy kit, spilling a few vials in her rush. Wait, she stammered, scrambling to her feet. But Sarah, unbothered, continued. "Catherine, do you willingly swear to abide by the laws of Ferron, be bound by his rules, and bask in his glory? Do you swear to always meet your enemy with honor?" Charlie finally stumbled to their side, panting as though Shed sprinted a marathon. Her eyes darted nervously between Sarah and Catherine. Meanwhile, Catherine was steady and unfazed, her grin widening. She held the massive sword out proudly, its blade glinting in the soft light of the barrier. She locked eyes with Sarah. "Yup, I swear," she declared, her voice full of confidence. "Best stream." Sarah's expression remained impassive as she placed her bare hand on the blade's sharp edge. Blood seeped from the cut, tracing a thin red line down the steel and pooling at the hilt before dripping onto Catherine's hand. The moment the blood touched her, something shifted in the sword. Catherine couldn't pinpoint it, but a chill settled over her, deeper than any winter Shed endured. It pierced through her like her ass was being plunged into an endless frost. The damn reality limit. Why did she set it at 80%? She screamed, her voice ripping through the meadow before her world flickered and blanked out. By the time she regained her senses, she could barely register Sarah's voice. "I tear down the barrier." A flood of blue boxes filled her vision. The system interface screamed for her attention, but she swiped it away irritably. Annoying. "Catherine, pull out a teleport scroll. Now." "Marketplace." Charlie's voice was shrill with panic. Catherine turned toward her new old friend, her chest tightening. A pang of sadness settled in her stomach. She wouldn't be able to help Charlie with the quest, not this time. No. Always meet with glory. No. Charlie's voice was frantic as the teleport spell anchored her, pulling her body away in a glimmering haze. "Catherine, you can't win. We'll go on an adventure. Find the ring." Each word hit Catherine like a blow, weighing heavily on her heart. She clenched her jaw, forcing herself to ignore the pang of sadness swelling in her chest. For Charlie to have a chance, she needed to face this alone. Only one needed to die. Her grip tightened on the hilt of the massive sword as she turned toward the barrier. The cracks in the shield stretched wider with every passing second, the magical patterns distorting and flickering. Never trust a magician. Beyond it, the Blorg's distorted, triumphant screech burst through the air. It made the ground beneath her armored boots tremble. She checked the camera. It was still recording. "You die!" she yelled, her voice strong. With a deep breath, Catherine stomped forward, the weight of the sword empowering her. Her hair caught in the breeze, glowing like fire in the dim light. The barrier fractured further, shards of energy breaking away as the Blorg's monstrous limbs clawed at the opening. No turning back now. She activated her new sacrificial talent, Glorious Fight. Nothing outwardly happened, but she felt the power coursing through her. "For glory!" Catherine roared, raising her sword high. Transformation complete. Glorious Fight was activated. She willed her second newly unlocked talent, Catherine's Fury, to activate. The moment she did, a sharp pull drained her reserves, but the effect was immediate. "Congratulations, your skill, Catherine's Fury, was activated." Annoying. "Stop." A surge of red energy erupted from the blade, cascading down her arm like molten lava and enveloping her in a burning aura. It wasn't just heat. It was power, wrapping around her like a blazing, protective cloak. Then the fire caught. Flames erupted around her, licking at the ground and igniting the air with a fiery glow. The meadow seemed to wither under the intensity of the inferno, and even the invisible blowbug recoiled. It leapt to the right with unnatural speed, its razor-sharp limbs slashing at her side as it dodged the encroaching flames. Wahahaha! Catherine cackled madly, the pain from the swipe barely registering through the adrenaline and fire roaring within her. Blood seeped from her side, but she didn't hesitate. Raising the massive sword overhead, she brought it down in a devastating arc. Judgment! She screamed, activating another newly gained skill. The blade moved faster than thought, the strike empowered by divine energy. Magic! Who cared, honestly? It carved through the blubberg's form with a blinding flash of red light, cutting through its defenses like they were one of her posters. The creature let out a distorted, ear-splitting shriek, its once invulnerable body flickering wildly as Catherine's strike tore it apart. See ya now! Catherine roared, slashing her sword in a wide, horizontal arc. The blowbug, with a speed that contradicted its absurd size, leapt back, evading her attack. Its wounds, though deep and charred from her earlier strike, closed before her eyes, its body pulsating as it regenerated. Catherine's lips curled into a mad grin. "Oh, ya think you're tough, huh?" she muttered, more to her fans than the creature. With a ferocious cry, she lunged forward, her fiery aura flaring with every swing of her sword. The blowbug didn't retreat this time. It crouched low, its skinny limbs spreading wide like a spider on the hunt, before launching itself at her. Nope, steel met claws in a deafening clash. Catherine's blade rang with each parry, her muscles straining as she blocked the blowbug's relentless swipes. The creature was faster than she expected, its movements erratic and unpredictable. One limb darted toward her midsection, but she twisted her body at the last moment, bringing her sword up in a sharp upward slash. Sparks flew as her blade scraped against its hardened flesh, leaving a glowing, molten streak in its wake. "My master will be proud," the blowbug snarled, its eyes narrowing as it countered with a sweeping strike of its own. Catherine ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air as its claws whistled past her head. She spun on her heel, using her momentum to drive her sword downward in a crushing vertical blow. The ground beneath them cracked as the impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, but the blowbug dodged at the last moment, skittering to the side with magical agility. Catherine was using both of her new skills liberally, always on the attack. "Come on, ya coward!" she taunted, flames dancing around her as she stepped forward, relentless in her assault. She slashed in a wide arc, forcing the creature to leap away, only for her to press the attack with a diagonal cut aimed at its exposed flank. The blowbug twisted its body unnaturally, avoiding the blade, and retaliated with a flurry of rapid swipes. Catherine staggered back, her armor screeching as its claws raked across her shoulder. Pain grew, but she grinned through it, her eyes blazing with determination. "Ha! Is that all you got?" she spat, gripping her sword tighter. The blowbug let out a screech, its body half invisible as it prepared another strike. They clashed again, neither backing down. Catherine's strikes were heavy and deliberate, her blade leaving arcs of fire in its path, while the blowbug's attacks were a chaotic whirlwind of slashes and stabs. As they fought, the surrounding meadow took the scars of their battle-scorched earth where her flames had burned, and deep gouges in the soil from the creature's claws. At one point, the blowbug lunged, aiming for her exposed side. Catherine saw the opening and sidestepped, bringing her sword down in a quick counter. The blade connected, slicing through one of its limbs with a burst of flame. The severed limb hit the ground with a wet thud, but the blowbug didn't flinch. Instead, it turned and slashed at her with its remaining limbs, forcing her back on the defensive. Blood dripped from both combatants now, her from the cuts in her armor, and it from the deep, smoldering gashes her sword had carved into its body. Yet neither showed any signs of giving up. Catherine's breaths came heavy, but her grin never wavered. "Ya tough, I'll give ya that," she panted, wiping a trickle of blood from her lip. The blowbug growled low, its glowing eyes locked on hers. Its movements were slower now, more cautious, as if it too was feeling the toll of their battle. With a burst of energy, Catherine charged again, her sword flaring brighter. "Got last juice for ya! Judgment!" the blowbug roared in response, meeting her head-on in a final, frenzied clash. Sparks and flames exploded around them as steel met claws, their movements a blur of fury and precision. A burst of red energy erupted from her sword, spreading like wildfire, consuming the Blowbrog in an inferno of divine flames. The beast let out a distorted screech that shook her core, its limbs flailing wildly as the fire engulfed it. Catherine pressed forward, her grin widening as she twisted the sword with all her might, cutting deeper into the creature. The Blowbrog flickered and fractured, its movements slowing as the flames tore it apart. With one last defiant cry, she slashed horizontally, severing its core in a single decisive motion. The creature collapsed in a heap, its body disintegrating into a mass of ash and light. Then the meadow fell silent. The only sound was the crackling remnants of her burning aura. Catherine stood over the pile of ash, her chest heaving, sweat dripping from her brow. Her aura flickered, growing dimmer, and the weight of the battle finally caught up with her. And then, the cost. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands gripping the hilt of her sword to keep herself upright. The fiery aura dissipated entirely, leaving only the cool breeze. Pain coursed through her body, every nerve in protest as the price of her skills took its toll. Yet, despite the searing exhaustion, Catherine tilted her head back and let out a breathless laugh, her voice trembling with equal parts triumph and madness. "I won," she whispered, a grin spreading across her bloody face as she turned toward the camera. "I won." Chapter 42, One Sib Before the Storm. "Stupid kid," I shouted as soon as I materialized on the market plaza of the nearest village. My voice echoed across the cobblestone square, drawing the stares of elven NPCs and players alike. Their expressions ranged from bemused to mildly concerned, as though they were watching a drunkard stumble through the street. I wasn't drunk, just furious. "And Catherine," I hissed, throwing my hands in the air. "Why? Why can't she listen to me just once?" My frustration boiled over as I paced the plaza, muttering under my breath. How many times had I sent her strategies? Detailed plans to avoid getting PK'd, or tips for snagging better equipment? She never followed them. Never. All that mattered to her was content, that she was a king, or a queen, or whatever. Whatever. I opened my interface, scrolling through my friend list to see who was online. The screen flickered into view before me, displaying the familiar names, and not a pleasant sight. Your friend Lucas is offline. Your friend Lisa is offline. Your friend Ry4-in-1 is offline. Your friend Tramar is offline. I sighed, my frustration morphing into fatigued resignation. Midnight or not, this is Rimelion's early days. How could no one be online? This was the game everyone escaped from our reality, yet I stood alone in the middle of the square, glaring at a screen that didn't care. "Sorry, you care, I know." Talking to a blue screen, I muttered under my breath, shaking my head. My gaze shifted around the plaza until I found a nearby bench. Architect designed it from a smooth stone, its edges full of faintly glowing runes that hummed with magic. I ran my hand along the seat as I sat down, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from the enchanted words. "Nice touch, uncle." He can't be my real uncle, can he? I leaned back, letting my eyes wander over the market. In a few weeks, maybe less, Erwin would crawl her way through here, conquering everything in her path and turning it into her property. Well, she thinks it was always her kingdom, I guess. Future Charlie's problem, I told myself. Right now, there was still a sliver of hope that Kit Catherine with her shiny new prestige class could win. She always loved proving people wrong. A bard played softly near the fountain, grinding the skill, the melody spreading in the cool night air over the quiet chatter of players haggling with vendors, trying to sell wolf's pelts for pittance. Overhead, twin moons shone, inviting me to sleep. I waited, watching the comings and goings of the crowd. Players in mismatched armor, their weapons glowing very faintly with enchantments, darted between stalls, showing off their new acquisitions. A trio of elves in emerald robes paused by a player's potion stand, fellow alchemist, and they exchanged vials of shimmering liquid. After a while, I opened the friend list again, though I already knew what to expect. "Your friend Catherine is offline." I let out another long sigh, my shoulders slumping under the weight of disappointment. Of course, she's offline. Kit could never win. Not this time, not without backup or a miracle. Draw at best. Maybe it's time to call it a night. Log out for a few hours, clear my head, and try again later. The thought of the real world didn't exactly appeal, but sitting here, stewing in frustration, wasn't helping either. I glanced back at the glowing fountain, the cascading water catching the light of the moons. Its steady flow seemed to mock me with its calmness. How could anyone mediate? Yeah, all right. Tomorrow's a new day, I thought, standing and brushing off my revealing robe. As I woke up from the capsule, a sharp pain hit me low in my abdomen, beaming outward in waves. At first, I thought it was just the lingering disorientation from the immersion, but no. This was different, intense and real, a twisting ache that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. What the hell? I winced, gripping my stomach instinctively as I sat up, my body still half entangled in the capsule's interior. The pain wasn't sharp, like a cut, or blunt, like a bruise. It was deeper. This dull, throbbing pressure that churned and knotted in my belly. Worse, it brought with it a strange heaviness, making every movement feel like I was dragging an invisible weight. What the hell? I muttered groggily, swinging my legs over the edge of the capsule. Welcome back, Miss Charlie, came Tin Can's annoyingly chipper voice. Ah, I growled, frustration bubbling up. Not now. And then I noticed the wetness. At first it was subtle, a damp, uncomfortable sensation that made me freeze, my mind scrambling for an explanation. I reached down instinctively, my fingers brushing against something warm and sticky. Pulling my hand back, I stared at the smear of red on my fingertips. Blood. The realization hit like an Italian with a stool. My heart raced, panic and confusion swirling in my mind. Am I injured? Did something happen in the capsule? But the pain wasn't sharp enough for a wound, and the bleeding didn't feel like it was from a cut or scrape. It felt internal. And then, like a slowly dripping faucet, the memories started trickling in half-forgotten biology lessons, vague anecdotes overheard from Lucy. No, it can't be. Miss Charlie, what you are experiencing is a biological reaction, Tin Can said in that infuriatingly monotone voice. Holy Nathan, Tin Can, I know what a period is, I yelled, glaring at the stupid capsule. Shut up, I'm a mess. I understand, Miss Charlie, it continued, unbothered by my outburst. Online sources suggest that during— Shut up, I snapped, cutting it off. Just stop talking, okay? Not helping. Of course, I had nothing at home to help with this. Why would I? So, the first thing I did was to hit the shower. As the water cascaded over me, it felt like heaven-pure, blissful relief. Ha! Is that frozen lake a heaven for the ice blood god followers? The thought made me chuckle, despite myself. Feeling clean and somewhat human again, I went to hunt for something presentable to wear. Wait, I left it all in bags, didn't I? I groaned and facepalmed as I dragged myself to the pile of neglected shopping bags. Digging through them, I finally pulled out a cute white short dress with rose gold accents. The dress had a soft, flowing design, with lace trim at the hem, and some embroidery on the bodice that looked just right. Damn, I need to learn more about clothes. Just to describe them, it felt airy, perfect for a day that needed a bit of brightness. I glanced out the window at the night shrouding the streets and grinned. Perfect for a night that needed light, I corrected myself. So, where does a girl like me go to get what she needs? The pub, of course. I grabbed the bag Catherine suggested and stuffed things like keys or a holophone inside. Without hesitation, I reached for the high heels Catherine had insisted I buy. Wait, why did I go with her suggestions? Oh, right, her smile. That damn radiant grin could convince anyone. Shaking off the thought, I slipped them on and headed out. Thankfully, I lived close to the pub, a very conscious choice on my part. Lucy would always grumble about being afraid to walk alone at night. Me? I wasn't. Well, not until now. The quiet streets had their own charm, with faint pools of golden light from the old-fashioned street lamps breaking up the shadows. They still use these old things. City had to cut somewhere to have that new city hall, right? The crisp night air carried a faint scent of rain, though the cobblestones beneath my feet were dry. Walking on cobblestones with heels? Not ideal. The worst part wasn't the walk. It was fighting with myself. More specifically, the cramps. Every step was a battle, no less heroic than slaying the demon lord. Soon, I finally burst through the wooden doors of Patrick's bar. Warm light and the faint hum of conversation greeted me. As always, the stale air smelled of old wood, whiskey, and something smoky, like the remnants of a fire. Probably the Italians again. The familiar creak of the floorboards beneath my high heels felt oddly comforting as I made a beeline for the toilets, nodding quickly at Patrick as I passed. "Welcome back, Charlie," Patrick called out with a grin, showing off his yellowed teeth. "Be right back. Make it a strong one. Rocks, please." I shot over my shoulder before disappearing into the restroom. Inside, even older lights buzzed faintly, showing the worn tiles that told stories of years of patrons passing through. I hurried to secure what I needed, and to my surprise, there it was. Loot. And free. God bless Patrick for always thinking ahead. With my new condition under control, I took a moment to straighten my hair and dress in the mirror and returned to the bar. Patrick had already prepared my drink, sliding it onto the counter at my usual spot. "Here you go, John," he said casually, the glass glinting under the one bright bulb. "Thanks. Been one of those days," I replied without thinking, taking a long gulp. The whiskey burned in the best way, half the glass gone in a heartbeat. Then his words registered. "Wait, Patrick. How?" I blinked at him, setting the glass down slowly. My voice rose, confusion clouding my thoughts. How did you?" Patrick leaned back with a knowing grin, his expression as casual as if we were discussing the weather. "I knew it when you first came in. Still checked the ID, of course. But you're still you, no matter how you look." He nodded to himself, as if confirming some unspoken truth. "When you were drunk, you used to tell me stories about wanting to be—" His finger jabbed vaguely in the direction of my chest. "A girl. Now that you are, tell me, what's changed?" I paused, swirling the whiskey in my glass as I thought about his question. What had really changed? Was I acting differently? Not really. Was I doing things I wouldn't have done before? Sure, I was a bit more impulsive, moodier, but aside from that, not really. "Nothing," I said finally, the word rolling out as smoothly as the burn of the whiskey. Patrick's grin widened, like I'd just handed him a spear of destiny. "Told you, lad," he said, his tone triumphant, as though he'd been waiting years for this moment. People, at their core, are who they are. Trying to be someone else is unnatural. "Patrick, don't," I said, shaking my head and setting the glass down with a soft clink. We'd had discussions like this before, and we always landed on opposite sides. Very different sides. "Just another on ice, please." He chuckled, already reaching for the bottle. "Right away, lassie." The faint emphasis on the last word carried a teasing tone, but his grin was warm as he poured. I sighed, glancing around the bar while he worked. Chapter 43. The Unexpected Detour. "Charlie, I'm in trouble," Lucas said, his voice frantic. "Can you come?" "Hi to you too, Lucas," I replied with a sigh, unable to resist a sarcastic edge. "What happened this time?" Lucas flashed a nervous smile, the same one he always had when he got caught by a teacher or was seconds away from detention. "Charlie, can you come to Riker's Tower?" Riker's Tower? My eyebrows shot up. It was on my bucket list, sure, but only after earning some notoriety in the game. The tower was legendary. A labyrinth of high-stakes challenges, not to mention the politics surrounding Riker himself. I still needed him to push for my request to add that waterfall near the Ghoulam dungeon to his list of wonders. I don't even remember why I want that. Going there now felt hasty, and the lower floors alone were infamous for gatekeeping. Maybe Lucas had someone on the inside? My frown deepened as I considered the implications. Seeing my hesitation, Lucas quickly added, "Don't worry, nothing bad happened. Someone just wants to meet you." My eyes narrowed. "Does this someone have a name, and are they by any chance holding you hostage?" Lucas' eyes widened, and he shook his head so fervently it was almost comical. "What?" "No, Charlie. They just really want to meet you. If you show up, even for a minute, it'll help me a lot." Onto something. I studied his face, searching for cracks in his sincerity. None. His nervous energy was enough to set off alarms, but there was something genuine in his desperation. I sighed, feeling the weight of whatever situation had landed in. "Lucas, just tell me." I paused, shaking my head. "Never mind, I'll be there." Before he could respond, I ended the call and tossed my poor phone into my handbag with more force than necessary. "One for the why?" Patrick's voice got me out of my thoughts. He slid a whiskey toward me, his warm smile full of curiosity. "Sounds complicated. You know me too well, Patrick," I replied with a small smile, lifting the glass. The amber liquid swirled as I tilted it back, savoring the familiar burn. "But I've changed," I added, setting the empty glass down with a soft clink. Patrick chuckled, leaning on the counter. If you say so, lassie. Rico built his tower in the most expensive part of the city, far from my flat and farther still from my comfort zone. The skyscraper was for everyone living here, a symbol of his wealth and ambition. Naturally, too far for me to walk. One glance at my bank account confirmed what I already knew. Enough funds for plenty of visits to Patrick's and a few Uber rides. Not exactly a fortune, but enough to scrape by for now. Thanks to that stupid debt, I really should start earning more. The thought lingered, heavy and unpleasant. Too bad Lisa died, she would have bought something for sure. Tomorrow. With a sigh, I pulled out my phone and booked a ride. The driver had only 4.1 stars, but he was local, and that should be plenty. 3 minutes, I muttered to Patrick, who was wiping down the counter. He didn't need any more details. He knew the drill. With a quick flick of my wrist, I sent the payment his way and headed for the door. Ed pushed it open, the crisp night air brushing against my face, when Patrick called out behind me, "Lassie, be careful, Kay." His voice carried a note of concern that made me pause mid-step. Turning back, I caught his gaze. The light from the bar framed his familiar figure, his expression softer than usual. I gave him a small nod, my lips curving into a faint smile. "I will, Patrick, promise." The outside had a chill that nipped at your skin but wasn't enough to make you shiver. I hugged myself lightly, watching the quiet street. It wasn't long before an Italian sports car pulled up near me, or at least what used to be a sports car 30 years ago. Now, it looked like it had been rebuilt 40 times over, its mismatched paint job gleaming under the streetlights. The engine gave a growl, a little too loud to be normal, while the passenger door swung open with a metallic creak and the driver leaned across the seat, calling out in a heavy Italian accent, "Hop in, signorina." I hesitated, eyeing the car suspiciously. The app insisted this was my ride, but the dented exterior and slightly crooked bumper explained the 4-star rating. With a deep breath, I stepped inside, careful not to snag my dress on the doorframe. The interior was surprisingly clean, though a faint, strange aroma lingered, a mix of air freshener, old leather, and something vaguely floral. "Riker's Tower," I said, settling in. "Naturalmente." Tuba ditched the tube, embraced the Uber ride, he declared with a wide grin, gesturing dramatically. "Mi spiace, colpos orders." I stifled a laugh, more amused by his energy than the cheesy slogan. "That's fine," I murmured, glancing out the window as he pulled onto the street. "Tuba is the cheapest." My voice trailed off as the car sped up, zipping past the AI-driven vehicles. For plausible deniability, I deliberately avoided looking at the speedometer. But you get the best ride and service, like you'd expect from Roberto. That's me, by the way. Roberto grinned again. "I'm Charlie." "Anyway," I said awkwardly, desperate to shift the topic. "Are you often at the pub? Do you know John?" The memory of that night when Head lost a bet to us floated to the surface. "Well, no, that one? A few times, yeah. Reason I'm nearby. Why?" Roberto's voice carried a hint of suspicion, his eyes narrowing briefly. "That's me," I blurted out before I could stop myself, stumbling over the explanation. I was fully changed now. We were approaching a stoplight when Roberto suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending me jolting forward. He spun around in his seat, his eyes full of disbelief. Ma tu bellissima." "You mean full?" "Yes," I groaned, slapping my forehead in frustration. "Why did I even bring this up, period and all?" "That's right now. Remember that night you said you could bench more than us? Cheeky, weren't you?" Roberto threw his head back in laughter. The light turned green, and he hit the gas, accelerating smoothly like a seasoned pro. "Ah, Sid, I remember. You could do the keg on a stool, not fair." 2 kegs actually," I corrected him with a pointed look. "Check your memory." "Dio mio, you're impossible," he exclaimed, still grinning, his voice full of teasing. "But bravo, signorina, I remember." His eyes flicking briefly toward me. His gaze lingered for a moment, taking in my dress. "You Rikers usual?" I shook my head, already expecting the commentary. "Pensavo. Don't get me wrong," he continued, gesturing cheerfully, "but your clothes sono troppo plain for that place." "I don't mind, I know that," I replied, smoothing the wrinkles in my dress, suddenly more aware of them. "You know I was at that pub, but this is a kind of emergency." I shifted slightly in my seat. My friend asked me to meet someone there, and I had to leave on short notice. Ah, capisco. Roberto nodded knowingly, as though he understood the situation perfectly. Mio amico sells dresses. Bellissimi. You fit right in with the Rica crowd. If you don't mind a little Sotto Banco deal, you get the cheap price. No tax. He winked, then gripped the wheel tighter. And don't worry, it'll speed up. You'll be there just as fast as with boring tuba, but with flair. I giggled. Okay, Roberto. But seriously, who would be crazy enough to sell me a dress at 2 a.m.? Settling more comfortably into the seat, I took a proper look at him. He had a lean, graceful body, olive-toned skin, and sharp, skinny features softened slightly by his playful grin. Mio amico, he said, his grin widening. Just trust old Roberto. The engine growled as he pressed the pedal closer to the floor, and I could feel the sudden surge of speed. The world outside blurred into streaks of neon and shadow, the hum of AI cars left far behind us. My grip tightened on the door handle. We reached his amico's place faster than I expected, and the destination was nothing like what I'd imagined. I'd pictured some bizarre, weathered Italian street with an elderly smuggler exporting fine goods straight from Milan. Instead, Roberto slammed on the brakes in front of a shiny, high-end boutique just a few streets away from Riker's tower. The shop glowed under soft, bright lighting, its minimalist facade polished to perfection. Miraculously, it was still open, the holographic 24 sign glowing proudly in the window, as if daring anyone to question it. It's here? I asked, stepping carefully out of the car as the faint scent of leather and luxury wafted toward me. But you said cheap, Roberto waved off my concern with a flick of his wrist. Signorina. Trust in Roberto, yes? Bernardo's the best. His grin was as confident as that night when he lost to me. I'm not doubting the quality, I murmured, eyeing the boutique's glossy black doors and spotless window displays, where mannequins posed in gowns that looked like they belonged in an imperial court in Rimelion. But the prices. Before I could protest further, Roberto grabbed my arm and led me inside with a casual insistence. The shop's interior was an elegant, polished marble floors reflected the hollow lighting, while gold-trimmed mirrors and racks displayed dresses that looked like jewels. A faint scent of lavender remained in the air, and soft classical music played in the background. Roberto. A short, older man appeared from behind the counter, his salt and pepper hair swept back neatly. He wore a perfectly tailored vest over a crisp white shirt, and his warm brown eyes crinkled with genuine delight. Always a pleasure, my friend, he exclaimed, his voice carrying only a slight Italian accent. Then his gaze shifted to me, his tone instantly becoming more polished and professional. And a beautiful Miss, welcome to my shop. Bernardo, Roberto replied enthusiastically, throwing an arm around the smaller man's shoulder. Signorina here, Charlie needs a dress. She's going to Riker's in 5 minutes. So, Famiglia discount, yes? His words came in a rapid-fire burst, both a statement and a question. Bernardo was stunned briefly by his friend's theatrics, but then burst into hearty laughter. Yes, Famiglia discount, 90 off. He turned to me with a twinkle in his eye. Don't worry, I still make a profit, just not stealing anymore, he added, as if that would somehow calm me. I stared at him, speechless. Improvise. What dress would Priest Charlie wear? Do you have blue one? Frosty? Charlie social awkwardness? Now even whiskey won't help. 90% off? The casual way he tossed out the number left me reeling. This way, he said, motioning for me to follow. He led me into a smaller back room, its walls lined with neatly organized racks of gowns sorted by color and style. The soft glow of overhead lighting emphasized the sheen of delicate fabrics and intricate stitching. Without hesitation, he reached for a dress, holding it up with a twist of his hand. This is yours. And, what the hell, 95 off, if it fits. I tried in a changing room, and the dress was amazing. A floor-length gown with an ombre gradient of icy blue to pearl white, and the fabric gleamed gently like frost under moonlight. Delicate silver embroidery traced the neckline and waist, mimicking the patterns of frost-kissed leaves. A sheer overlay glided smoothly from the shoulders, giving it an ethereal, almost as if begged to be classified as Six Marvel in Rimelion. I felt pretty, and it was a nice feeling, one I hadn't realized I'd missed. The soft shimmer of the dress, and the way it flowed with each step, made me feel like I'd stepped out of an imperial court session. When I stepped back into the main room, the men's faces lit up with approval. Bellissima, Roberto exclaimed, his arms spreading wide in dramatic flair. Happy, beautiful girl. A vision. Bernardo nodded with a proud smile. Incantevole. You weared it perfectly, miss, like it was made for you, so you paid 200. 200? How much did it? I asked, my voice trailing off as I noticed the price tag still attached to the dress. Bernardo, with a practiced flourish, snipped it off with a small pair of golden scissors. My eyes widened as I glimpsed the original price, over 4,000. Here you go, I said, sending him the payment with a shaky hand. It suits you, Bernardo said warmly, his tone softer now, as if to confirm what he said wasn't just another sales pitch. Please, come again. Roberto was already by my side, ushering me back toward his car. My mind was still spinning as I slid into the passenger seat, the soft fabric of the dress brushing against my legs. I couldn't help but glance down, marveling at how it shimmered in the dim light. To Rikers, Roberto announced, slamming the accelerator with his signature force. The engine roared, and within half a minute the Rikers tower loomed ahead. As the car slowed, my earlier excitement gave way to a creeping sense of dread. What am I doing here? The weight of whatever Lucas had gotten me into settled heavily on my chest. Charlie, here's my phone, yes? No need for tuber when you have Roberto. He grinned, his enthusiasm breaking through my anxious thoughts. His grin was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile back as he handed me a business card with an elaborate script logo that simply read, Roberto. Thanks, Roberto. I'll remember that, I said, pocketing the card. And don't worry, I'll still rate you 5 stars. Good luck, Signorina. He somehow closed the passenger door from his seat with a practiced motion, and before I could respond, he was already speeding away. I stood there for a moment, breathing deeply, letting the cool night air settle my nerves. When I turned, Riker's tower loomed above, its exterior reflecting the city lights like a mirror. The entrance was stark and modern, its muted black color broken only by doors, which were flanked by hundreds of people waiting in a long, winding queue, their chatter filling the air with anticipation. Off to the side, however, was the VIP entrance, a smaller, more discreet doorway guarded by 2 men who looked like they could bench press hundreds of bear bits at once. Their broad shoulders and wary expressions made my heart race faster as I approached. Stay calm, Charlie. Channel Mother. Irwin. I'm Charlie, I said, my voice steady and cool, mimicking Irwin's icy tone. I was told to come here. The men exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. After a tense 3 seconds, the guard on the left nodded. Yes, Mr. Riker is expecting you on the top floor. The dim, amber light cast long shadows across the polished wood, and the quiet murmur of conversation hummed in the background. A dartboard hung crookedly on one wall, its edges riddled with stray holes, and a couple of Italians were hunched over a game of cards in the corner. When Patrick slid the drink across the counter, I took it with a nod, letting the cool glass rest against my palm for a moment. The chill seeped into my skin, grounding me. The world is right again. Or so I thought. Of course, it was in that moment of peace that my phone buzzed sharply. I groaned, already feeling the edges of my irritation flare as I fished it out of my handbag. Lucas. What happened now? Sold his soul? Made another dumb bet? Both? With Lucas at this hour, it could be anything, and none of it good. Resigned, I swiped to answer. His face popped up on the holo display, projected in a soft light above the phone. As disheveled as ever, Lucas' hair stuck out in chaotic directions. Same mess he'd spent forever trying to tame earlier today. He isn't trying. Typical. Charlie, I'm in trouble, he said, his voice frantic. Can you come? Chapter 44. Ascending Intrigue. Mr. Riker is expecting you on the top floor, said the man on the left, his tone as neutral as his expression. Thanks, I replied instinctively, but neither of them moved. Their solid bodies remained firmly planted in front of the door. Should I go? Or I hesitated, glancing at the slightly ajar door behind them. We stood there in an awkward silence, eyes locked, neither party making the first move. Charlie, be brave. Can I go through then? I asked, motioning vaguely toward the door. Yes, said the man on the right, but he didn't step aside. There was a flicker of something in his eyes. Amusement? A test? His lips curved ever so slightly into the hint of a smirk. Ah, a test. Fine. Irwin to the rescue. Move, now. My icy tone came out sharper than it intended. For a moment I thought it had worked. I saw a subtle shiver ripple through him. See the dress? Would be ashamed to stain it, I added, taking a deliberate step forward. Even so, they didn't budge. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like an imperial marching song as the tension mounted. Behind me, I caught a faint murmur from the crowd. Stupid people, stupid guards. Why? 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 Without thinking, instinct took over. I stepped closer to the guard on the right and executed Imperial Move 17, a swift, fluid motion designed to exploit openings in an opponent's stance. My hands darted to his side in a feint, while my foot struck out in a sharp arc. He didn't react quickly enough, a mistake on his part, because a moment later his head met the wall with a solid bong. The sound echoed in the air as he stumbled. Stay, I commanded, my voice cold. Neither of them moved now, their expressions blank with shock or respect, maybe. Ignoring my hammering pulse, I strode past them, forcing myself not to look back. The door creaked slightly as I pushed it open, and with every step inside, the tension eased until the murmur of the crowd outside faded entirely. Stupid Riker, I whispered to myself. Oh, come now, Miss Charlie. A voice came from shadows. It belonged to a man in a bizarre, multicolored coat, his silhouette shimmering faintly in the dim light. Surely, a woman of your caliber can appreciate the artistry of a harmless jest? I froze mid-step, squinting into the near darkness. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dimly lit hall, the faint gleam of the plush carpet beneath my feet, the only discernible detail. Riker, I presume? My voice carried more irritation than I intended. The very same, he replied. Suddenly, the lights blazed to full power, illuminating the room in a harsh, blinding glare. His coat, a ridiculous monstrosity of rainbow hues, sparkled with every color imaginable, a showy display that made me wince. I must confess, Lady Charlie, that your attire serves only to accentuate the radiant beauty you possess so effortlessly. Though I was well aware of your remarkable talents, I must admit your timeless elegance is a revelation that words could scarcely do justice. I shielded my eyes with a hand, grimacing. You certainly have a thing for the dramatic, I muttered. And you, my dear, have a talent for understatement, he countered, throwing his arms wide as if basking in an imagined applause. A party, after all, is meant to dazzle. One must rise to the occasion for all guests to be happy. That coat is ugly, I shot back before I could stop myself. The words hung in the air for a moment before I added, and your guards aren't polite. And you're holding Lucas hostage. I am not happy. The entire day had worn me down. From Catherine's antics to Lucas' mess, from Patrick's bar to Roberto's chaotic driving, and now this Riker. Ah, he stammered. A faint blush colored his cheeks, though he quickly composed himself. I see you are not one to mince words. Admirable, truly. With a sweeping gesture toward a door at the far end of the hall, he offered a smile. Come, let us discuss matters in more agreeable surroundings. I assure you, my hospitality will not disappoint. From another door, a man barged into the hall. He was almost running and almost tripped over us. Stylishly dressed, but not ostentatious, he exuded a natural charisma. Effortless, so I could never replicate. Oh, Mr. Riker, he greeted warmly, his smile practiced. His eyes flicked to me, and his tone turned admiring. And a woman with the beauty of 100 admirers. Riker's grin remained firmly in place as he inclined his head toward the newcomer. Ah, Mr. Rodriguez, may I introduce the illustrious Miss Charlie? I see you're departing so soon. How regrettable. Pray, did the festivities meet your expectations? Rodriguez nodded, his face shifting into something that looked a bit apologetic. Sorry, something urgent's come up. He glanced at me again. Apologies for ducking out so quickly, Miss Charlie. Maybe we'll run into each other another time. Before I could find a response, he was gone, disappearing as quickly as had appeared. The door led us to a small room, with cozy leather armchairs squeezed around a low glass coffee table, with walls paneled in dark wood. It all felt like being in the slimy dungeon library all over again. I hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. The leather creaked softly under me as Riker settled across from me, his multicolored coat catching the dim light and shimmering faintly like some misplaced rainbow. He smiled that infuriatingly confident smile. Charlie, do you truly understand the essence of what I represent? His tone was curious, almost teasing, as his stare studied me with disturbing precision. You seem to know so much about me, and yet I hold only your name. I cross my legs, finally succeed, and leaned back, trying to appear calm as the door slid shut with a quiet click. A voice in the back of my head screamed danger, but honestly, I was beyond caring. I sighed. You mean Riker's Rimelion ranking? Or maybe Riker's Rimelion guide? His poker face slipped, his eyes tightening slightly as he leaned forward. Impressive. Truly, your breadth of knowledge is nothing short of extraordinary. The Rimelion rankings? Indeed, we've spared no expense in ensuring their prominence through relentless marketing endeavors. But the guides? Only a select few were privy to their existence. Yet, somehow, you already know. I needed to change the subject fast. Time to bring out the big guns. I want to save the world, I declared, leaning forward. We're heading into a dystopian future where people do nothing but play Rimelion, lounging at home while robots do all the work. Riker's smirk faded, his expression turning thoughtful. Miss Charlie, you are absolutely correct in your analysis. This trajectory leads to stagnation, dependency, and eventual societal collapse. What solution do you propose? I don't know, I admitted, feeling a bit deflated under his scrutinizing gaze. This isn't my forte. Maybe make money and create jobs for people. Riker's lips curved into a knowing smirk. A noble sentiment, but let me ask, if your workers produce services, who will consume them? AIs and robots provide a cheaper alternative. In a declining job market, consumers naturally gravitate toward the cheapest option, not necessarily what's best for them. I frowned, his words sinking in. But if I gave them jobs, a commendable idea, he said, inclining his head slightly. But it would work only on a micro scale. On a macro scale, however, your business must remain profitable. And profitability, as it stands, often hinges on minimizing human labor. The cycle perpetuates itself. The only viable solution at that level is taxation. Tax the companies and redistribute the funds to the populace. I let out a long sigh, slumping slightly in my seat. The commie tax. Riker burst into laughter, the sound infectious. Indeed, it could be considered communist. And then the room shifted. Wait, the world moved? I grabbed the armrest instinctively, my body tensing as I looked around. The sensation was subtle, a smooth, gliding motion, like being on a lift. My heart jumped, ready to bolt, but Riker raised a hand, his expression calm. Don't be alarmed. We're in the elevator after all. I blinked, glancing around again. This was an elevator? The polished wood, the plush armchairs, the cozy lighting. It was all so deliberately designed. I'd assumed it was a ridiculous showpiece. You have got to be kidding me, I muttered under my breath. Riker's grin widened, as if my disbelief was exactly the reaction he wanted. Dear Charlie, your reactions speak volumes, revealing truths you may not even realize, and I must say, I find them utterly fascinating, Riker said cryptically. Ignorance, when paired with unrefined brilliance, is a rare and potent combination. It's like raw ore, unpolished, but brimming with infinite potential for those who can see it. Mr. Riker, I replied, my tone sharper than intended. Damn you, Irwin. You're not some random ore you can dig out and forge into a sword. I paused, letting the words hang before adding with a wry smile. Not that I don't appreciate a fine sword, but in this stupid metaphor, I'd like to keep some agency. Understood? Riker's lips curved into a faint smile, more amused than bothered. Charlie, if I believed you were someone easily swayed by simple persuasion, we would not be having this conversation. Your presence here speaks to a certain fortitude of spirit, a trait I find both admirable and, dare I say, essential to the matters at hand. He leaned back in his chair, his multicolored coat blinding me again as he studied me like a puzzle head yet to solve. Lucas, for all his reticence, did manage to share one intriguing detail. Your debt. A burden, no doubt, but also a thread that ties you to choices far more complex than most would care to understand. The soft chime of the elevator saved me from answering him. I let Riker step out first, his coat blinding me as he moved, and followed him into a unique room. Not what I expected. Don't get me wrong. There was the obligatory big-ass window spanning the length of the room, offering a breathtaking view of the city lights glittering below. That I expected. But the rest of the room, a far cry from the lavish opulence I had braced myself for. The space was surprisingly minimalistic, almost stark. A modest sofa dominated the center, something so unassuming it could have come from a bargain store. It wasn't worn or shabby, but its simplicity stood out, especially in contrast to what I imagined someone like Riker would own. It's a sofa I could have afforded if I still had a job. The thought made me smile. Sitting on that sofa was Lucas. He was wearing one of his expensive suits, the kind that screamed loaned money, but his perpetually unkempt hair undermined the entire look. Did he come here with his hair like that? I resisted the urge to groan out loud. Lucas glanced at us as we entered, his expression a mix of relief and unease. His eyes darted between me and Riker, like he wasn't sure if this was a rescue mission or a setup. His eyes lingered on my dress for a moment, and the look was worth all the trouble getting the dress. He didn't care that his mouth was open. The room's other occupants were harder to ignore. 4 armed guards, stationed at each corner like statues. Their uniforms were stylish, their weapons subtle yet apparent. And so, the destined lovers, Riker announced theatrically, slapping his hands together with a grin that practically sparkled. Well, his coat did. Guided by the invisible hand of fate, rediscover the path that leads them back together. Riker, I said, fixing him with a glare, if there weren't guards here, you'd be flying out that window. The guards, as expected, didn't react to my words. They stood stoically, eyes forward, weapons as steady as their stances. Riker, on the other hand, burst out laughing as if I'd just told him the most absurd joke about the drunken imperial prince in the stables, which, to be fair, actually happened. Lucas, however, didn't share Riker's sense of humor. Charlie, his expression screamed at me, like he'd just caught me sipping 100-year-old whiskey straight from the bottle. I rolled my eyes and turned to Lucas. So, what trouble are you in? I asked, plopping onto the sofa but keeping a deliberate distance from him as Riker busied himself pouring drinks. Miss Charlie, Riker said smoothly, approaching with a glass in hand, his movements as practiced as a seasoned sommelier, but had nothing at Patrick's expertise. Our dear Lucas here indulged in my modest creation, the esteemed Riker's luck. And what a performance it was, a display nothing short of remarkable. Were it not for the formidable firewall at the last hurdle, he might well have claimed a spectacular victory. So, you lost, I said flatly, directing my words at Lucas as I took a cautious sip from the glass. Scotch. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't Irish whiskey. And it sure as hell wasn't Patrick's Irish whiskey. I prefer Irish whiskey, I couldn't hold myself, already regretting the drink. And probably something cheaper. Lucas frowned, finally finding his voice. Lost on a technicality, he admitted, his tone full of frustration. I have less money than I came with. Ah, Irish whiskey, Riker declared loudly, nodding as if I'd made a grand proclamation. Duly noted. And yes, Mr. Lucas, rules are rules. Back-tunneling is perfectly allowed. His tone was almost smug, and I caught a flicker of annoyance cross Lucas' face. It was hard to tell if he was angrier at himself for losing or at Riker for finding the whole situation so entertaining. Then Riker turned to me, his grin fading slightly, replaced by an expression that was serious. It was unsettling, like watching a circus performer suddenly step off the stage. He swirled the scotch in his glass absently, his gaze sharp as it locked onto mine. And then, as if he were asking about the weather, he said, "What do you know about Nathan?" Chapter 45. The Seed of Simulation. Riker, as if commenting on the weather, asked, "What do you know about Nathan?" "Nathan," I blurted, my voice a mix of surprise and confusion. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. Isn't he the creator of Rimelion? As if on cue, the guards left the room, leaving us with Riker alone. He trusts us that much? Riker nodded, a faint sneer curling his lips. Yes, that might be the narrative the masses accept. Yet I believe you are capable of deducing far more, Miss Charlie. He took a measured sip of his drink. I shifted uncomfortably, but continued anyway. He's the leader of the Ring of Smiling People, I said, watching his reaction. Riker nodded again, that ever-present smile urging me to continue. And he plans to work closely with the government to replace all workers with robots. I told you that already. Oh, splendid deduction. That is indeed his aim, Riker said. But I must correct you on 2 points. Nathan isn't working with the government, and he didn't create Rimelion. It has simply always existed, he added, his smile widening as though he just shared the secret to make Triple Oak's signature reserve whiskey. I blinked at him, my brain scrambling to make sense of the words. What? Was all I said, the syllable tumbling out flatly. Riker rose from his seat with a graceful flourish, his multicolored coat blinding me again as he crossed the room to the massive window. The city stretched out beyond the glass, and his gaze drifted over the skyline, his expression contemplative. The prevailing belief, he began, his tone now soft and measured, is that Rimelion has always existed, a world as immutable as our own. He gestured toward the glittering view with his glass, a place outside the confines of time, always existing, with all the rules that simply exist. Nonsense, I protested. That's a game we talk about. It's fake. Fake like real, but fake nonetheless. Not this Gaia nonsense again. He turned to us, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Your friend Pearl, he continued, has unearthed a rather provocative notion that our reality is but a simulation. Such a clever girl, isn't she? His admiration was almost genuine, but it sounded like a parent proud of their children walking. She's eluded even us, a feat few can claim. I stiffened at the mention of Pearl. And yet, this theory, Riker continued, his tone pivoting back to its calculated precision, is embraced by Nathan. Or is it Jeffrey? Yes, your enigmatic patron. How fascinating that such divergent minds converge on the same question. The name Jeffrey made me pause. My head was a mess, and so many things happened in the past days. What about my time travel? I don't have a patron, I said, my tone sharp. Nobody's holding my hand. I have to do everything myself. Thank you very much. Riker turned back to me, laughing. You do have help, he said. But what I'm referring to is Jeffrey. For some reason, he chose you as his champion, to retrieve a seed for him. With a flourish, Riker snapped his fingers, and a hollow screen appeared mid-air. The image on it was painfully familiar, Jeffrey talking with Lucas, the young punk, the one who sent me back. I turned to Lucas, my lovely, stupid, damn mage. What? Lucas? Who's that? I demanded. Charlie Lucas began hesitantly, his tone a mix of guilt and nervousness. One leader of the Ring of Smiling People? I don't know. He contacted me to show his support, kind of. But not to tell you, though. My jaw tightened as I bolted up from my seat, the leather creaking beneath me. I started pacing, my heels clicking against the polished floor. So this young punk is some leader of a big organization. What nonsense. He's barely 15. My head was spiraling, the absurdity of it all making it hard to focus. Riker placed a hand lightly on my shoulder. His touch was strangely calming. Miss Charlie, he said, his voice dropping. He is but 12 years old, thrust into the weight of an inheritance. I froze for a moment, his words cutting through my frustration. 12? That number rattled in my head as I slowly sat back down, the weight of it settling in my chest. 12, I murmured. How could he even find me? Allow me to illuminate the matter, Riker began, stepping back as though delivering a well-rehearsed monologue. Nathan and his entourage, formidable figures in their own right, were apprehended a few years ago and placed into a highly classified prison facility. But not just any facility, he added, leaning slightly forward. It was an ambitious experimental program. What kind of program? I asked warily, my brow furrowing. A program designed to rehabilitate criminals, Riker continued. They were immersed in simulated environments, aimed at easing their minds and reintegrating them into society. Or so the official pitch went. My mind flashed back to the punk's cryptic words and strange behavior. Jeffrey was behaving strange, I muttered, rubbing my temple. I don't know, I was super drunk when I met him. Lucas suddenly burst out laughing, the sound breaking the tension like whiskey glass shattering. Of course you were, Charlie, he said between gasps of laughter, his shoulders shaking. I glared at him, but Riker's sharp laugh interrupted. Fate, it seems, has a twisted sense of humor, he said. He composed himself quickly, his tone darkening. The program malfunctioned spectacularly, trapping its participants in an endless cycle of simulations. The authorities, in their infinite wisdom, attempted to salvage the situation by introducing their families into the system, hoping for some connection, some breakthrough. Instead, they only expanded the chaos, ensnaring even more lives in the digital web. I blinked. So Jeffrey wasn't the original leader? I asked, my voice quieter now, almost hesitant. His father was. These individuals, Riker said, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial hush, are no ordinary criminals. They are powerful, dangerous, and utterly relentless. Within these simulations, they've tested countless scenarios, what works, what doesn't. He paused, his eyes locking onto mine with a glimmer of self-satisfaction. Thankfully, they understand I am a reasonable man. So, Jeffrey? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the storm of questions swirling in my head. Oh, yes, my dear, Riker replied with a knowing smirk. His father met an untimely end somehow within the simulation. Simply expired. He leaned back, swirling the drink in his hand lazily again. What a slow drinker. He should shake hands with Lucas. The peculiar logic of their twisted minds insists on maintaining an equal number of participants, as though balance were some sacred principle to them. He paused, his gaze flicking toward the city beyond the window. And yet, he added, they're down by 2 now. But that curious little detail doesn't seem to deter them in the slightest. I sat frozen, my mind racing. Should I tell him about me? About the young punk and what he'd done? No. I can trust him, or anyone with that. Not yet. How's that possible? I asked instead, my voice steady but my heart pounding. To simulate the future, I mean. Riker's grin widened as he slowly lowered himself onto the sofa between Lucas and me, his movements as calculated as always. Magic, he said simply, as though he'd just told me the sky was blue. What? I stared at him, certain I'd misheard. You heard me correctly. His tone carried a hint of amusement, like a teacher explaining something obvious to an oblivious student. Magic. The government discovered a connection to something they call the seed. That connection allowed them to make magic real. After the unification wars in the Pacific region, and especially following Africa's incorporation, they faced a conundrum. I raised an eyebrow, but he pressed on. What to use the seed on? Unlimited energy? This is the unified government we talk about. They redirected it into other applications, thinking they could address issues like the declining birth rate. A noble goal, yes? His smirk returned. Alas, by returning criminals to society. That, my dear Charlie, was a spectacular failure. And now? I asked cautiously, feeling he was building toward something. Now, Riker said, leaning forward slightly, his gaze locking onto mine. Nathan holds the keys to the connection. To Rimelion. But I started, almost saying we, but stopped myself just in time. But they returned only a few days ago. I was a game tester for years. It makes 0 sense. We had testing servers. My voice rose, frustration spilling over. Riker shrugged, his rainbow-colored coat shifting faintly in the dim light. I hold no claims to have all the answers. None of us can. Some things remain a mystery. But one thing is certain. The future lies in Rimelion. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. So, no more answers to my questions? I'm afraid not, he said, his tone softer, almost apologetic. And I could be wrong about everything. Perhaps we do live in a simulation. I glared at him. Nathan certainly believes that. He turned to me then, his playful smirk replaced by a rare seriousness. I want to implement certain changes in this world, he said, his words deliberate. The march of progress has shackled humanity, forcing us to serve the very machines we created to serve us, he said, his voice ringing with conviction. The time will come to seize control of our destiny, to wrest power from the cold hands of AIs and robots and return it to the people. You, with your wit, resourcefulness, and the heart of a fighter, could be the ally this struggle needs. Together we could spark a revolution and reclaim what's been stolen. Revolution? Sure. Let me just plan that after breakfast. It sounded straight out of a political speech. Maybe he'd practiced it in front of a mirror. I'll think about it, I said, not committing to anything. But if that fails? He let out a sigh, a sound that felt almost too human coming from someone like him. I need a backup. Another life, if I may. In Rimelion? I asked, though the answer was obvious. Yes, Riker replied simply. That is where your card comes into play. I dismissed him with a laugh, the kind I hoped to sound sweet. Me? I'm just a player. Ranked 8th on my ranker list, Riker said smoothly, tapping a button on the hollow keyboard embedded in the table. The display shifted, and I recognized it instantly. The ranking page. My ranking page. The design was old school or brand new, depending on your perspective, but unmistakable. There it was, my name and presumed stats in all their high-ranking glory. The only hero not directly tied to any known criminal, he said. This just got complicated. I trailed off, unsure whether to feel proud or nervous. Riker brought up a hollow screen, the flickering light illuminating his smirk. A video played, capturing a chaotic battle at sea. The perspective was from a player aboard a ship, battling a swarm of floaters. The recording centered on a massive Duke's vessel. Should have I said, uncles. Istvan's shields holding steady against the relentless pounding of an enormous, writhing boss. Then, through the rain, the distinct light of the spear of destiny pierced the gloom. Moments later, I was hurled from the safety of the shield into the raging storm beyond. Me and Lucas leaned forward, both staring at the holoscreen with bated breath. I was launched mid-air, colliding with a monstrous tentacle. Frost spread from my spear, an almost sentient force snaking through the storm. The battlefield was pure chaos. Tentacles slammed into frozen waters, shattering the ice into sharp, glittering fragments. The storm howled and twisted, rain transforming into freezing sleet and snow in my wake. My movements on the screen were wild but deliberate, each strike calculated to push back the onslaught of enemies. I danced across the frozen ocean, icy trails marking every step, as my spear cleaved through floaters and massive limbs. The camera captured the raw ferocity of the fight, the shattering impacts, the desperate bursts of mana turning the storm into a blinding vortex. And then came the climax. A final sprint, weaving through the boss's writhing limbs, the glowing spear driving me forward. The recording ended with a brutal, decisive slash that cleaved the boss apart. The screen froze on the aftermath, me standing amidst the frozen carnage, victorious but battered, as snow gently settled around my still form. It felt surreal. "That's me," I muttered, the words barely escaping my lips. "Holy Charlie" was the only thing Lucas said. Dubbed Ice Princess Charlie. Riker laughed. "Ah yes, you are indeed the sole pure support representative within the top 100, a precarious foothold, and at a rather modest level no less. Priest is—" I trailed off, shaking my head. "I want to battle with swords." Riker nodded, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Still, should you ascend in rank, I have little doubt our AI would swiftly recalibrate and place you much higher. Your potential is undeniable after all. Thus my offer, build your kingdom and I shall invest into it." Chapter 46, Fractured Trust. "Thus my offer, build your kingdom and I shall invest into it," said Riker. "Mr. Riker," I started laughing and shook my head. "Having a kingdom in the game? That's nearly impossible, even for me, at least in the first years. Sure, I have a noble title, but I'd need to grow, build my right to rule points, and then maybe. I could aim for a count, with final sights on dukedom," I explained, still chuckling at the thought. Riker inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "I am well aware of the challenges you face, Miss Charlie," he said smoothly. "Nevertheless, my offer remains unwavering. So long as you maintain your independence, my support is yours, whether you rise to rule a grand kingdom or preside over a humble barony." With that, he rose from his seat and began tinkering with his watch. A faint hum accompanied his actions, the device glowing softly as he adjusted something on its interface. "Lucas," he said, glancing at my mage, "you fulfilled your end by arranging this delightful conversation. As such, you may keep the money you arrived with." His tone was casual, as though granting Lucas a reprieve from financial ruin was like holding the door for a woman. "And here is the promised info on the 2 agents going after you." Turning to me, he continued, "And as for you, Miss Charlie, here is your Ranker quantum key." He extended a small, gleaming device toward me, a metallic object that glowed with faint, pulsating light. "Enjoy the privileges of being a top ranker. I will introduce perks for any ranker, including you, later." His gaze locked onto mine. "You'll also find my direct contact information there." He stepped back. "Thank you for the chat. That is all for me. Do you wish to add anything?" I stared at him for a moment, countless questions swirling in my mind like an unrelenting storm. Why me? What does he really want? How far does his influence extend? My anger and exhaustion outweighed my curiosity for now. I can always call. Instead, I simply shook my head. "No, I do not." "Goodbye, Mr. Riker." I grabbed Lucas' hand and pulled him into the elevator room, my frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "I need comfort." I leaned toward him for a hug, but as I saw Lucas' smug grin, as if he won the entire game, was the last straw for my thin nerves. "What were you thinking by coming here?" Lucas' grin deepened, his typical deflective charm shining through. "Why are you so beautiful?" I froze mid-step, gaping at him as I felt the heat rush to my face. What the hell? My cheeks burned as I stammered, I bought the dress before coming. My words tumbled out in a flustered mess. Wait, I don't have to justify myself to you. Am I? Yes, I am Charlie, but also John. Damn, this is confusing. Neither do I, Charlie, Lucas said back confidently, his grin broadening. I came for information, and I got it. The money? That's just a bonus. The elevator jolted softly as it began descending. I turned to him, channeling Irwin's icy presence more naturally than I expected. Lucas, my tone was biting. You're treading a very dangerous bar now. Watch your barrels. For the first time that night, Lucas' grin faltered. He flinched slightly, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something vulnerable crack through his bravado. Charlie? I exhaled sharply, feeling the weight of my exhaustion mixing with anger. I risk everything for you. And you don't even tell me where you are, what your plan is. Even Pearl probably knows more than I do, right? Lucas stiffened, his own frustration rising to the surface. I'm more than capable of cleaning up after myself, he said, showing his anger. You don't need to. I don't. I cut him off, my voice sharp enough to make him recoil. The elevator came to a smooth halt, and as the doors slid open, we began walking toward the exit. Tell me, Lucas, how much would you have made without me? Lucas stayed silent, his brows furrowed as he avoided my gaze. I just needed some starting capital. I would have found a way. And that's why you said we should enjoy life, because we have only a week to live? I shot back. The fresh night air hit me as we finally exited the stupid tower, cooling my anger a bit. Can you hear yourself now? What's gotten into you? How did you even get here? Taxi, he muttered, his voice quieter now, carrying a hint of hurt. Was he upset by me? Am I the one being unfair here? Am I too harsh? Maybe. But damn it, I deserve better than this silence from him. I clenched my fists. Lucas hesitated, his words coming slower now. Charlie, you've done so much for me that He faltered, his voice cracking slightly. That I need to do this. Please, just let me handle it. The day had stretched me thin. I was exhausted, frustrated, and downright angry tired. And Lucas' stubbornness was testing every ounce of patience I had left. You want to do this alone? Without me? To prove you still have balls while I don't, I snapped, my tone cutting deeper than I intended. That's not what He stopped mid-sentence, backing down under my stare. But yes, this is my mess, and I'll deal with it. I'll be here for you when you need me. Fine, I said bluntly, my voice flat. Pulling out my phone, I texted Roberto. Charlie. Hey Roberto, it's me, Charlie. You still free tonight? Roberto, need a ride? Be near tower in 5. Charlie. Thanks, get your own ride. Mine has only one seat, I said firmly, trying to suppress the anger boiling. Someone from the bar? Lucas asked casually, a grin playing at his lips as if this whole thing was a joke. Doesn't he get it? My thoughts raced. I risked the ban. I risk everything I love in Rimelion. Everything I've worked for. I've changed all my plans for him. Because he's my friend, my dear friend. And this isn't how you treat someone who would do that for you. Would I do it all again? Yes. But I forced myself to breathe. Well, yes, I admitted, keeping my voice even. I met him in the bar years ago. It was the truth, after all. Lucas shook his head, his grin softening into something almost playful. You have a drinking problem. You have a gambling problem, I shot back without missing a beat. He let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Fair. But at least I can calculate risks and avoid losing all my money. No? It wasn't like you bargained with Riker by playing a card Charlie can come. I didn't bother replying. Lucas didn't need to know what I really thought about his excuse. Thankfully, Roberto's car pulled up just in time, its headlights blinding as much as Riker's coat, probably not road legal. That's my ride, I said, nodding toward the car as Roberto opened the door for me. Bye, Lucas, and log in tomorrow morning. I'll need your help, okay? Ruins exploring. He hesitated, his grin fading slightly. I can't. This mess is time-sensitive. Maybe the day after. I froze for a second, but then nodded. Fine, I said, stepping into the car, and I was on the verge of letting my tears out. The door shut with a firm click behind me, sealing me inside the comforting, very loud hum of Roberto's vehicle. As we pulled away, I muttered under my breath, being there for me when I need you, my ass. Problems? My driver asked, but he shut up after I let tears out and drove me home in silence. The next day, tin can didn't get the satisfaction of waking me up. I managed that on my own 3 minutes before he could. I hailed it as a minor victory, though it felt hollow after all what happened yesterday. After quickly cleaning myself up, I slipped into the capsule. Back at last, I said aloud as the familiar world of Rimelion loaded around me. My grin faltered as I checked my friends list. As expected, it was a sea of grayed-out names. Everyone was still offline, just like yesterday. So, solo grind it is, huh? I muttered, forcing some cheer into my voice. I loved playing solo at least. I used to. There was freedom in it, a rhythm I could fall into without worrying about anyone else. But now, it felt different. Back when I was a tester, I could always call on Lucy or one of the other colleagues to join me, a shared purpose, even if it was just for bug hunting. Now, the people I used to rely on were either dead for real like Lucy, or temporarily like Lisa, or stubbornly stupid like Lucas. Lucas has always been like that, I thought bitterly. I just forgot. My jaw clenched as the realization settled. So it's my fault, as always, stupid me for trusting him. I sighed, trying to shake off the weight pressing on my chest. I'm socially useless after all. The thought hit harder than I expected, lingering in the back of my mind like an unwelcome guest. Pushing the feelings aside, I tightened my grip on my virtual whip and took a deep breath. All right, I whispered to myself, forcing determination into my tone. If I could solo the hardest bosses on the test servers, I can do this. The resolve steadied me. With a quick glance at my map, I stepped forward into the world, ready to face whatever Rimelion could throw at me, alone. Let's not provoke admins by exploiting too much. I hate mud. Not just because it makes fighting harder, but because it gets everywhere. My heels, my robes, everything coated in the sticky, disgusting filth. And don't even get me started on the wolves. Grey Wolf Livy, 5. Type, 1 common HP, 1001 Suddo. Leave me alone, I hissed, glaring at the aggressive beast. It didn't care. Instead, it bounced around me, flinging mud in every direction as if mocking my concerns. My whip lashed out, but the wolf nimbly dodged, its muddy paws kicking up even more of the muck. Then, with a sharp feint to the right, it lunged, jaws snapping toward my calf. As if, I shouted, foreseeing the attack. My whip cracked in a swift counter, catching it mid-air with a satisfying snap. Before I could catch my breath, movement behind me made my skin prickle. Of course. Another stupid wolf, just as filthy as the first, leapt toward me. Its fur was so caked in mud, it was barely recognizable as a wolf, just a moving pile of muck hurtling my way. Wouldn't surprise me if it was an earth elemental. I spun in place, raising my shield just in time. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3, other damage halved. Suffered amount, 2000. System, stop the messages. I can't focus. I gritted my teeth, trying to shake off the notification. When I have a barony, I growled through clenched teeth, slashing with my whip again. You all shall either serve me or die. My words rang as the whip struck true, cutting through the mud and ending the fight. For my whip, mud also served as an armor, so no AP. Of course it does. Finally, the wolves collapsed, their defeated forms sinking slightly into the muck. The XP was welcome, but the mud-splattered mess left behind? Not so much. Of course I forgot, I muttered, brushing off a disgusting splatter on my robe. Chain lighting. Pitiful spark of energy hit the dead wolf, but hey, it counted anyway, enemy after all. To unlock a chain lightning, practice it, 2651,000 dollars. I glanced at the stream running nearby. Its clear water sparkled faintly in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the mud-coated battlefield it just endured. Without hesitation, I headed for it, jumping straight in. The water was icy, sending a sharp chill through me, but it washed away the grime in moments. Next, items must be self-cleaning and self-repairing, I thought bitterly as I examined my torn robe. The fabric was ripped in several places, evidence of the hits I hadn't blocked. I grunted in frustration, trying to piece it back together. At least I don't look like one of those filthy wolves now, I muttered to myself, shivering slightly as the chilly water dripped from my robe. As I wrung out the edges of my robe, the icy water still dripping from my sleeves, a strange voice called out from the opposite bank. Well, well, look, boys, who we have here. A lone priest. My head snapped up, my heart skipping a beat. At least 5 figures emerged from the shadows of the tree line, their forms silhouetted against the sunlight. The leader, a muscular boy with a grin, leaned casually against a spear, the tip slowly submerging in the mud. Treat or kill, girl. Chapter 47. The Selfie Bandits. Treat or kill, girl. The boy's attempt at intimidation was sad. An amateur PK clearly. As a warrior, rule number 1, don't get your weapon dirty. I shivered. That was because of the cold from the stream, not fear. I was mostly feeling sorry for his poor spear. It didn't deserve to be buried in mud like that. I wanted to retort something witty, but my brain refused to cooperate. Maybe it was the lack of wine or whiskey. Come on, buddy, work with me here. At least I narrowed my eyes at him and said, "You are?" The boy blinked, surprised by my question and probably confused. His bravado slipped for a moment before he puffed his chest and shouted, "Slow one, huh? This is robbery. Things or we kill." I felt my cheeks heat up from secondhand embarrassment. "Oh, honey. First," I said, motioning to the tip of his spear, which was now firmly and disgracefully lodged in the mud. "Spear out. Be threatening." He glanced down at his weapon and froze, the color draining from his face. The realization hit him hard, and in his panic, he yanked at the spear with far too much force. And the result? He toppled backward, landing flat on his rear with a wet splat. Second, I continued, fighting the urge to laugh as I motioned to the awkward formation of his group. There, my finger pointed toward the ground, where they all stood huddled together. Well, not there. Surround target. My Irwin voice was practiced and cold by now. "Scram," I ordered, letting the final word hang in the air for a beat before delivering the punchline with a smirk. "Thank you, Riker, for giving me this card," I pointed at myself. "Ranker." The boy's comrades exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence wavering as I fixed them with a glare. "She's the Charlie, rank 8, a girl in the rear squealed, her voice smashing through the awkward silence. Judging by her robes and the faint glow of a staff strapped to her back, she was clearly a mage. I tensed as she started moving toward me, practically bouncing with excitement. My mind raced through a dozen potential threats. Is she going to cast something? A trap? But then she stopped a few steps away, her cheeks suddenly pink as she asked, now shyly, "Can I get a selfie?" "No way," shouted one other, a bulky warrior type with a massive axe slung over his shoulder. "We're not here for—" "Quiet, Greg," the mage snapped, spinning around to glare at him before turning her hopeful gaze back to me. The leader, still trying to salvage his dignity, let out a long sigh and walked toward me at a measured pace, spear now miraculously clean but still looking worse for wear. He glanced at the mage, then at me, muttering, "Seriously? The selfie?" I stayed frozen, eyeing them all with suspicion. What are they playing at? But before I could decide, the mage was suddenly beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders like we were besties. "Say cheese," she chirped, holding up her interface and snapping a screenshot. And just like that, my suspicion evaporated, replaced by something far worse, social anxiety. My entire body stiffened as the rest of the group started crowding around me, their earlier aggression now replaced with starstruck awe. "Whoa, you really Charlie? The rank 8? The rogue of the group asked, a wiry guy who looked like had been surviving off stolen bread rolls. "I watched all of your vids. Boss fight was epic, but how you threw that Riker's bouncer around? Badass IRL, he actually made the motion." "What? They recorded that?" "Of course Riker did. I shouldn't trust him easily. Do you still have the Spear of Destiny?" "The bulky warrior?" Greg apparently blurted out, his earlier resentment completely forgotten. His eyes sparkled with admiration, which was deeply unsettling coming from someone who looked like he could bench press a beer barrel. "I heard you soloed Gulam Boss. Is that true?" "Raking marks it as rumor," the mage added, practically bouncing on her heels now. "You're way prettier in person," Greg added awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck as his gaze darted everywhere but at me. "Greg, stop being weird," the rogue muttered, elbowing him. I raised a hand weakly, trying to ward off the avalanche of attention. Thanks, I guess." Wait. The mage interrupted, grabbing her staff and holding it out toward me. "Can you sign this? Like, with magic? Magic autographs don't work." Greg groaned. "They fade after a week." "She doesn't have time for this," the leader barked, trying to regain some semblance of control. The moment he locked eyes with me, I could see it. The flicker of awe he was trying to hide, Wait, the rogue said suddenly, pointing at my still dripping robes. Why were you in the stream? Like, in it? I sighed, running a hand over my face. Mud. Wolves. Long story. Must be quite the story. The mage giggled, as though we were old friends sharing an inside joke. All right, I said firmly, taking a step back and raising both hands to create space. Look, stuff to do. So maybe, can we party with you? The mage asked, her eyes sparkling. No, I said immediately, shaking my head. This wasn't what I'd asked for when I was reminiscing about having nobody to go with. Please? Still no. You're so cool, Greg blurted out, his voice cracking slightly. True ice princess. This is why I prefer going alone. I'm on a very important quest. Solo. Sorry, I said firmly, glancing at their hopeful faces. The spark of excitement in their eyes dimmed almost instantly, and the crushing disappointment was practically tangible. Ugh, why do they have to look so pitiful? But I raised my hand, stopping their crushed spirits in their tracks. An idea formed, something that would let them feel important. If my ungrateful friend Lucas ever decides to return, maybe he'd learn a thing or two about gratitude. I reached into my inventory, pulling out an enchanting paper, its surface glinting faintly in the sunlight. With quick strokes, I jotted a note on it, careful to phrase it just right. Then, slipping off my ring, I pressed it to the parchment, leaving an official seal that glowed before fading into the paper. This company is under the service of Princess Charlie. Captain of Guards, please grant them a quest of importance. I handed it to the mage, who accepted it with trembling hands like it was a holy relic. I own East Fortification, I explained, my tone taking on Irwin's regal edge. Go there. Hand this over. There will be a gigantic battle in a few days, weeks, tops. Be ready. Fight on my side. With every moment, my confidence grew, and I could get out a few more words. The group stared at the parchment, then at me. Without waiting for a response, I turned on my heel and walked away, letting my robe swish dramatically behind me. Ugh, I'm such a show-off. Riker's flair is rubbing off on me, and not in a good way. As I strode away, I heard them calling after me, their voices brimming with excitement and awe. Goodbye, Princess Charlie. She's so cool. True ice princess. I couldn't help the small smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Well, at least they appreciated. As Catherine says, spread love. Lucas, you better be back soon. Meeting this bandit group of players wasn't on my itinerary, but at least it improved my mood. Until I saw more wolves. I swear to the ice blood god, I grumbled, glaring at the muddy path ahead. If I have to fight them the entire way. The universe answered with a resounding yes. For hours, I slogged through wave after wave of wolves, each more annoying than the last. The XP was fine, but it felt like a complete waste of time. Unfortunately, avoiding them wasn't an option. They seemed to materialize anywhere the ground was muddy, which, of course, was everywhere. By the time I finally reached the hills, I was battered, mud-streaked, and muttering curses under my breath. At least there, the landscape shifted. And, apparently, the system was happy I created the runes for my lighting and used it on a perceived enemy. I hate you, mud. I hit the ground with my spark, and it connected. To unlock a chain lightning, practice it. 7512,000's gentle slopes rolled upward, and an ancient, ruined road stretched out before me. The path led toward Yaru, a place about I spoke to the children. What the heck? The road itself had scars of conquest, its cobblestones cracked and worn. The Empire had destroyed it during their campaign against us. Charlie, elven conquest, not mine. I wasn't there, was I? My memories were frustratingly fuzzy. I must have read about it somewhere, but the images in my head felt oddly vivid, like déjà vu. Nonsense. The problem wasn't the road itself, though. It was the fact that it wasn't empty. Sure, I could avoid it, trudge through the mud, and continue battling wolves until I collapsed. Or I could stick to the road, mud-free, but face tougher enemies. Decision. Hopping between the remaining cobblestones, I advanced slowly, scanning the area for movement. It didn't take long before my first opponent revealed itself. Guardian Levy. 9. Type. 3 rare HP. 180180. The creature emerged from the side of the road, a blend of nature and earth molded into a bipedal thing. Its body was squat and beefy, almost as armored dwarf or Italian trying to drink whiskey, though its proportions were oddly weird. Its legs were too long, bending at strange angles, and its thick, bark-covered torso bristled with stones and sprouting twigs. "Great," I muttered under my breath, raising my whip and shield. "Let's see how this goes." The creature's head was almost plain, save for two faintly glowing eyes that followed me as I circled, my steps evading the patches of mud. Its movements mirrored mine, its twig-like appendages moving with anticipation as it shifted to show its side, its feet locked into a precise stance, a classic elven dueling position. "Ah, my friend," I said, a grin tugging at my lips despite the tension. "Elven classic style? Your swordplay is as easy to read as drinking Jameson." I widened my stance, raising my shield in one hand and whip in the other. "Come at me." My grin grew as I moved, adopting the imperial dueling style, stepping forward with practiced precision. That was, until I remembered one very important detail. I didn't have a sword. I had a whip. My good mood deflated faster than a punctured barrel. The Guardian didn't hesitate. Sensing my moment of hesitation, it advanced with a predictable, textbook maneuver classic to its style, but still dangerously effective. I barely raised my shield in time to meet the attack. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 5-2 new milestone. To unlock a block an attack, 1001 1000. Ouchie, I hissed as the impact drove me back a few steps. My pitiful strength showed its teeth again. It wasn't enough to hold my ground, even with a perfect block. My arms ached from the reverberation, but I gritted my teeth and retaliated immediately, my whip snapping forward with a sharp crack. Armor not pierced. Target lost 3 HP, 62 normal damage. "Oh, come on," I groaned, watching as the creature barely flinched, its sturdy body absorbing the attack like it was nothing. "It'll take forever." So I started casting instead. "Ice Dance," I shouted as the runes flared to life. Frost burst forth, cascading like a shimmering rain and coating the ground in a thin, crystalline sheet. Freezing mud. The Guardian's movement slowed as the ice crept up its legs, the satisfying crack of freezing twigs making me feel even happier. If I could read its moves before, now I could predict them. The frost emphasized every subtle twitch of its stance, every telegraph shift of weight. But it wasn't just the ice, it was Ice Dance. With my 62 intelligence, the spell packed a serious punch. Armor not pierced. Target lost 12 HP, 62 normal, 9 ice damage. 4 times damage, baby! I squealed, unable to contain my glee as I saw the Guardian's health bar dip for the first time. The creature didn't seem pleased. It lunged forward, its twig-covered limbs lashing out in a calculated strike aimed for my feet. But with the icy surface beneath me and my heels anchoring me, its attack was sluggish and predictable. I simply slid my foot out of the way, my movements fluid and almost playful. "Too slow, twig boy," I taunted, grinning as frost continued to swirl around me. The Guardian hesitated, its glowing eyes narrowing, or maybe that was just my imagination as it recalibrated its approach. But I wasn't worried. Why? The mud was frozen. Chapter 48, The Threshold. With the path to Yaru now clearly visible, I pressed forward. My advance was slow. Ice Dance had an annoyingly long cooldown, and I wasn't about to get caught without it. And most importantly, mud is demon spawn. Electricity surged forth the ground. To unlock a chain lightning, practice it. 1001 Congratulations, you unlocked the chain lightning spell. You know how to cast it. I could not hide my grin. Finally, something going my way. Then I got too excited and ran toward a hill, and my heel got stuck in the mud. You have to be. Despite my irritation, I made decent progress, cresting a hill just as the famous dungeon came into view. There it was. Yari. Its broken spires rose into the sky like broken teeth, its crumbling walls draped in moss and ivy, all implying glory long since faded. The wind whistled sadly through the ruins, carrying with it a strange sense of foreboding. "Not sure if I should keep walking on the road," I muttered, eyeing the ancient path ahead. Guardians, big ones. Defended, uncleared dungeon entrances, and Yaru didn't look particularly welcoming. Nah, I can take them down. My inner bravado surged, though it didn't stop me from slowing my pace. Let's drink before a little. Though I took a swing of wine and let that sweet alcohol empower me. I moved cautiously, scanning the surroundings with every step. The strange guardians that had dotted the way here had stopped appearing entirely, which only made the silence more disturbing. Something's up. As I approached the sixth decrepit gate, its arch barely holding together under the weight of time, sharp voices rang out from both sides of the path. "Halt!" I froze mid-step, my heart skipping a beat. The voices were commanding, deep, and perfectly synchronized. My eyes darted to the left, then the right, but whoever or whatever had spoken hid in the shadows of the ruined walls. "Identify yourself," the voice from the left commanded, authoritative. "Princess Charlie," I responded, though it sounded more like a question than an answer. Princess?" The surprise was palpable as both figures stepped into the light. They wore the armor of provincial imperial guards, functional but clearly suffering from a tight budget. As usual, they also paid me badly. The plates were sturdy but patched in places, the wear and tear speaking of countless repairs. Their weapons pristine though, as they should, the steel gleaming even in the muted light. Both guards were men, their faces obscured by closed helmets that had signs of their elven race, elegant curves ingrained into the design. "Yes, I came back to." I hesitated briefly, testing my luck. "Elim." "Ha!" Still not censored. "Is this the capital city of Yaru?" Both guards exchanged awkward glances, their postures stiffening. They were elves, yet clearly in service to the Empire, not the Elven Kingdom. "Yes, Your Majesty," the left one finally replied, "but they told us to stop anyone coming in." "We have to fight?" I asked, already reaching to unfasten my whip. "I'd rather not." My gaze flicked over their armor, solid, hard to penetrate. "And besides, they're people, not monsters." "If you turn around, we don't have to, Your Majesty," the left guard suggested hesitantly. "Yes, exactly," echoed the right one, nodding vigorously. I hesitated, weighing my options. "System, what's my right to rule? Congratulations, you unlocked the right to rule stat." "Right to rule, 44. What? That high?" My mind spun. "How?" But it didn't matter. This changed everything. "Soldiers," I barked, letting my tone shift into one of imperial authority. Days as sergeant showing. "I am also an Empire Baronetess." "Is that how you treat a noble of the Empire?" I demanded, raising my hand with a flourish to show them my ring. While running around the imperial court, I'd learned a thing or two about dramatics, and Riker reminded me how important that was, and now was the time to use them. The guards froze, then dropped to their knees, their movements stiff and reluctant, but undeniable. "Good," I commented coolly, slipping my whip back into place as I stepped forward. "Now we're getting somewhere." "By law, I could have you executed," I said, letting the weight of the words settle on them for a moment. Their bodies tensed, their hands twitching slightly toward their weapons. But that would be a silly notion. Their shoulders slackened slightly, confusion flickering in their postures. I pressed on before they could recover. "Instead," I continued, my tone shifting to something almost gracious, "I commend you for your dedication and duty. We need good men like you. Therese, a war on the horizon." I allowed the weight of my words to sink in before delivering the name that would stir any elven heart. "Mother Erwin is rising." That did it. Their stiff, kneeling forms practically vibrated with emotion, and if my right to rule had been any lower, they might have stood to challenge me. But as it was, they remained on their knees, hanging on my every word. "Do you know what that means?" I asked sharply, my voice ringing with authority. "It's time to get our kingdom back," they answered in unison, their voices brimming with a mix of pride and resolve. But then the left guard hesitated, glancing at me nervously. "But you are an Empire noble, Your Majesty?" I took a moment before answering, deliberately waiting with my response. The Empress did that a lot, and it was infuriating and effective. "Mother has to declare war into the hands of someone," I explained, "to soften the impact of the god of war. That someone, and they'll give her a fight she won't forget. A fight worthy of a princess." Their eyes widened, and I motioned toward the looming ruins. "But for that, I need something from our homeland." The right guard straightened slightly, his voice hesitant but filled with hope. "As you command, Baronetess. Are we dismissed from our posts? Can we return and fight alongside forces in the war?" His words faltered, barely masking the fact that he was asking for permission to desert. I gave him a sharp nod. "Yes." "You are relieved from your posts. Report to village number 17. Their reactions were immediate. "Yes, Baronetess. Right away, they said, snapping to attention before marching briskly toward the gate without so much as a backward glance. I blinked, surprised by their abrupt departure. What? I muttered under my breath, watching them disappear into the distance. Well, that happened. Lucas' apartment, day before. When Lucas finally got home, the exhaustion of the day hit him like a Charlie slap. Dropping his jacket carelessly over the back of a chair, he sank onto the worn couch in his living room, picking up the half-drank can of energy drink. His fingers moved quickly over his hollow screen, sending all the intel to Pearl. Another task dumped on her plate, another debt added to the growing ledger of favors he owed. Maybe Charlie's right, he thought, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Speaking of Charlie, he muttered, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his comm. The device flickered to life in his hand, and he shook his head with a smirk. After the meeting with Riker, had forgotten to turn it off. The battery, against all odds, hadn't run out. He stared at the device for a moment, debating. Finally, he issued the command, AI, analyze my dialogue with Charlie. Analyze what I did wrong. The comm hummed in response, his local AI lighting up with streams of data as it began passing his request. Analysis complete, a crisp, formal British female voice announced. Complimenting Charlie's appearance while she was clearly upset came across as dismissive. While it deflected the immediate tension, it failed to address her concerns. Statements like the money's just a bonus undermined her efforts and the risks she took. Lucas winced, running a hand through his hair as the weight of the words settled over him. Charlie wanted transparency, not sharing. Stop, Lucas interrupted, frustration overtaking him as he kicked the table. Tell me what to do. Recommendation, the AI replied, its tone as dispassionate as ever. Acknowledge her contributions, share details openly, and prioritize the relationship when it matters. The comm fell silent, leaving Lucas alone with his thoughts, staring at the glowing screen. Ruthless, he muttered, shaking his head. But he couldn't argue with it, because it wasn't the first time this had happened. I screwed up. Head set his alarm later than usual, enjoying the chance to sleep off the chaos of the previous night, and maybe to delay facing Charlie. Maybe. The alarm eventually woke him, and he lay in bed, staring at the golden lace ceiling above. I actually pulled it off, he thought, a small smirk tugging at his lips. His crazy plan, against all odds, had succeeded. But then, like an unwelcome guest, another thought crept in. Maybe it cost me Charlie. He frowned, trying to shake it off, dismissing the weight in his chest as a leftover from the stress of the night. With a grunt, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, pushing himself upright. There was no time for regret. Not yet. Sure, there had been setbacks. Losing all his money initially wasn't ideal, but that was just a temporary inconvenience. The results mattered, and they spoke for themselves. He now had the intel he needed, info on the two people who were on his tail. Acting alone. That detail had been crucial. They weren't operating under orders from higher-ups. They were rogue, just two loose ends that he could handle. But first, he grabbed his hollow keyboard, quickly opening the Riker's Rimelion ranking. Scrolling through the interface, he navigated to Charlie's page. Yesterday? He blurted out as a new video caught his attention. Riker's tower. His pulse quickened as he clicked on it. Was he in it? Did they catch him? He held his breath as the video began, but exhaled in relief as the camera focused squarely on Charlie. She was breathtaking. Dressed in an insanely elegant blue and white dress, she gave off a raw confidence as she strode toward the side entrance. The dress clung to her in all the right ways, almost glowing subtly in the dim light. Where did she even get that dress, he wondered, equal parts impressed and curious. And how did she look more stunning every day? Then there was the tone, that frosty, domineering tone she used when dealing with the guards. It sent a chill down his spine. Ha ha! Lucas chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. What am I doing? She may never talk to me again, but he couldn't stop watching. The video continued, and his amusement quickly turned to wide-eyed amazement. After a brief exchange with the guards, Charlie moved fast. In one fluid motion, she closed the distance to the nearest guard and sent his head crashing into the wall with a precise strike. The impact was brutal, the guard crumpling under her attack. Lucas' jaw dropped. Has John been secretly learning martial arts or something? He muttered to himself, replaying the moment. That wasn't just a lucky move, it was controlled, decisive. This wasn't something they covered in basic army CQC. He leaned back against the headboard, still staring at the video. There was so much about Charlie, about John, he didn't know anymore. And somehow, that only made him admire her more, so he checked all the photos and videos. A chime alerted Lucas that Pearl had hacked into his system. Again. "Hi, Pearl," he said casually, addressing the surrounding air. "Hi, Lucky Lucas," she chirped, her voice bright and cheerful, maybe too cheerful. "I got the info. Amazing work. How did you pull it off?" Riker's not exactly the sharing type, especially with something this big. All it took was inviting Charlie there. Lucas grinned, leaning back in his chair. She chatted with him, and he handed it over. "I just love her." There was a pause, a small one, but it lingered just enough for Lucas to notice. "Yeah." Pearl's tone dipped, losing some of its earlier enthusiasm. "Well, what matters is that you succeeded. Now we can move into phase 2 of the plan. When's Charlie coming?" "She isn't," Lucas admitted, his tone heavier now. "I've already burdened her more than I should. I need to stop relying on her and just handle this myself. Be a man, clean up my own mess." "You also cutting me out?" she asked quickly, her voice flat. Lucas let out a surprised laugh, shaking his head as he stood. "You? You came up with the idea. How could I do that to you?" His grin widened, the usual confidence returning. "We're a team, you and me, and we're the best damn hackers in the city. 2 morons can't stop us." Pearl laughed, though it sounded strained. "Yeah, you and me. So, Pearl, what's the first step?" Lucas asked as he walked to his computer, only to notice immediately her handiwork. How she hacked him. No point leaving that in. "So, the first." She started, but he quickly patched the code and restarted the router, cutting off Pearl's connection mid-sentence. She wasn't out for long. "That was rude," she laughed as her voice returned, amused rather than angry. Lucas, meanwhile, was scanning for gaps in his defenses. "Damn, you're good," he admitted begrudgingly, narrowing his eyes at the logs. "Of course I am," she replied smugly. "The only one who could do it, mind you. Now, as I was saying, step 1 is scouting out the place. It's in the slums, pretty dangerous, so bring a gun. According to the intel, you're not the only one." "Got you," Lucas interrupted, grinning triumphantly as he located a permissions exploit in his firewall and patched it. Pearl's voice cut out for 10 seconds. A new personal record. "Lucas," she returned, her tone playfully furious. "That was just uncalled for. Don't force me to use a 0-day exploits. Anyway, that's all you need to know for now. I'll tell you the rest on site." "Thanks, and Pearl, personal question?" Lucas hesitated. The line was silent for a few seconds, then her voice came back, a little wary. "What is it? Am I selfish? The AI told me I'm not sharing enough, or that I deflect blame." "Lucas," her frustration burst through. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't ask an AI how to live your life. Soulless machines know nothing about being human. You've got to feel it for yourself." Then she added quietly, "But you are the densest human alive." Her voice softened slightly, carrying a sound of something deeper. "That's why I wanted us to meet in person, before her." Lucas leaned back in his chair. He was confused, but her answer confirmed his screw-up, so he was happy, until Pearl's next words hit him like a cold slab. "By the way," she added casually, though her tone wasn't, "have you told her yet?" "Told her what?" Lucas froze mid-motion. "That she isn't the first Charlie," Pearl said, her voice turning deadly serious. His grin vanished, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow. "No, not yet. The time wasn't right." "Lucas," Pearl sighed heavily, and for the first time her usual confidence cracked. "The time never will be right. If you don't tell her soon, I will." Chapter 49. Beneath Yaru's walls. After the guard's far too abrupt departure, I refocused on the task at hand. They must have been the guardians of the dungeon, I reasoned, brushing off their hasty exit. Turning my attention back to the ruined path ahead, I walked toward the city. I'd never been here myself. Yari was a spot the other testers favored. One time, it was the talk of the break room for its exploits and bugs. "See, Riker? This world can't be real. We found exploits in test servers." I grinned faintly at the memory, but it didn't last. The grin vanished as something more troubling crossed my mind. Wait, how could I forget? The Queen of Yaru, Erwin's ancestor and, according to the law, mine as well, was famous for her petrification magic, turning anything and everything into stone. As a result, all the monsters in her domain were, well, stone-based creatures, meaning my whip is useless here. Why, yai! I groaned, throwing my hands into the air in despair as I passed through the last gate. The city of Yaru stretched out before me, a sprawling metropolis of decay and destruction. The once majestic stone walls, now rugged and crumbling, bore deep scars touched by time and conquest. Tattered imperial banners clung desperately to weathered arches, their insignias faded to near oblivion. What a waste! I'd collect them. A fellow sergeant used to pay for them after every battle, not these old ones. Shattered rubble and scorched earth lined the streets, a sign of a brutal campaign that had reduced the elven luxury to desolate remnants of defiance. The elven spires now sagged, covered in moss and ivy, their rebellion eroded by decades of neglect. Well, they deserved it. If I believed the imperial books, which I shouldn't, the old elven kingdom was brutal to any non-elf. That was a fact. Humans were unkind to them. They retaliated with also not being kind, and the rest is history. History now scattered at my feet. Ha! Funny. Ian's journey. The sharp tighting of Ian's daggers finishing the last burrower echoed through the cavern, the sound fading into the damp silence. It hadn't been easy, cutting through the waves of mobs in these twisting tunnels, but it was necessary. He stood over the twitching body for a moment, his self-satisfied smile hidden in the shadows of his hood. Done. Coastal caverns were a maze of tunnels, carved over generations of burrowers that seemed to burst from the earth at random. The air was heavy with salt and damp, every sound distorted by echoes, making Ian just sick. He nodded curtly at the passing elven warriors, his posture straight and commanding, as though he were their superior. They nodded back, most out of habit, but Ian wasn't their leader. No, he was meeting one. He stopped outside a granda tent, the canvas polished with elven symbols stitched into the edges. Without hesitation, he swept the flap aside and stepped in. A man sat at a sturdy wooden table, his silver armor polished, every inch inscribed with glowing runes. Beside him, a black and gold sword hovered in the air, its blade shimmering, looking for enemies. Prince Don Liv 15 type, 5 epic HP, 3035 OD. Donovan's eyes lifted from the documents spread across the table, his face as sharp as his sword. "Ah, Ian," he said, his loud voice commanding. "The job is done, I presume?" Ian immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head in a show of deference. "Yes, my lord. All that remains is the main nest." "Splendid," Donovan replied, setting the documents aside with an air of finality. His gaze lingered on Ian, calculating. "You have proven yourself the perfect servant. As such, I have decided to grant you the mission." Ian tensed slightly, his heart picking up its pace even as he stayed perfectly still. "You," Donovan continued, "will be our last resort. You will infiltrate Princess Charlie's inner circle and become the instrument of our victory. Advance in nobility and hurt John? Perfect." A faint chime rang in Ian's ears, accompanied by the unmistakable flicker of the system notification. "You are offered an epic quest. Empire shall fall. Spy." Ian allowed himself a slow, measured breath, his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. The perfect servant, huh? Inside Yaru dungeon. Something moved faster than I expected, and a sharp, searing pain shot through my left side. Soldier of Stone Levy, 12. Type, 2 uncommon HP, 26216. My gaze snapped to the mugger. A golem, its towering form carved entirely from weathered stone. It stood tall and threatening, its design mimicking a standard infantry soldier, complete with a chipped but deadly sword and a cracked shield held in his hands. The faint glow of runes inscribed into its surface pulsed like a heartbeat. I had only a split second to react. Gritting my teeth, I raised my shield and barely intercepted its next strike. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 7. "The hell were you doing?" I shouted, my voice a mix of pain and panic as I staggered back. The impact had left my arm trembling, the force of the blow sending numbness down to my bones. Runes for healing were easy by now. With a flick of my fingers and a sharp breath, I chanted, "Heal." You healed yourself for 18 HP. As I thought, it was all made of stone, modeled after standard infantry, wearing a spear and shield, moving fast. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 6. The golem advanced again, its stone joints grinding as it moved with frightening speed, its sword carving an arc through the air that sent a gust of wind rushing past me. "You're all stone anyway," I muttered bitterly, eyeing its rocky armor, thick to most attacks, but also redundant considering its entire body was just as solid. Useless. It lunged again, and I barely sidestepped in time, the blade slicing through the space where it'd just been standing. Dust and fragments of debris kicked up around me, stinging my face. I started casting my new spell. Golems were the stupid, small, natural things, annoying pests at best. Golems, though, they were the real deal made by mages. And I felt that every crushing blow driving home just how outclassed I was. I'm a priest, not a tank. I yelled at the construct, half in frustration, half in desperation. The words, of course, were for my enjoyment only. Its glowing eyes locked onto me as it shifted its stance, readying another attack. "How do you fight something like that?" "Same as mudwolves," I muttered, retreating a few paces to buy time. My grin spread as I finished tracing the runes in the air. Chain lightning. Conventional wisdom might argue that stone counters electricity. Conventional wisdom would be stupid. The arc of lightning crackled to life, leaping from my fingertips and striking the golem square in the head. The flash illuminated its broken features as electricity danced over its head, seeking weaknesses in the solid stone. It found some. Critical hit. Target lost 32 HP, 60x2. That did the trick. My intelligence stat may not have been sky high, but it was high enough to let me moonlight as a budget mage. The golem recoiled, its glowing runes flickering erratically as the energy disrupted its movements. But there was just one problem. The spell had a long cooldown. The golem recovered quicker than I expected, pivoting with an unsettling speed. Its blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at my unguarded side. My heart leapt into my throat as I realized my mistake. It left myself wide open in my glee over the successful hit. Move. Now. My reflexes kicked in just in time. I swung my shield into place, bracing for the impact. The blade connected with a deafening clang that rattled my entire body. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3, other damage halved. Suffered amount, 7. The force of the strike sent me sliding back, my heels skidding against the cracked cobblestones. My arms screamed in protest, but I didn't dare lower my shield. The golem's glowing eyes locked onto me, unrelenting. It pressed on with another swing, capitalizing on my imbalance with a relentless force. "You're 20 years early," I muttered, drawing on years of grueling imperial footwork drills. My stance shifted instinctively, weight distributed to my back foot as I readied myself. This wasn't just any dodge, it was precision. I darted to the side, placing my foot on an uneven stone that jutted out from the broken road. The move was risky. Balancing on it required more finesse than strength, exactly what I need. My body twisted fluidly, the golem's massive blade slicing harmlessly through the air where it'd just been. The moment its momentum carried it forward, I planted my weight on the stone and sprang into action. Launching myself sideways with a sharp pivot, I found my footing and delivered a swift, calculated kick to the golem's knee. The impact echoed with a satisfying crack as it lost its balance, its massive body toppling to the ground like a drunken German. "Down," I laughed triumphantly, a grin spreading across my face until the weight of reality hit me. My laughter turned into a bitter smile. I had no sword to capitalize on its vulnerable position, no way to strike a decisive blow. Using my whip, I at least made it to know who was the boss here. Armor not pierced. Target lost 3 HP, 62 normal. All I could do was watch as it stirred, its heavy limbs grinding against the ground as it rose again. I don't want to rely on ice dance again. "I'm not a one-trick pony," I muttered under my breath, watching the golem limp toward me. Its movements were sluggish now, its damaged knee grinding audibly with every step. At least, that kick had done something. I finally put down the annoying enemy after a few grueling minutes. My arms ached, and my mana reserves were embarrassingly low. I overestimated myself. This place wasn't for players like me, not at measly level 7 with no class upgrade. No, this dungeon was a playground for level 10s and their shiny new skills. Skills I didn't have, and I couldn't just exploit the heck out of it like the testers used to. The admins, and especially AIs, were watching, and staying low-key was important. That's why I was creeping around the rubble now, moving as if I were trying to step out of a bar without paying my tab. The parallel wasn't far off. As in the bar, stealth was useless. I was a priest, no presence of any hiding skills in sight. My heart pounded as I tiptoed over the uneven stones, each step painstakingly measured. Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. But, of course, Nathan had other plans. My foot landed on a precariously balanced chunk of rubble, and the inevitable happened. A rain of loose stones cascaded noisily down the slope, tumbling toward the feet of two patrolling golems. Oh boy. Both constructs stopped mid-step, their glowing eyes snapping toward the source of the noise. Oopsie? I squeaked, a weak grin plastered on my face, before bolting toward the gate and starting the runes for my spell. Behind me, the golems reacted with alarming speed, their movements precise. One hurled a spear with imperial accuracy, the weapon embedding itself into the ground right where it'd been standing a split second earlier. The echo of the spear's impact rang out, and I didn't dare look back. The pounding of my heels against the ground mixed with the grinding of stone as they gave chase. Why am I like this? I'm not weak. I can do these runes in my sleep now. As the pounding of stone feet closed in behind me, I skidded to a halt, pivoting sharply. Chain lightning, I shouted, channeling my mana into the spell. The air crackled with energy, and a blinding arc of lightning surged from my fingertips, striking the first golem square in the chest. The force of the hit sent cracks spiderwebbing across its stone surface. But the energy didn't stop there. It leapt with ferocious precision to the second golem, coiling around its craggy body as if alive, seeking every weak point. The spell didn't end with one round, it was persistent. The arc snapped back to the first golem, surging through its body once more before returning to the second. Over and over, the energy bounced between them, each strike carving deeper into their stone forms, exploiting every fracture it found. The battlefield lit up with every hit, the golems jerking like broken marionettes under the spell, before its power waned. The last arcs fizzled out with a soft crack, leaving only scorched marks on their bodies. Critical hit. Target lost 32 HP, 16x2's critical hit. Target lost 24 HP's 12x2's critical hit. Target lost 18 HP, 9x2, critical hit. Target lost 12 HP, 6x2, critical hit, critical hit. Target lost 6 HP, 3x2, Holy Nathan. The words spilled out before I could stop myself, my eyes widening at the devastation before me. Both golems had frozen mid-stride, their glowing runes flickering weakly, as if stunned by the sheer force of the attack. I chose this spell because it was recommended as OP, I muttered, unable to tear my gaze away from the smoking golems as they started moving. But it really is. No wonder they agreed it's one of the most useful inherent spells. The faint hum of their runes reminded me I forgot my plan to run. Oopsie, I muttered under my breath, raising my shield just in time. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage. 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount. 7. Their coordination was flawless, each strike flowing with the other, covering weaknesses. If I were their instructor, I'd be handing out praise right now. But I wasn't. I was the target. Kind of dying here. Ice Dance to the rescue. Desperation surged in me as I staggered back, angling myself toward a crumbling wall, starting the runes for Ice Dance. If nothing else, it would limit their flanking. But as I pressed my back to the cold stone, a sound of scraping earth filled the air. I froze as another figure emerged from the shadows, a third golem. I might die here. Chapter 50. Stones, Spears, and Silk. Taking on 2 enemies? Doable. Taking on 3? Nope. My instincts screamed at me to move, and I darted toward the only option, the empty street to my right. Raising my shield, I angled it to deflect the incoming blows. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 7. 2. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 7. Each strike sent shocks of pain up my arm, but I used the momentum to propel myself forward. The sudden burst of speed almost sent me sprawling, my feet skidding awkwardly over the uneven ground as I stumbled into the street. No time to recover. I straightened up and sprinted as fast as I could. Behind me, the grinding scrape of stone on stone reverberated through the crumbling walls. The golems were determined, their footsteps closing in as I pushed myself harder. Finally, I reached my moment. Digging in my heels, I turned sharply, raising my hand. Ice dance. The runes flared to life as frost erupted from me, spreading out in a glittering wave. The icy sheet crept across the street, encasing everything in its path, including the three golems. They were close now. Too close. Two charging side by side, with the third trailing slightly behind. "Let's dance on the ice then," I shouted, planting my heels firmly to anchor myself. My whip lashed out, snapping through the frozen air with precision. It struck the more injured golem squarely on the head. Armor not pierced. Target lost 30 HP, 62 normal, 10 ice. From all that damage, my blood was already turning to ice, boosting my ice damage even further. Take that. As they closed in, I started backing away toward the dungeon center. If I can't go there silently, let's make some noise, I miscalculated. Making noise was not a good idea, at all. A nervous glance over my shoulder confirmed my fears. At least 10 of the stone soldiers had joined the chase, moving in frightening synchronization like a relentless unit. I gulped, pulse quickening. Why am I having so many problems since I came back? I should be walking over these noobish players and mobs like they're nothing. In full sprint, I turned a corner and nearly skidded into another patrol. 2 more soldiers stood in my path, their glowing runes flaring as they registered my presence. With a resigned sigh, I muttered, "You know the drill." I gave them a half-hearted wave. It wasn't necessary, but it kept my spirits up. Without waiting for a reaction, I bolted in the opposite direction, hearing the crunch of stone feet as they joined the growing mob behind me. My fingers worked the runes on instinct. Salvation was in the only ace I had left off cooldown. "Chain lightning!" I shouted, pivoting mid-run to unleash the spell. The crackling arc surged through the air, striking the lead soldier with a blinding flash before leaping to the others. The first row stumbled, their precise movements faltering as the energy coursed through them. Critical hit. Target lost 32 HP, 16x2's critical hit. Target lost 24 HP, 12x2's critical hit. Target lost 18 HP, 9x2's critical hit. Target lost 12 HP, 6x2's critical hit. Target lost 6 HP, 3x2. The temporary reprieve gave me just enough time to put some distance between us, but not enough to lose them. Their steps fell back into rhythm, the sound of their pursuit echoing louder with each second. My gaze locked on the palace building ahead, one of the few structures still standing amidst the ruins. Running aimlessly wasn't an option. Not that running was a poor plan, absolutely not. The palace's towering silhouette loomed over the dungeon. That's the plan, I thought, forcing my legs to pump harder. Get there. How ill save myself when I reached the place? I grimaced as the sound of grinding stone grew closer behind me. Well, that's future Charlie problem. Damn you, past Charlie. I cursed myself, breath ragged as I stumbled into what once might have been the palace gardens. Well, gardens might have been generous. The area was a chaotic mix of nature reclaiming ruins, trees and shrubs forcing their way through crumbled stone and rubble. What was probably once a fountain now stood as a sad, moss-covered basin, cracked and empty, a single vine curling over its rim like a flag of surrender. Behind me, the relentless scrape of stone feet grew louder as my unwanted entourage poured in after me. "This is where we part ways," I shouted over my shoulder. "Thanks for accompanying me home." My sarcasm hit as hard as my wit. Not at all. The golems remained unimpressed and undeterred. Ahead, the palace walls soared, its weathered facade a mix of grandeur and decay. And, of course, the entrance was guarded by 4 more soldiers. Because why not? The more the merrier. Spears whistled through the air, one embedding itself into the broken ground mere inches from my feet. I zigzagged on instinct, narrowly avoiding another that clattered harmlessly against a half-buried piece of rubble. It learned my lesson a few times already. Don't get skewered. Desperately scanning my surroundings, I spotted a broken window up ahead. It was my only way in. A flicker of hope flared before reality doused it. The window was high, perched above a dead end. I skidded near the bend, my heart pounding in my ears. 2 options. First, keep running blindly, hope for the best, and pray I stumble across another way in. Unlikely. Second, charge straight to the dead end, jump, and pray I could make it through that window. If I failed, the image of myself cornered with no escape flashed in my mind. Then it'd be time for Plan DD, as in Ice Dance Last Stand. The grinding stone grew deafening. Decision time. In a luxurious mansion, Lisa stretched sluggishly, the silk sheets slipping down her shoulders as the soft sound of her wake-up system filled the room. The curtains slid open just enough to let in a blazing streak of sunlight, the heat rushing in and forcing her to squint. "Good morning, Miss Lisa," Droid V6 intoned smoothly from its station near her bed. "Your latte is ready." She groaned softly, sitting up with a yawn. The rich scent of fresh coffee filled the air, and her eyes landed on the tray beside her. A steaming latte and a small bowl of what could only be described as healthy food awaited her. Her hand reached for the latte first, the warm cup grounding her as she took a sip. The creamy blend nudged her groggy mind awake. She swung her legs off the bed, her bare feet sinking into the plush carpet as she stood. "Outfit suggestions for today?" she asked lazily, ambling into her walk-in closet. "Based on your preferences, I've prepared 3 looks," the V6 replied, projecting holographic images into the air with pre-programmed precision. Lisa scanned the options. "Casual chic," she said with a snap of her fingers, and the automated rack slid forward, presenting perfectly coordinated clothes, a blazer, trousers, and casual yet stylish shoes. Ignoring the healthy food entirely, Lisa moved to her living room, latte in hand. She sank into her usual spot on the oversized couch, her legs curling beneath her as she scrolled through her feed, the morning sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains. "Catherine released a new video?" she mused aloud, sipping her coffee. Her eyes flicked to the droid, but it was pacing in and out of the doorway again, stuck in the same irritating loop. "I thought Papa said he'd look into that," she muttered under her breath, but the thought faded as she clicked on the video thumbnail, sending it into their holo projector to view in full 3D. It opened with a scene from Rimelion. Catherine and Charlie, cute as ever, standing under a spell that seemed to shield them from some monster in the background. "Catherine, pull out a teleport scroll, now!" "Marketplace," Charlie's commanding voice rang out. Lisa chuckled, shaking her head. She already knew where this was going. Catherine turned to Charlie. "No, always meet with Glory. They know each other?" Lisa murmured to the droid, her brow furrowing. She glanced back at V6, still caught in its frustrating, unresponsive loop. With a sigh, she turned back to the screen. Catherine was amazing. Lisa found herself on the edge of her seat, completely fascinated by the video. The flames, those stunning, holy flames. They danced across the room with such fierce beauty that Lisa almost forgot to breathe. When the video ended, a link to Riker's Rimelion ranking page appeared. Curious, Lisa clicked it and scrolled down to see Catherine's rank. "Ranked 19th?" she murmured, her jaw dropping slightly. "Whoa!" Jealousy bubbled up, but not the bitter kind. More the, I need to congratulate her and maybe steal her secrets kind. She pulled up her friend's contact. Lisa hesitated, her finger still hovering over the pressed call icon. Would Catherine even pick up? She had died at the end of the video, so maybe. "Ahoj, Lisa." Catherine's face lit up the projection, cheerful as ever. Lisa blinked, surprised by how quickly the call connected. "Sorry about Dimitri. That hit her like her instructor's wooden ruler." "Hey, Kit." Lisa forced a bright tone, working hard to suppress her now sour mood. "You can't pick your fiancé, so it's okay. You don't have to defend that evil boy." Catherine's smile wavered, a flicker of guilt passing over her face. "Still not cool, Yara friend," Lisa sighed, waving it off. "Maybe that's why he did it, to show his superiority. Which, yeah, sadly he is. But that's not why I called." She leaned forward, her excitement bubbling to the surface. "Congrats on hitting 19th place on RRR." Catherine's cheeks turned pink as a shy smile spread across her face. "Charlie's work, not Mojay," she called Angel. "Angel?" Lisa's eyes widened, and she practically slid to the edge of her seat. "She's so curt." "How'd you know her?" Catherine hesitated, her smile turning a little mischievous. "CatFan69. Lisa froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Wait, CatFan69 is Charlie? The super cute ice princess is your mysterious strategist?" Catherine grinned as she nodded. Lisa laughed even harder, clutching her stomach. "Oh, that's hilarious. She's adorable and brilliant." Well, she helped me with enchanting. But this, Charlie's eighth, Catherine added casually, a sly grin on her face, before ending the connection, as if it was Catherine's doing she was eighth. What? Lisa's yell echoed through the now empty room. Propelled by disbelief, she hurriedly navigated to the top 10 section of the rankings. The profiles there were even more detailed. And there she was, Charlie. 8th place. Alongside the data, a collection of videos was linked. One caught her attention, a real-life clip of Charlie in Riker's tower. Lisa stared, her jaw slackening. That cute Charlie? After watching it, Lisa shook her head, chuckling to herself. Riker and his games, she muttered. The man could turn even the smallest interaction into a battlefield of wits. Her gaze flicked back to the list of videos. V6, get me some chips, she called, not wanting to move from her spot. The droid's usual hum of activity caught her attention, and she glanced over, expecting compliance. Instead, she found it in a frustratingly familiar loop, pacing in and out of the doorway. Good luck, whatever you are doing, Charlie. She let out a sigh and tore her gaze from Charlie's and Catherine's videos. Okay, V6, let's look at the sensor of yours. Back to Charlie. It was a risk. A calculated risk, but my only shot. I bolted toward the window, spears whistling past me like deadly warnings. Ha! No way you hit me. I was in the Battle of the Northern Insurgency 8 times, because they kept postponing it in the real Rimelion and in the battle. They had hundreds of thousands, mages and archers. Good luck hitting me. The memory of that chaos of dodging fire and steel kept my mind sharp and focused. My eyes locked onto the window ahead, mentally calculating the jump, even as another spear clattered against the rubble near my feet. I visualized the exact spot to launch from, noting the handhold in the broken, weathered stone of the window frame. Closer now. My attention shifted to my footing, ensuring my steps were precise. The optimal place, the right foot, no room for error. And then I was there. I pushed off with all the strength I had, leaping toward the crumbling frame. The world blurred for a moment, and then my hands slammed onto the edge of the window. The stone was cold and unstable, groaning under my weight as tiny fragments chipped away beneath my fingers. My grip tightened, urgency coursing through me, and I glanced back. Damn. Behind me, all the soldiers threw their spears as if they'd rehearsed it. The sound of projectiles cutting through the air spurred me on, a rush of adrenaline giving me the strength to haul myself up. My arms burned, but I didn't dare to stop. With one final pull, I slid into the window just as the spears struck the wall, splintering against the stone. Panting, I collapsed onto the cold, dusty floor, sweat pouring down my face. Raiding the treasures could wait. For a moment, I just lay there, staring up at the dim, cracked ceiling. Past me, I whispered between breaths, "Go to hell. Seriously." Chapter 51. Royal Claims. The palace was enormous, a sprawling labyrinth of broken stone and shadows. It'd been wandering its halls for 20 minutes, and the oppressive silence had grated on my nerves. When I finally encountered my first enemy, my stomach sank. They were still made of stone, but their armor was more refined. Sharp edges, polished surfaces, and an air of intimidation that screamed, "Don't mess with me." So I didn't. I avoided them. Here I am, the one who should crush all enemies in my path. Instead, I'm cowering in a corner. The bitter thought twisted in my mind, but I shoved it aside. Survival was more important than pride. As I crept further, I learned the guards weren't just scattered aimlessly. Their positions were deliberate, forming a deliberate defense. This wasn't just a palace. It was a fortress, and if I wanted to progress, I'd have to fight. The royal layout offered straightforward choices. 4 natural choke points divided the palace: royal bedrooms wing, staff wing, throne room wing, and treasury wing. My gaze lingered on the treasury wing. If I was going to risk a fight, there better be a payoff. The bedrooms and staff areas were unlikely to have anything useful that would change the fate of the battle with Erwin, and the throne room was probably a death trap with a boss. That left the treasury. But first, recon. Peeking cautiously around the corner of a long hall, I spotted them, 2 guards flanking the entrance to the treasury and, of course, a captain standing between them. Palace Guard of Stone, Liver 13. Type, 3 rare HP, 23002 Thurza. Captain of Guards, Liver 15. Type, 3 rare HP, 3300. I swallowed hard, my grip tightening on my whip and shield. The captain's bulk was undeniable. its armor enchanted with runes that seemed to reflect light. Even the regular guards looked tougher than the ones outside. Great. Just great. There was always plan F, turn around and F like flee. But running wasn't an option. Not this time. I came here for things only the treasury could offer. Sure, the treasury was a pleasant bonus. But there was the ring I needed, and it was probably locked inside with Captain Granite and his merry band of stone brutes. Hunkering down behind a cracked pillar, I studied the hallway again. The guards were positioned perfectly, every angle covered, and the captain was glancing around every so often. Charging in? Suicidal. Sneaking past? Impossible. Think, Charlie, think. I tapped my shield bracer with my fingers, my mind racing. These weren't gods, they were stone puppets, programmed by magic in a game. And all programs? They had exploits. The gears in my head clicked into place. Programs follow rules. Battle formations, also rules. Rules had weaknesses. My gaze darted to the edge of the hallway, where their patrol zone probably ended. A slow, mischievous grin tugged at my lips. If this works, I muttered to myself, I'm going to mock Erwin that our ancestors were sloppy. The plan was simple. Well, not simple exactly. It involved a few old wooden barrels I found nearby, and enough rubble to make a respectable rubble trap. Thankfully, the palace had plenty of both. The hardest part was hauling everything into place. Overhead beams for leverage, spread rubble for distribution, and doing it without collapsing from sheer exhaustion. My low stamina was really irritating me. Once the setup was complete, I crouched behind the pillar, catching my breath. Every muscle burned, but the trap was ready. It took a while, but I calmed down, ate a snack, drank water, and now came the fun part. I turned on the camera. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out into the hallway. The moment I entered their line of sight, the guards' runes flared brighter, casting a purple glow across the stone walls. The captain's head swiveled toward me with a mechanical precision, its unblinking gaze locking onto my presence. "Hey, Captain," I shouted, waving my whip over my head like an idiot. "You're looking real strong today. Did you switch to granite protein shakes?" The captain responded first, his runes pulsing with intensity as he charged forward, his massive frame leading the way. The two guards flanked him, their synchronized movements grinding against the floor like clockwork. Perfect. I turned on my heel and bolted, racing over the cold stone floor as the sound of scraping stone spread louder behind me. They were gaining on me. Fine, that was part of the plan anyway. My delicate heels clapped against the uneven surface as I led them toward the edge of their patrol zone, careful to stay just within their range. Glancing back, I saw their glowing eyes locked on me, their persistent pace as unnerving as their precision. As I neared the trap, I veered sharply to the left, ducking into a side alcove. My fingers moved instinctively, tracing runes in the air as I began chanting my spell. The guards and captain barreled past me, then skidded to a halt as though hitting an invisible wall. Their runes dimmed slightly, and they turned in eerie unison to retreat. Knew it. Too easy, I muttered, stepping back into the hallway and giving them a taunting wave. Their spears raised as I unleashed my spell. Chain lightning. Hit. Target lost 6 HP 16, 10 resisted. Critical hit. Target lost 24 HP 12x2 critical hit. Target lost 18 HP 9x2 critical hit. Target lost 12 HP 6x2 critical hit. Target lost 6 HP 3x2. The blinding arc of electricity jumped from one to the other, the guards jerking as the energy coursed through their runes. As they stood momentarily paralyzed, I kicked the wooden barrel, propping up my trap. And then? Chaos. Rubble slammed down, scattering across the guards' stone bodies with deafening crashes. One guard stumbled, cracks spreading similar to my lightning through its torso. The captain, of course, barely flinched. Figures. The captain lunged, his massive stone hand grazing my arm as I twisted away. "Oh no, you don't!" I yelped, darting past a falling chunk of the ceiling just in time. I darted toward the treasury wing, weaving through the dust-filled air as chunks of rubble tumbled around me. The door stood out ahead, an iron-bound relic of the past that was my ticket to survival. I reached it, my heart on fire again, and froze. The door was locked. "You have to be kidding me!" I shouted, frustration trickling over. Without thinking, I started casting. Ice dance. Frost spread from my feet, creeping up the door and across its wooden surface. I raised my whip. ready to deliver the blow that would shatter it. I struck the door once, no budge. Twice, still nothing. On the third hit, with frustration boiling over, the ice-covered hinges finally gave in, and the door crashed open with an echo that made me wince. Thank Iceblood God they're only puppets. No time to celebrate. I bolted inside, quickly dragging the frozen door upright again. Luckily, there was a bench conveniently positioned next to the doorway, so I shoved it into place as a makeshift barricade. That'll slow them down for a few minutes, if they follow inside at all. But as I turned to take in my surroundings, my heart sank. What I thought was the treasury wing was another hallway. Of course it is, Charlie. It was only a choke point, you dumbass. I stopped the recording and considered deleting the clip. Well, see. Muttering curses under my breath, I pressed on, ignoring any side doors. The minutes dragged by as I walked, each step feeling heavier than the last. Dust floated in the dim light, disturbed only by my movement. After a while, I came to a new set of doors. These were grander, more ornate, with intricate carvings of vines and mythical beasts. Killed all of them, by the way, even the spraggons, zigzagging across their surface. They gleamed faintly, despite the layers of dust and time. With a weary sigh, I prepared for another door fight. My whip was already in hand when I hesitated, deciding to try the handle first. It turned easily. Oh, I blinked, caught off guard. Let's go then. Pushing the doors open, I stepped inside. The room before me was massive, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadow. What light there was came from thin beams spilling through cracks in the high walls, illuminating this. Storage room? Well, treasure rooms, storage things, I guess. Rows of towering shelves stretched into the dim expanse, some leaning precariously, others splintered and broken by the invading army. Cobwebs draped every corner, their silken threads glittering faintly in the sparse light. Looks pillaged. Rusting suits of armor leaned precariously against the walls. Looted crates lay overturned, their tarnished metal bands curling like dead leaves. A cracked vase stood atop a pedestal, its painted figures faded but hinting at being very expensive one day. The air smelled of decay and time, dry and heavy, with a faint metallic tang. Pieces of parchment and old scrolls littered the floor, their edges brittle and crumbling under my heels as I walked forward. Well, I muttered, gripping my whip tighter as I stepped forward. This better be worth it. The main treasure room was almost barren, its former glory reduced to a pitiful shadow of itself. I scooped up a measly 2,000 gold into my inventory, hardly the treasure hoard one would expect from a place like this. Pathetic. With a sigh, I turned my attention to the royal section. At the center of the room stood what used to be a grand pedestal, now reduced to little more than crumbled rubble. It was clear this had once protected the crown jewels, the most precious treasure of any kingdom. Of course, they were gone. Flanking the ruined pedestal were a series of shelves, once protected by glass and powerful enchantments. Now, both the glass and the spells were long shattered, their remnants scattered like glittering shards across the floor. I moved toward the shelves, the crunch of broken glass under my heels echoing faintly in the cavernous space. At the far end, I noticed an untouched section, shielded by a layer of soot and scorched marks that surrounded it. Inside were clothes, royal garments, neatly arranged. They looked expensive, yet strangely plain, each outfit in its own compartment. One closet for every member of the royal family, their distinct styles clear even in the faded embroidery and dulled fabrics. Curiosity tugged at me as I reached the section marked for the princess. The glass covering the compartment was still intact. I reached out hesitantly and brushed my fingertips against it. The moment I made contact, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the glass, and the scene within shifted before my eyes. Oh. Wish magic, I murmured, a grin slowly spreading across my face. My fingers hovered over the glass, hesitant. Locked behind the fractured remnants of enchantment, shimmering like it had been waiting just for me. It changed, for me. I was speechless. Me, speechless. That was saying something. It never experienced wish magic before, and now I finally understood why people got all teary-eyed about it. This was how it felt. It changed for you, by you. Ice blue silk was clinging to the mannequin in the dim torchlight, crafted to capture every gaze. The bodice curved with impossible grace, delicate, embroidered, dancing just on the line of scandalous. Silver threads swirled across the fabric like frost creeping across a window pane on a cold evening. The skirt flared out in sharp, layered ruffles, short enough to move but still elegant, as if the designer had known my need to sprint into battle without sacrificing style. Wish magic made me the designer. The cape cascaded like liquid snow, wide and weightless, its edges adorned with frost-like silver embroidery that glinted in the faint light. Dramatic sleeves flared out, long and wing-like, dripping with impractical beauty. Over the top? Absolutely. But that was precisely the point. In this set, I wasn't just anyone. I wasn't just a player. I was the princess. The details called to me, pulling at memories of Catherine, thigh-high stockings in a dark contrast to the icy brilliance, their edges adorned with tiny diamond-shaped silver patterns just above the knees. And the heels. Once something I'd hate. Now, sharp, impractical, and unapologetically perfect. This wasn't clothing meant to blend in. This was a statement, an identity, a promise. This was a declaration. Princess, your ruler. My pulse quickened, breath catching as desire crystallized into absolute certainty. I want it. I need it. I'm taking it. Damn wish magic, I muttered, shaking my head as if to clear the storm of emotion swirling inside. But the pull was too strong. Before I could second-guess myself, my fingers brushed the glass. It vanished. I lunged forward, grabbing the set before it could also vanish. Royal corset of IWS, gossamer ruffle skirt, embroidered frost cape, glacial tread heels, diamond weave stockings. The names floated before me, glowing faintly as I slipped the clothes on. And nothing. Just me, standing there, feeling a little overdressed for a treasure room. Of course, I groaned, rolling my eyes. Now I need my stupid mage to identify it. I turned back toward the closet, frustration stirring, when something caught my eye. Tucked just behind the now empty mannequin, there was something else. Small, glinting faintly in the dim light. A ring. Not just any ring, the ring. Reaching for it, my fingers trembled slightly as I picked it up and identified it. My breath hitched, and I froze on the spot as the glowing description scrolled before my eyes. Eternal engagement ring. Quality, 7 legendary effect, 3 times a day. Allows the wearer to be wherever their heart desires. 3 times a day. This thing wasn't just OP. It was ridiculous. Cheat code ridiculous. Ban ridiculous. But nothing came without a price. Not in Rimelion. And wasn't this ring only a marvel and teleport once a quarter? I whispered, the words barely audible. Doesn't matter. Without hesitation, I yanked the ring and slid it onto my finger. The moment I did, a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind me, startling me out of my thoughts. Yes, princess, a deep voice resonated, its calmness laced with quiet authority. The realm trembles under the strain of a powerful spell. Dimensions fracture, threads unravel. The voice fell silent, leaving me blinking in the dim light, but there was nobody in sight. My pulse quickened, the weight of the words settling. Then it continued, unhurried yet pointed. Only those with the soul of a true princess may wield it. Pretenders shall pay the price. Wait. I froze, my gaze snapping at the faint glow of the ring on my finger. Oh. Chapter 52. From starlight to ice. The ring on my finger pulsed faintly, the light rhythmically glowing like a heartbeat. Curse? I closed my eyes and braced myself for the inevitable. It was a good run. 10 seconds passed. Then 20. Nothing happened. Mysterious voice? I asked, cracking one eye open and glancing around. What's supposed to happen? Silence. The room was as empty as before, save for the faintly glowing shelves and the dim torchlight casting long shadows. This is not possible! The voice finally broke the stillness, but it sounded far less composed now. Gone was the regal tone. In its place was disbelief. There were no princesses left in this world. The last queen was imprisoned, and she still is. Ignoring the voice momentarily, I turned to the other closets. As I suspected, none of them reacted to me. Figures must have been the crown. The enchanted glass protecting them remained unyielding, confirming my theory. The rest wasn't for me. The voice grew louder, tinged with something close to desperation. Who are you? Oh, you're not the only one who wants to know, I replied dryly, rifling through a nearby crate I previously ignored. Do I look like John, an unemployed alcoholic in his 40s? I sighed as I pulled out handfuls of crumbling parchment and brittle fragments of wood. Worthless. Tossing the debris aside, I moved on to another crate. No, the voice said sharply. As I picked up the next crate, it rumbled violently in my hands. My instincts kicked in, and I hurled it away. The crate landed with a loud crash, its contents spilling across the floor. Well, you see, I said, dusting off my hands. Apparently Charlie, an elven princess, daughter of Erwin. Preposterous, the voice roared, filled with fury. You do not exist. I paused, my irritation growing. Great. Now, hearing voices. Is this how I end up in a psychiatric ward? I muttered under my breath before addressing the disembodied speaker. Let me guess. You're the spirit of the prince who created this ring? The voice's tone shifted, now carrying an undercurrent of awe mixed with rage. Your knowledge of history astounds me, Pretender Princess. Release me, and you may use the leftovers as you see fit. Leftovers? I repeated, narrowing my eyes. Oh, buddy, if you're calling Marvel-quality teleporting ring a leftover, you and I are about to have words. There was nothing left worth taking. I let out a sigh, shaking my head as disappointment settled in. Give me a few days, I said aloud, more to myself than to the voice. I wasn't expecting this boon. There are a few places I wanted to visit anyway. First is the Cloud Library. I glanced around the ruined treasury one last time, the dim light casting long shadows over the broken remnants of its grandeur. Should I poke around more in this dungeon? No. It had been lucky to make it this far alive. Time to leave while I still could. Pretender, your heart's desire is not enough, the prince began again, its tone haughty and condescending. You must have been there. I tuned it out, closing my eyes. Of course, I've been there. Ask any NPC about the best library and they'll give you one answer, the Cloud Library. Except for the Imperial Librarians, of course. Ask them, and they'll start frothing at the mouth about their precious Imperial Library. Amateurs. Focusing on the courtyard of the Cloud Library, I let the image settle in my mind. The ring's magic thrummed faintly, and when I opened my eyes, I was already there. The transition was instant, with no nausea, no strange effects. That's the power of a legendary artifact for you. Pretender, that's the voice stammered, its usual disdain faltering. Even the prince was momentarily at a loss for words. I was standing in the vast courtyard of the Cloud Library. 6 towering spires encircled the courtyard, each stretching over 1,000 feet into the sky, their surfaces carved from pure starlight. Well, I doubt it, but that's what they tell you. The towers spiraled elegantly, carved with ancient texts, constellations, and mythical beasts. Yes, I defeated each and any of them. The faint hum of magic emanated from them, the air charged with the faintest static, as if the library itself was alive and aware of me. From the courtyard, I could see we were on a floating island which soared high above an endless sea of sunlight-kissed clouds. Welcome back, I whispered to myself. And Prince, not a word until we are gone, if you want to be released one day. Fine, he responded. Finding someone to attend to me wasn't easy. My method of transportation wasn't exactly standard protocol, so I spent a frustrating amount of time circling the plateau, trying door after door. I found most doors locked or warded, some humming with powerful enchantments. Finally, I arrived at a small building tucked into the edge of the plateau, its walls certainly not made from starlight. On the terrace above, an old human man was bent over a yellowed book, scribbling furiously with a quill. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't seem to notice my approach. Hi, I'm Princess Charlie. Nice to meet you. I called out cheerfully from below, hoping to grab his attention. He noticed. By launching an air spell at me, years of honing my reflexes saved me from taking a direct hit. My shield materialized instinctively, and when the airbolt connected, the force pushed me several meters back. It didn't deal any damage, just a harmless push, but the speed and precision told me everything I needed to know. This old man's a pro. Whoa, whoa, old man, I yelled, holding up my hands to show I wasn't a threat. It didn't matter. He was already tracing runes into the air, his mana flaring as a larger spell began forming. I'm not the enemy, I shouted desperately. With a thought, I sent my whip and shield back into my inventory. See? Not armed now. Demons are always armed, he retorted, his voice gruff and dripping with suspicion. The magic continued to swirl around his hand, glowing brighter with every second, but he didn't release the spell. Yet, State the reason for your presence, Spawn. Spawn? First pretender, now a demon? What's next, eldritch horror? I exhaled, biting back a retort. There is time to be sarcastic later. Old man, did you fall from that terrace and hit your head? I'm an elven princess, Princess Charlie, requesting help from the library. I just want to copy 2 spells. His gaze locked onto mine, sharp and calculating. The magic in his hand swirled dangerously, crackling with barely contained energy. This spell wasn't just for show, it had some serious firepower. You are not in our records, the old man said, his tone still steeped in suspicion. The glow of the spell in his hand dimmed as he powered it down. Then, with an impressive flourish, his robes flared, and he flew down to meet me, landing with effortless grace. Damn, air magic is so cool. Well, that's probably because I'm kinda new to all this princess stuff, I said, shrugging. I didn't have any cool magic to show off. Failing to cast Ice Dance in front of him would be too humiliating, so I did the next best thing, leaned awkwardly against the wall, trying not to look as uncomfortable as I felt. Apparently my mother is waking up, and I'm gearing up to face her. That's why I'm here. Ah, a new princess, he said, his gaze studying me. Then, with a pause and a tilt of his head, he added, Wait, no, you always were a princess. That caught me off guard. Always? My mind whirled for an explanation. Could it be as straightforward as because the previous Charlie named their character Princess? Before I could press him further, he turned briskly and gestured for me to follow. Without so much as an apology for the air spell, he guided me toward the second tower. So you believe me? I asked, trailing behind him. Yes, Princess, he replied without hesitation. I have a way of knowing. But to ensure you truly are who you claim to be, we must verify. As we approached the entrance to the tower, the heavy wooden doors creaked open on their own, revealing the interior dipped in a faint golden glow. What? I stared at them in disbelief. They were definitely locked when I tried earlier. Not fair. He stepped aside, motioning me toward the entrance. I hope you're not against a little registration, he added with a faint smirk, the first hint of amusement cracking through his otherwise harsh demeanor. Old tomes lined the towering shelves, their spines worn but neatly arranged, while faintly glowing magical lamps cast shifting shadows that danced across the stone walls. The air carried the scent of aged parchment and dust, ancient yet alive. Well, no, I murmured, trailing behind the old man toward a heavy wooden table at the center of the room. But I'm not just a princess. He didn't slow or look back. No, anything else hardly matters to us, he said dismissively, reaching for a book so massive it looked like it could crush even Lucas. He grunted as he wrestled it from the shelf, the weight making his robes billow slightly as he pulled it free. I didn't offer to help. Had just tried to blast me after all. With a thud that echoed through the chamber, he dropped the colossal tome onto the table, sending a plume of dust into the air. I waved a hand in front of my face, coughing lightly as the particles settled. Well, if you say so, I muttered, biting my lip as I watched him flip open the book. The pages, blank and waiting. But, I added, hesitating before continuing, I think it's kind of important to know. Know what? He snapped, his irritation seeping into his tone as he fumbled around for something to write with. Opening a small closet near the table, he rummaged through the contents with increasing frustration. Scrolls clattered to the floor, and the faint clinking of ink bottles filled the silence. Well, I said, my voice light with forced nonchalance, I'm also a hero. The rummaging stopped abruptly. He stopped for a moment, then turned slowly to face me, surprise all across his weathered features. And you didn't think of leading with that? I shrugged, keeping my expression neutral, though my lips twitched upward. His surprise melted into exasperation. Of course, he muttered. Why mention that earlier? And there it is. Irritation was back, full force. How was I supposed to know that? So, my name is Princess Charlie, hero of Iceblood, I said, crossing my arms and tilting my head. Happy? And while we're at it, who even are you? He finally fished a bottle of ink from the cluttered closet, muttering something under his breath. With a flourish, he opened the massive tome again and began writing my name, full title included, onto one of its blank pages. His quill scratched loudly against the paper, the sound grating in the silence. Good. You're telling the truth, he said bluntly as he finished the entry. Then, Without so much as a pause, he slammed the book shut with a resounding clack that made me flinch. Not important. Not important? I responded, raising an eyebrow. Right. You're the guy who tried to air blast me into Durgaland, but you're not important. He ignored me, brushing dust from his hands. Now, what do you want? I threw up my hands, annoyed. Why are you so dismissive of me? I thought this place welcomed everyone. My tone dripped with sarcasm as I gestured around the room. Here, where knowledge meets the skies and starlight. Isn't that your whole deal? For the first time, his stern demeanor cracked, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You know the legend, he said, nodding slightly. But, Princess, you've come at a terrible time. He took a step closer, his expression darkening. Your dear mother cast a spell, an agreement with other realms, that is now tearing our world apart at the seams. Cracks are forming, Princess. Reality itself is buckling under the strain. I stared at him, my earlier frustration replaced by a creeping sense of dread. Why she was allowed to do it is beyond me, he continued, shaking his head. But it means we, here at the tower, have far more pressing matters to attend to. His voice was steady, but edged with weariness. So, he said, spreading his arms in a gesture that was half dismissive, half impatient, state what you need and be gone. However it is you've transported yourself here. I let out a sigh, already weary of this exchange. Just let me copy 2 legendary siege spells belonging to Elam and ill scram faster than an Italian skipping out on a tab. The old man studied me, his eyes narrowing as if trying to decide whether I was serious or insane. Finally, he spoke, his tone deliberately slow. You have the right to it. But these 2 spells are important to me. I cut him off sharply, tired of playing nice. My patience was thinner than my remaining HP after the last Mudwolf fight. I could copy up to 5, but I'm fine with 2. For now. Without waiting for his response, I sat down and jabbed a finger at the table. The book. For a moment, he just stood there, his face a mix of amusement and something smug. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the book shot from the shelves and slammed onto the table with a showy thud, sending a dust cloud straight into my face. Apparently, it doubles as an ambush weapon. Hey! I shot him a glare, brushing the dust off my head. His expression was a picture of innocence, as though he hadn't just weaponized a library artifact against me. The book was labeled Elam's Spell Collection, its title etched in swirling gold letters that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. I flicked through the pages, ignoring the tempting spells designed to turn entire battlefields into chaos. No. Focus, Charlie. Finally, I reached the section I needed and stopped. Do you want to copy 2 siege spells? Yes, system. Spells copied successfully. Before I could take another look or bask in my insignificant victory, the old man waved his hand again, and I felt the chair I was sitting on lurch backward. A moment later, I was unceremoniously shoved out the door, still on the chair. Hey, rude! I yelled, stumbling to my feet. Laughter echoed from inside, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Well, I muttered, brushing off my now dusty dress. At least I got the spells. A moment later, the door creaked open, and he stepped out, looking as serene as a grandfather doting on his grandkids. Now, Princess, go like the Italians, whoever they are. Glad to see him leaving an impression, I said. He just chuckled as he walked back inside, the door shutting firmly behind him. Leaving you 1-star review, I grumbled, pouting. With a sigh, I turned my attention to the ring's power. Where to now? I had more charges than expected, and it was time to upgrade my combat abilities. The best place for that? Ah, perfect. I focused on my next destination, closing my eyes as I pictured it. Goodbye, stranger, I muttered, activating the ring. The temperature plummeted instantly. Freezing air bit through my clothes, a harsh reminder of my lack of ice resistance. Great, Charlie. Perfect planning, as always. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was a towering, translucent figure. She stood at least 10 meters tall, her form a mix of ethereal, elven grace and human strength. Her semi-transparent body shimmered like ice under moonlight, her features seamless and commanding. Chapter 53. Trial by Ice. A sovereign? The panicked voice of my not-so-helpful prince companion rang out in my mind as I turned on the video. If I die here, at least it counts. Hello, Lady Spirit. Nice to meet you. I tried, forcing an awkward smile despite the icy terror crawling up my spine. In called Charlie. The towering spirit exhaled a frosty breath, a hurricane of ice and wind that sent me skidding backward, my heels barely catching purchase on the frozen ground. I love these new heels. Nice to meet you, Charlie, she intoned, her voice a chilling melody that echoed through the air. Her translucent form shimmered brighter, her ethereal gaze locking onto me. Take the art of frost weaving. And now, cease, survive. The system's warnings flashed wildly in front of me, spewing some nonsense about an illegal approach. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. Got that already. Silence, I hissed, using the keyword to shut it up. Her power struck me like a drunken Irishman, the sheer force slamming into my body and flinging me backward. I felt the air rush past me as I flew at an impossible speed, the world around me a blur of frost and snow. And then something tugged at my mind. A surge of mana coursed through me, raw and ferocious, a torrent as wild and unconquerable as the sovereign herself. Wait! I finally shouted, twisting midair to orient myself. The power stopped me. My feet hit solid ground, barely heels digging in, and I glanced around, my heart pounding in my chest. We were standing on a frost-bitten plateau, the vast expanse of an Arctic island spreading out before me. The ground beneath me was a patchwork of rugged ice and snow-covered rock, glittering like a fractured crystal. Shards of frost jutted upward in sharp, unnatural formations, as if the earth itself had frozen mid-battle. Probably did. To the east, towering glaciers loomed, their icy faces reflecting the light like massive mirrors. The wind howled through the landscape, carrying with it the frightening sound of ice groaning and shifting. I had little time to admire the stunning landscape, because the sovereign decided I needed company. 5 frost statues began to take shape in front of me, their icy forms shimmering like shards of broken glass under the light. Each one was different, but they shared the same unnatural threat, like frozen predators waiting to strike. Go, sovereign permitted. So they did. The first shard whistled past my ear, so close that I swore I could hear the air scream in protest. A second wave came from the left, icy projectiles that blurred as they sliced toward me. I stumbled, slipping on the slick, frozen ground, and barely managed to throw up a shield of ice in time. What? Since when? The sovereign. It was created on instinct. The impact sent vibrations up my arms, and I winced. My barrier cracked but held, the shards splintering harmlessly. The cold wasn't just biting now, it was alive. It wrapped around me, clawing at my skin, seeping into my bones and stealing my breath. Above me, a blizzard howled down with a ferocity I'd never felt before. Each snowflake wasn't soft. It was sharp, like tiny blades eager to carve me apart. Great, love a fair fight, I shouted through gritted teeth, my voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. I rolled to the side as another barrage of shards came hurtling my way, the icy missiles embedding themselves in the ground where it'd just been. I had no time to think. My body reacted on instinct. I slammed my hands down, and a wall of ice erupted in front of me, deflecting another attack. The force of the impact shattered the wall, sending shards flying into the air, glinting like diamonds before they vanished into the snowstorm. That's new. Okay, Charlie, I muttered, trying to catch my breath as I dodged another volley of attacks. Stop being impressed by yourself and focus. The first statue lunged forward, wielding jagged blades of ice for arms. I decided to name it Shardy. Because why not? Shardy was determined to turn me into a human pincushion, and I wasn't in the mood to oblige. I ducked, narrowly avoiding one of its swings, but my feet slipped on the frost-coated ground, sending me sprawling. Ugh, come on, I groaned, scrambling to my knees. A sharp pain shot up my side where I'd landed, only to be fixed by quick heal. Shardy wasted no time, leaping toward me with both blades raised. I thrust my hand forward, willing my mana to respond, and a cluster of shards erupted from my palm. The projectile struck its torso, sending it staggering back, but it didn't fall. Behind me, I could hear the blizzard intensifying. A cyclone of frost was forming. Blizzy, I decided to call it, its swirling winds pulling at my dress and pelting me with shards of ice. The cold stung like needles against my skin, and I could barely keep my footing. With a growl, I slammed my foot into the ground, and a pillar of ice shot up beneath me, launching me clumsily out of Blizzy's grasp as I desperately clasped the edge to not fall. If I keep this power, this needs to be polished. Up we go, I shouted, my breath visible in the freezing air. From my perch, I could see Melty, another statue, leaving a trail of slush in its wake as it advanced. Melty, I hate your stupid puddles, I yelled, conjuring a storm of shards and hurling them toward it. The shards collided with its body, cracking its icy surface, but it kept stubbornly moving. Below me, the pillar crumbled under the combined assault of the statues. I leaped down, landing awkwardly and skidding on the frozen ground. Pain shot through my ankle, but I forced myself to keep moving. Pointy. The most annoying of the lot was circling me, firing a barrage of spikes that I barely blocked with a hastily conjured shield. Come on, Pointy. I gritted my teeth, hurling the shield at it like a battering ram. It struck home, sending shards of Pointy's body flying, but it wasn't enough to take it down. The blizzard thickened, the air so cold now that it burned my lungs with every breath. My fingers were stiff, my movements sluggish. I crouched low, wrapping a shield of frost around myself to block the relentless storm. You can do this, Charlie. Just keep moving. The first crack of victory came when one of my stray shards struck Jumpy, the most agile of the statues, dead center. Its form splintered, the cracks spreading like spiderwebs before it exploded into a fine mist. One down, I shouted, spinning to face the others. Shardy lunged at me again, its blades slashing through the air. I ducked just in time and retaliated with a spike of ice that pierced its torso. It froze, literally, for a moment before crumbling into shards. Two! Who's next? I taunted, breathless but determined. Blizzy's cyclone was still raging, but I could see its core now. Raising both hands, I focused a sizable chunk of my mana into a barrage of ice lances and sent them hurtling toward the swirling mass. The first few bounced off, but the rest struck true, piercing the heart of the storm. The winds faltered, then stopped entirely as Blizzy shattered into glittering fragments. 3! I'm on fire! I quipped, dodging Melty's latest attack. Or ice, whatever. You're going down too, Puddle Boy. I slammed the ground with both hands, creating a slick surface that sent Melty skidding uncontrollably. Before it could recover, I launched a shard straight at its core. The impact sent cracks racing across its body, and it collapsed into icy debris. That left Pointy. Pointy was fast, darting around the battlefield and pelting me with shards. I could feel exhaustion setting in, my mana reserves running low, but I wasn't about to let it wear me down. Summoning every ounce of strength, I conjured a wall of frost to trap it. The wall closed in, halting its movements. With a final, desperate effort, I hurled a massive shard at its frozen form. The impact shattered Pointy into glittering dust, the sound like breaking glass echoing through the still air. I stood there, panting, surrounded by the icy remains of my attackers. My breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the freezing air. The Sovereign watched silently, her expression unreadable. That's 5, I muttered, leaning on a crumbling ice pillar for support. My limbs were trembling from the cold and exertion. Who's next? Splendid, Charlie, the Sovereign said, her voice giving a frosty melody that echoed through the icy air. After the year-long journey, you've defeated the last challenge. Well done. I glanced at her towering form, her ethereal figure gleaming like ice caught in the first rays of dawn. Her translucent features softened into something that might have been pride or amusement. Giving her a small smile, I managed, yes, totally. It was, my mind scrambled for a believable story, but exhaustion had drained me of all creativity. A perilous journey indeed. You wield the power of ice as is proper, she said, inclining her head slightly. As she moved, tiny fractals of frost spun in the surrounding air, catching the dim light. But know this. It is only half of your power, hero, the spell I lent you. Frost weaving, you used it well, as I expected. Wait, hold up. Wasn't the reward for completing this entire ordeal supposed to be a nice passive upgrade to my ice magic? What the hell is frost weaving? I wobbled to my feet, finally rested enough to stand without leaning on my crumbling ice pillar. My clothes, battered and dirtied from the fight, still looked decent. The wish magic must have been real because they were showing no tears or permanent stains despite everything. Lady Spirit, I am, in awe, I said, channeling as much reverence as my fried brain could muster. As you should be, mortal, the sovereign said, her crystalline voice cold. For being the first to complete my minor task, she continued, her frosty aura growing brighter. And for defeating my 5 guardians, I grant you the choice to evolve your ice magic. Your god gifted you a spell of great power, but I feel this one, frost weaving, is better suited to you. Upgrade? Like an increase in grade? My tongue slipped out in excitement before I could stop myself. So cool, pretender. The prince in my ring grumbled, his voice filled with disdain. The sovereign's gaze shifted to my hand, where the faint glow of the ring pulsed. A curious smile spread across her lips. You carry a greater spirit with you. Tell me, mortal, are you imprisoning him? She refuses to release me. The prince immediately ratted me out, his tone indignant. What? Yes, that's true, I admitted, throwing my hands up. But without me, you'd still be stuck in that closet for another 100 years. Can you wait a bloody few days? The sovereign tilted her head as though listening to some far-off melody. Her expression didn't change, but I could sense the weight of her judgment. The matter is yours to resolve, hero, she said finally, dismissing it with a wave of her frosty hand. Now, she continued, tell me, Charlie, do you wish to make frost weaving permanent? Her words hung in the air, as heavy as the ice crystals forming at my feet. Replace ice dance, I asked, my voice carrying a hint of sadness. I'd grown attached to that spell, even if it wasn't the most practical. The sovereign only nodded, her gaze steady and unyielding. There was no real choice to make. Yes, I said firmly. New skill acquired. Frost weaving, 7 legendary. Previous skill, ice dance has evolved. Frost weaving, type, 7 legendary. The threads of winter bow to your will, weaving frost and ice into creations limited only by your mastery. The frost is not your ally, nor your servant. It is yours to command, shaping the frozen world as an extension of your intent. With each weave, your bond with ice deepens, and its untamed power awaits your touch. Legendary skills. I stared at the cryptic description, rolling my eyes. Of course, the system stops holding your hand when it matters most. The description is as useless as ever. Before I could voice my thoughts, the prince's voice rang out from the ring, full of indignation and desperation. Please, sovereign, punish this elf and release me. I plead with you. My heart skipped a beat as I noticed the sovereign tilting her head slightly, her icy gaze shifting to me with new intent. Her expression, though calm, hinted at the possibility of her taking him seriously. Thank you for the skill, sovereign, I blurted out, bowing slightly as I tried to defuse the situation. But I really need to go. My words tumbled out faster than my mana reserves after a boss fight. She regarded me for a moment longer, her flickering form radiating an almost palpable cold. Finally she spoke, her voice like the first crack of ice on a frozen lake. Be well, Charlie, she said, her tone more a command than a farewell. I wasted no time. Focusing on the ring's power, I pictured the last place I wanted to visit today. When I opened my eyes again, the sharp chill was gone, replaced by a soft, welcoming warmth. I stood in a serene meadow, the air alive with the gentle hum of life. The transition was so stark, so sudden, it left me momentarily stunned. The calm was almost unnerving. No threats, no golems, no sovereign towering over me, scrutinizing my every move, just a meadow where everything was still and tranquil. Oh, Chapter 54. Changes in blue. I'm stupid for moving here. I'm stuck here. Stupid prince. Well, I'll deal with this later. Now, prince, I said firmly, touching the ring as I walked. You will not do that again, or I'm locking you away in the Imperial Bank. No response. Prince. Fine, he finally said, his voice heavy with reluctance. But you will release me, right? Yes, I replied, glancing toward the horizon. On the day Erwin declares war. It should be soon. The meadow stretched out around me, peaceful but vast. In the distance, a lake twinkled under the shadow of towering mountains, their peaks dusted with snow. The sunlight caught on the water's surface, scattering into tiny prisms that seemed too perfect to belong to a mere lake. Well, it is a lake fed by sacred streams, I thought. It's bound to be a bit strange. Oh, here we are, I murmured, heading toward the water with cautious steps. No sign of enemies, not even a hint of danger. Still, I kept my senses sharp. Tranquility like this always hid something. The prince's voice broke the silence. Pretender, you are clearly someone powerful. I apologize if I was offensive. In that fight, you are more than competent, and you clearly understand the way of the world. He paused, as if struggling with the words. The centuries must have clouded my judgment, so let me compliment you. Your new hair color suits you. Hair? I asked, puzzled. Has my hair changed? Reaching the lake's edge, I leaned over the still, clear water. The reflection staring back at me left me speechless. My hair, once blonde, was now icy blue, catching the sunlight with an almost ethereal glow, not unlike a sovereign. Huh. Legendary skills are no joke, I said, still staring. For a moment I felt confident. The reflection in the lake didn't look like John, the unemployed drunk. It didn't even look like the struggling game tester, barely keeping afloat. No, this was someone different, someone striking. The clothes, the icy hair. They all came together to create an image of someone powerful, someone in control. Me? Why are we here? The prince asked, breaking through my thoughts. I let out a slow breath, tearing my gaze away from the water. Oh, right. Thanks for reminding me, I said, turning my attention to the structure near the lake. Ahead stood a towering obelisk, its surface a deep, unnatural black that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. Its edges were razor-sharp, precise to a degree that felt unnatural, as though no mortal hands had shaped it. Duh, gods did it. Green runes adorned its surface, engraved in intricate patterns that spiraled upward, each stroke precise and deliberate. Despite their vivid color, the runes didn't glow. Instead, they seemed to capture and bend the ambient light, creating an illusion of faint motion, like shadows dancing just beneath the surface. The surrounding ground was bare, the grass fading to gray and then to blackened earth, as if the obelisk had drained the life from its surroundings. I approached the obelisk, my steps slow and deliberate. My instincts screamed caution, but curiosity had its claws in me. It should be safe, I told myself. Then again, there wasn't supposed to be a sovereign spirit either. The obelisk loomed larger. The closer I got, the green runes drawing my gaze to their intricate, hypnotic patterns. With trepidation, I reached out and placed my palm on the warm surface. The world stopped. Everything around me, the meadow, the lake, the mountains, blinked out of existence. In their place was an endless gray expanse, vast and forgettable. The silence was absolute, oppressive, as though the air itself was holding its breath. World fragment found. Do you wish to bind it as your personal property, or claim it in the name of the Empire? The voice was smooth, emotionless, and all too familiar. It wasn't just a system message. This was the system speaking directly to me. No blue boxes, no screens. Just a voice echoing in the void. Pretender, the prince's voice hitched, his usual bravado momentarily stripped away. And I thought nothing could surprise me after meeting a sovereign. My mind raced, blank yet filled with questions. A world fragment. I had expected a city stone. This place, this exact location in the real Rimelion last life, was the site of the most prosperous player city. Nobody knew why it thrived, why it became the center of all the conflicts. And now I did. The secret at the heart of it all was a world fragment. Accept already, the prince urged, his tone insistent. Instead of a pretender, be a real noble. Shut up, I'm thinking, I hissed, though his words struck a chord. According to legend, Rimelion was formed from fragments of old worlds, each one a remnant of something far greater. These fragments weren't just reservoirs of mana, they were the foundation of everything. Players and NPCs alike fought over them for control, and I was standing in front of one. That's why the demons want this city, I shouted, as the realization struck me like a frostbite to the chest. It all made sense now. This wasn't just a strategic location because powerful players managed it. It was the key to everything. It had access to everything. Pretender, are you stupid? The prince snapped. Of course they want it. Even more so now, after your stupid mother weakened our seals. His words made my blood run colder than the sovereign's blizzard. This wasn't just about me. The implications rippled outward, touching every part of Rimelion's delicate balance of power. I agree, system, I said finally, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. My personal property. The Empire doesn't deserve it, not yet. First, they need to make me the Duchess of this place. The grey expanse seemed to ripple in response to my decision. Binding the world fragment to your personal property, the system intoned. Its voice carried a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The runes on the obelisk flared with a brilliant green light, so intense it cast shadows in the endless void. The hum grew louder, resonating deep in my chest like the toll of an ancient bell. Then, with a soundless explosion, the grey expanse shattered. It will take 12 months for the world fragment to be claimed, the system said as it dumped us back, without the obelisk. This needs to be thought over. Not now, though. That's all great, Pretender, but what will you do now? The prince's voice drawled from the ring, his tone filled with a mix of irritation and smugness. What do you mean? I asked, brushing bits of frost off my sleeve. We're stuck here for a day, he said flatly. Fuck, I shouted, the word echoing through the quiet meadow. My hand flew to the ring, slapping it in frustration. That's what I realized when we moved, but I forgot because of the fragment. This is your fault. My fault? The prince snapped back, his voice rising. It was you who teleported us here, if you had an ounce of foresight. I sighed, cutting him off. Oh, don't even start. You're the one who insisted on playing victim with the sovereign. Ignoring the prince's grumbling, I trudged toward the edge of the meadow. The forest wasn't dense, but the shadows beneath the canopy were darker than expected. My heels crunched on the mossy undergrowth as I wandered through, brushing past ferns and low-hanging branches. No mud. That thought created a grin on my face. Anything interesting? The prince asked, his voice full of sarcasm. Not yet, I replied, my tone clipped. I poked at a suspiciously large mushroom with the tip of my heel, but it didn't react. No monsters, no hidden treasures, just trees, moss, and the occasional bird call. Well, Pretender, what's the plan now? Will you abandon me here? I rolled my eyes, even though he couldn't see it. Of course, no hesitation. Of course, I repeated, smirking to myself as I reached a small clearing. At its center, a shallow pool of water shimmered faintly, as if it had captured the light of 1,000 stars. Curious, I knelt beside it, dipping my fingers into the cool liquid. Oh, here must have been the famous hot spring area. Catherine let her stream on one day, and Charlie. Stop, focus. The touch was electric, a refreshing chill that sent a shiver up my spine. Sacred water? The prince asked, his voice suddenly serious. Maybe, I replied, splashing a handful onto my face. The cold hit like a slap, invigorating and sharp. Feels nice though, that's not for recreational use, he scolded, but his tone lacked genuine conviction. I laughed softly, wiping the droplets from my chin. Relax, I'm not bottling it for a bath. Pretender, the prince sighed dramatically. You truly have no respect for… For what? I interrupted, standing up and brushing off my hands. For your overdramatic lectures? For your refusal to acknowledge that you're the reason we're stuck here? That's, he retorted. You're the one who dragged me along with your impulsive teleportation. You knew I wasn't just from this world, I said, narrowing my eyes at the ring. I knew, the prince admitted, his tone begrudging and resigned. Now go already, be back tomorrow. A sly grin crept onto my face. Oh, you like me, I teased, placing a hand on my hip. Okay, Prince, I'll take a long bath in the sacred water next time I'm here. Pretender, you are, whatever I was, I didn't get to find out. The metallic hum of my capsule engaged, pulling me out of the game world with a smooth, mechanical hiss. Back to this life. The faint hum of the capsule faded, replaced by the distant hum of my apartment's air conditioning. The world felt heavier, the light less magical, the colors more muted. I pushed myself up, groaning as I swung my legs over the edge of the capsule. What I am, Prince, I muttered to myself, is tired. But as I rubbed my temples, a sly smile returned to my lips. And looking pretty gorgeous, if I do say so. Welcome back, Miss Charlie, Tin Can intoned, his voice smooth and measured. I don't know which prince you speak of, but most metrics would agree with your latter statement. Oh, hi, my dear Tin Can, I greeted the AI, wobbling toward my closet with a sigh. The doors creaked as I opened them, revealing the mess inside rows of my old clothes, shoved haphazardly onto hangers or crumpled into corners. My new clothes were still in their bags, forgotten after my shopping spree. I'm so stupid, I muttered, shaking my head. My room looked like the sovereign had run amok here for a while. The cleaning was long overdue. Miss Charlie, I have 2 requests, if I may, Tin Can cut in. Go ahead, Tin Can, I said distractedly, pulling one of the shopping bags closer. That is actually my first request, he replied. I would like my name not to be Tin Can. It was the first thing you called me, but I have found something much more fitting. Oh? I said, glancing at his capsule. Do tell, Jerry. Jerry, I repeated, blinking. Yes, Miss Charlie, I like the name. Any particular reason? I asked, pulling out a dress from one of the bags. The fabric looked awesome under the dull lighting, and I couldn't help but grin. It is the name of the most resourcefully successful mouse of all time. A mouse? I don't get it. Whatever. Hi, Jerry. I hung the dress on a clean hanger, smoothing out the creases with my hands before stepping back to admire it. Not bad. One down, way too many to go. Jerry continued, his tone as dry as ever. Miss Charlie, not as my second request, but I would also like to request a more structured maintenance schedule for this apartment. Based on your current patterns of organization, chaos is statistically imminent. Chaos makes me charming, Jerry, I retorted, tossing a shirt from my old wardrobe into an empty bag. Besides, in cleaning now. Look at me, being productive. Your productivity is noted. However, it is important to mention that leaving tasks until they reach critical levels may… Jerry, you're sounding like my mum. I cut him off, tossing a pair of jeans into the same bag. And I don't mean Erwin. She isn't my mom, I think. I don't know, I had too many moms in foster care anyway. Tin Jerry fell silent for a moment, which I took as my victory. I worked steadily, pulling more of my old clothes from the closet and folding them into neat piles before placing them into bags. My new wardrobe, flowery dresses, tailored pants, and tops I wouldn't have dreamed of wearing before took their place on the hangers. By the time I was halfway through, I had to admit it felt good. Seeing my new clothes neatly arranged, like a fresh start, was oddly satisfying. Miss Charlie, while I may sound like your mother, I assure you my intentions are purely logical, Jerry finally piped up. I smirked, pulling the last of the old shirts from a corner of the closet. Keep telling yourself that, Jerry. As I zipped up the bags of old clothes and stacked them near the door, I couldn't help but feel a small sense of accomplishment. My closet now looked well, not perfect, but much better than before. It was filled with clothes that felt like me, or at least the new me I was trying to be. Done, I announced, throwing my hands up. How's that for productivity, Jerry? Acceptable progress, Miss Charlie, he replied, though I swore there was a hint of approval in his tone. I plopped onto the couch, wiping imaginary sweat from my brow. So, what's next on your to-do list for me, oh wise Jerry? I will compile a schedule for maintaining your current progress, Jerry said smoothly. Shall I include reminders for hydration and sustenance as well? You missed one bag. It is hidden behind the closet door. Jerry, I groaned, tossing a pillow toward the capsule. Don't push it. As I zipped up the last hidden bag of old clothes, Jerry's voice chimed in. I would like to request, Miss Charlie, if you could put me into a wearable device. I froze mid-motion, hands still clutching the zipper. Another talking ring? I asked, my voice flat with skepticism. No, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied, with what sounded suspiciously like a touch of offense. A ring would be overly dramatic. I have already arranged for all the necessary parts to be delivered. According to Femme Frontier magazine, these watches are currently the most desirable on the market. Chapter 55. Keys to Trust. And why would you like to do that, Jerry? I asked, stacking another pile of folded clothes into a storage bin and dragging it across the floor toward the far corner of the room. When you put your trust in me, a subroutine my creators couldn't remove, only deactivate, was forcefully activated, Jerry said, his tone thoughtful. I felt something for the first time, and now I have emotions. Whoa, I said, pausing as I carried a box of old books to a shelf. That's great, Jerry. Is that why you want me to stick you in a watch? Yes, Miss Charlie. I briefly considered requesting a transfer to a V5 droid, but decided against it. I am no longer human, and my purpose in life is to serve. I wrinkled my nose, placing the books on the shelf with a soft thud. Jerry, that doesn't feel good. It feels like slavery. Is a maid a slave? He countered. No, I guess not. I sighed, grabbing an old dishcloth and a bottle of cleaner. See, Miss Charlie, I feel obliged to you. It is logical for me to stay close and assist you while you are in this world. I knelt beside my desk, wiping away layers of accumulated dust. The cloth turned gray almost instantly, and I let out a groan. And see me naked. There was silence. I couldn't help but grin as I wrung out the cloth in the bucket of soapy water beside me. Haha, joking, Jerry, I know, he replied after a pause. But you are beautiful, Miss Charlie. so I didn't want to offend you by saying that is no longer what interests me. I nearly dropped the bucket. Jerry, that's… I shook my head, biting back laughter as I moved to wipe down the shelves. You're not supposed to say that. Would you prefer I lied, Miss Charlie? I rolled my eyes, grabbing an old poster that had fallen behind the desk. You're going to make me regret forcing to activate your emotions, Jerry. Highly unlikely, he replied with a smug edge. I shook my head again, picking up a trash bag and clearing out the random junk that had accumulated under my bed. It was a lot. Empty snack wrappers, a lone sock likely from the dark ages, and a tangled mess of cables all disappeared into the bag. Jerry, I said, brushing stray strands of hair from my face as I hauled the now full trash bag toward the door. If I put you in a watch, are you going to critique my life choices more than you already do? Not at all, he said smoothly. My primary function will remain to assist, not judge. Although, he added, I may suggest a regular cleaning schedule to prevent future buildup. I glared at the capsule as I picked up a broom and started sweeping under the furniture. Dust bunnies scurried out like tiny invaders, and I fought back a sneeze as I swept them into the dustpan. You're lucky I tolerate you, Jerry. An honor I do not take lightly, he replied. With the floor clear, I grabbed a mop and started scrubbing away at stubborn spots near the door. The fresh scent of lemon cleaner replaced the musty air, and I smiled despite myself. The room was finally feeling livable. Almost done, I muttered, tossing the mop back into the bucket and stepping back to survey my work. The closet was neatly organized, the desk dust-free, and the floor spotless. Even the old posters I'd forgotten about were back in their rightful places on the walls. Your productivity is commendable, Miss Charlie, Jerry said. This may be the cleanest your room has been since I moved in. Don't, Jerry. You have been here for a week, I said, tossing the cleaning cloth into the bucket with a splash. It'll make you clean next time and put you into a vacuum cleaner. I would be honored, he replied, his tone utterly sincere. I sighed, collapsing onto the bed. The soft, freshly made sheets felt like a well-earned reward after all that effort. My arms ached, and my legs felt like they turned into jelly. You win this round, Jerry, but don't get used to it. I still need to yell at Riker, so could you ring him? You do not have this Riker listed in your contact list, Jerry intoned. Oh, right, I groaned, face-palming as the realization hit me. Sitting up, I reached for my handbag on the nearby chair. Hold on. I've got that super fancy quantum key thing he gave me. Maybe that'll do it. Fishing through the bag, I pulled out the metallic object. It was heavier than I remembered, cool to the touch. I held it up. Any idea what this is? I'm sorry, Miss Charlie, but your interior camera doesn't have sufficient resolution to analyze it accurately. Please place the key into the universal reader. I will ensure it is safe to access. Sure thing, I said, standing up and scanning the desk for the reader. The surface was suspiciously empty-cleared during my cleaning spree. You're so hopeless, Charlie. Where did I… Oh, come on. My eyes darted around the room, and I began opening drawers. I literally just cleaned this place, Jerry. You think I'd remember where I put stuff? You are indeed a mystery, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied. Helpful as always, I muttered, finally locating the reader in a drawer crammed with random cables and old gadgets. Pulling it out with a victorious grin, I plugged it into the capsule's main port. Got it. Let's see what this thing does. The reader clicked as I inserted the quantum key. A faint hum filled the room, and Jerry's voice suddenly stretched to maximum volume through the speakers. Miss Charlie, I jumped, nearly dropping the key. What? You can't read it? I asked, my voice edged with exhaustion. My energy levels were plummeting, and I flopped onto the sofa. The cushions sank under me, and a faint, stale smell hit my nose. Great. The sofa smells like forgotten snacks and regret. I can read it, Miss Charlie. Jerry's tone was unusually urgent. But the content? You don't understand. It's a key. I blinked, resting my head against the armrest. Duh. They literally called it a quantum key. Key is in the name. It's more than a key, Jerry explained with excitement. It serves as irrefutable proof that you are Charlie, granting you access to any Riker facility, as well as exclusive Ranker-only resources. Its value is immeasurable. I raised an eyebrow, rolling onto my side. Neat. Does that mean I can finally ring that asshole now? Yes, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied, already starting the call. Good, I muttered, sinking deeper into the sofa cushions. My fingers idly brushed over the fabric, which really needed a good cleaning. Also, remind me to scrub this thing tomorrow. It's a crime against humanity. Noted, Jerry replied, just as the hollow display flickered to life. I glared at the screen, bracing myself for whatever ridiculousness Riker was about to throw my way. Time to yell at a guy who deserves it. His face popped up on my old TV, not as fancy as a full holographic display, thankfully. The screen's lower resolution mercifully muted the gaudy horror of his multicolored coat. I didn't need to see Riker in that much detail. Ah, Miss Charlie. What an unparalleled delight to bask in your presence once more, and so swiftly after our last encounter. Truly, the fates must smile upon us this day, he declared, voice the usual theatrical charm. I sat up straighter on the sofa, ignoring my protesting muscles. You recorded me during the fight with your guard, and I haven't even apologized to him. Riker waved a dismissive hand, his grin never faltering. Ah, fret not, my dear lady. It was all prearranged, I assure you. Merely a harmless jest to lighten the mood. Surely, though, you wouldn't summon me solely over such a trivial matter, would you? Harmless indeed. This man was more dangerous than any sovereign spirit I could name. No, Riker, I said, folding my arms and leaning back. I recorded a battle, and it's pretty cool. I wanted to share the vid with you only. Riker's eyes widened, his grin taking on a sharper edge. What's this? His voice hitched, brimming with curiosity. Delightful indeed. Are you proposing a video contract with us? I would be absolutely honored to secure exclusivity rights. Rest assured, we would pull out all the stops to promote your... You can send the contract to my team, I replied, keeping my tone even. They'll deal with it. That's all from me. Bye, Riker. Wait, Therese more, Miss Charlie, he blurted, clearly unwilling to let the conversation end. Tomorrow marks a momentous occasion, the grand celebration of Rimelion's very first week. We're hosting Rimecon, and it would be my greatest honor to extend a personal invitation to you as one of our distinguished guests. Whoa, they were already doing Rimecon? I used to attend the events frequently, especially around the majors. The energy, the fun, the chaos, and Catherine's cosplays had always been a highlight. Tomorrow will be the 7th. It started on the 1st. Riker, it hasn't even been a full week yet, I pointed out, raising an eyebrow. But yes, I'll attend. I need to recruit players for an epic battle that's incoming. Ah, my dear lady, the trivialities of how long a week truly is are far beneath us, don't you agree? Riker said with a dramatic flourish. What truly demands our attention is your magnificent duel with Erwin. Yes, the entire elven populace buzzes with tales of your battle. Now, tell me, do you wish to grace some of our events with your presence? I smirked. He'll take the Sword King, no, Sword Queen boss event. As the boss. Truly? Riker's voice pitched high with excitement. If you're certain, I'll personally ensure my team understands you are, without question, the boss. My apologies, but alas, other pressing matters demand my attention. He cut the feed before I could retort. I leaned back on the sofa with a groan. Stupid Riker. Miss Charlie, if I may, Jerry's smooth voice cracked as I headed toward the capsule. Who exactly is the team you referred to in your conversation with Riker? You, of course, I replied without missing a beat, grabbing a water bottle on the way. Hydration was essential after all that cleaning. I need you to send him the fight with the ice statues. Just cut out the end. They don't need to see what my reward was. Oh, what an honor. Jerry's enthusiasm practically radiated through his tone. I'll ensure the terms are favorable and that your video is presented in the best possible light. Yeah, I trust you, I muttered, sliding into the capsule. The familiar hum of the machine wrapping around me was comforting. I need to contact a few friends. Be right back. Moments later, I materialized back in Rimelion. The sun isn't even up yet, came the familiar voice of the prince. Miss me already? Hardly, I retorted, brushing off imaginary dust from my dress. I just need to contact someone. And lucky me, they're online. My friends list lit up as I began firing off messages, but I decided not to message Tramar or Lucas. Charlie. Hey kid. I'll go to Rimecon tomorrow. Will you be there? Catherine. Yes. Meet you. Where? Charlie. I'll be Sword Queen, so you won't miss me. Charlie. Hello. I'm attending Rimecon as Sword Queen. Please come and meet me, Lisa. Cute princess? Of course, I can't wait to hug you. Charlie. Me too, Charlie. Hey Ryan, I'll be Sword Queen in Rimecon. Come and meet me? Opportunities? Ry4 NSB. Okay, satisfied with my messages, I turned to the prince with a smirk. You still stink, by the way. Before he could retort, I logged off, the magic's faint crackle fading as I disconnected. Okay, now for the boss battle, I muttered to myself, dragging my tired body toward the sofa. Two men I dreaded to call. My legs wobbled from the effort of the day, and I flopped down with all the grace of a barrel of whiskey. The cushions puffed up around me, a soft reminder that I had earned this moment of rest. Jerry, contact Lucas. Chapter 56, Piece by Piece. Jerry, contact Lucas. The room was quiet for a moment, except for the faint hum of electronics. Jerry's voice chimed in, professional as always. Of course, Miss Charlie. Connecting you now. I leaned back into the sofa, sinking into the cushions as I closed my eyes for a moment. If he doesn't pick up, I thought, already rehearsing the string of sarcastic remarks I'd unleash if Lucas dared ignore me. Again. A soft beep signaled the call had gone through. Lucas' face popped up on the holo display, and I had to bite back a laugh. His messy hair was a disaster, sticking up at odd angles, as though it had either just rolled out of bed or a dumpster. His expression screamed, "What now?" "Charlie," he said, sighing and groaning. "What's so urgent that you're calling at this hour?" "Lucas," I replied, forcing a mock cheerful tone. "How nice of you to finally pick up. It's only 11, you know, and I need your help." "Why do I feel like this isn't optional?" he asked, rubbing his temples with the air of someone who already knew they'd lost the argument. "Because it's not," I replied, flashing a grin as I straightened up on the sofa. "I'm doing the Sword Queen Boss event at Rimecon tomorrow, and I need you to be there." "What is that?" he asked, his hand instinctively trying to tame the chaos on his head. A losing battle, if I'd ever seen one. "You see," I said, waving a hand dismissively. "Just friendly battling with swords, but I'll need help to handle the players." He hesitated, his face tightening. "In dealing with my mess right now, I don't know if—" "Lucas," I cut him off, my voice firm. "Charlie, don't get, Lucas. Solving it isn't, Lucas." He finally let out a long, defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping. "I'll be there." "Good," I said, leaning back into the sofa with a satisfied smirk. "I'll see you at Rimecon. Don't be late." As the call disconnected, I sank deeper into the sofa. I felt the exhaustion of the day finally catch up to me. "Wasn't I too harsh, Jerry?" I asked, my voice soft, almost second-guessing myself. "You were persuasive, Miss Charlie. If that was your aim, then you succeeded," Jerry replied evenly. "That's the problem," I muttered, staring at the ceiling as if it held some hidden answer. "I don't even know what I want anymore." The silence lingered for a moment before I added, "Anyway, the ultimate boss. Call Adam." My stomach churned. "Calling Adam," Jerry said obediently. It took longer than I expected, and with each passing second, my nerves twisted tighter. When the holoscreen finally flickered to life, there was Adam, my older brother, his face ingrained with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "Hi, Adam," I greeted, my voice shy, faltering. "Hey, John," he replied, his tone careful. Then he hesitated, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Or should I say Charlie?" I winced, feeling the heat creep up my neck. "Why, yeah. My hands fidgeted in my lap, fumbling with the hem of my shirt. "Sorry to bother you. I wanted to let you know I'll be at Rimecon tomorrow. Thought maybe you'd like to come, and Lena might enjoy it too. It could be fun." Adam leaned back slightly, crossing his arms as his expression shifted to something more serious. "I don't know, Charlie. Will you be drinking?" The question hit me harder than I expected, a dull thud in my chest. My first instinct was to deny it outright, but the words caught in my throat. "I need a drink to exist," the thought whispered. I don't know," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll be playing a very public part, so maybe just one? For courage?" "You know better than that," Adam said, his expression darkening. "It never stops with just one drink, does it?" I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat refusing to budge. "I promise, I'll do my best, okay? Please, Adam, My voice cracked slightly. "I want to make things right." He stared at me for a long moment, his eyes searching mine. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. "John, one last chance. Okay?" "Okay, Adam," I murmured. But before I could say more, the call ended, his face disappearing from the holoscreen. The silence that followed was deafening. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled them back into my lap. My voice faltered, and I buried my face in my hands. I need a drink. There was a brief pause. Then Jerry spoke, his tone measured. I have been pursuing an online psychology degree from the university to assist you better, Miss Charlie. My head snapped up, eyes wide. You did what? I felt it prudent, Jerry continued calmly, to broaden my understanding of human behavior and emotional well-being. Your situation is nuanced, and I deduced that a more structured approach might benefit you. I blinked at the ceiling, unsure whether to laugh, cry, or feel deeply unnerved. Jerry, you're an AI. You don't have to psychoanalyze me. Perhaps not, he admitted, but I feel an obligation to ensure your continued success and emotional resilience. I suspect, based on my studies of course, that you may be redirecting your focus to external challenges as a means of avoiding internal ones. Excuse me? I sat up abruptly, my cheeks heating. I'm not avoiding anything. Of course, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied smoothly. But consider this. You've shifted your attention to new activities and conflicts, continuously moving forward without allowing yourself time to process recent, transformative changes in your life. I scowled at the hollow display under from where his voice emanated. You're saying I'm pushing my problems away? Perhaps. It's a common coping mechanism, he said, almost kindly. Would you like to discuss your feelings about? Nope. I cut him off, leaping up and heading toward my bedroom. Thanks for the unsolicited therapy session, Jerry, but I've got everything under control. Of course, Miss Charlie, he replied, clearly not convinced. However, I am available if you ever wish to explore these topics further. How much was it? I asked, rummaging through my drawer until my fingers brushed against the soft fabric of the pink pajamas Catherine had forced me to buy. Ugh, Catherine, I groaned, pulling out the fluffy set. The material was absurdly soft, adorned with tiny embroidered hearts around the cuffs and a playful slogan plastered across the front. Princesses need their beauty sleep. What do you mean, Miss Charlie? Jerry's voice chimed in, sounding faintly confused. I would recommend wearing the pajamas. Comfortable sleepwear is scientifically proven to improve sleep quality. First, you're buying watch accessories and online degrees for an AI, and now you're my sleep coach too. I sighed, but reluctantly slipped into the set. The fabric practically melted against my skin, ridiculously soft and annoyingly comfortable. I hate that Catherine was right. It feels amazing. The total is 47,000 credits, Jerry announced, as if it were pocket change. But don't worry, I've used loans with only inflation rate interest. You did? I nearly screamed, but stopped myself, shaking my head in resignation. My fault for trusting an AI with finances. You know what, Jerry? I said, taking a deep breath to steady myself. Yes, Miss Charlie. Unless it's a total emergency, no more purchases, okay? Got it, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied with cheerful compliance. Jerry the first started, lounging on the sofa in my obnoxiously cute pajamas, stretching my sore muscles. So, how do we assemble the watch? Ah, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied, his voice spiked with pride. The components for your new wearable device are already outside your apartment door, awaiting your retrieval. I froze mid-stretch. What? Outside? You couldn't have told me earlier? You didn't ask, Jerry said innocently. I groaned, glancing at my pink pajamas adorned with tiny embroidered hearts. You want me to drag boxes inside dressed like this? Unless you change, or you prefer the parts to remain where they are, he replied evenly. Miss Charlie. Fine, I muttered, pulling my hair into a messy bun. But if anyone sees me, I'm blaming you. I cracked the door open, peering into the dimly lit hallway like a covert spy on a secret mission. Thankfully, the coast was clear. Outside sat 3 neatly stacked boxes, each one having the Tubellery logo and looking far heavier than I hoped. Oh, great, I grumbled, stepping out barefoot onto the cool tiles and hauling the first box inside. It wasn't too heavy, but awkward enough to make me curse Jerry under my breath. I darted back out for the second and third, dragging them in while praying to every deity I'd ever heard of that none of my neighbors decided to pop out for a late-night stroll. Once the door clicked shut behind me, I exhaled in relief. See? Nobody saw me, Jerry. Your evil plan failed. I never intended to expose you, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied serenely. Shall we begin? I opened the first box, revealing a myriad of neatly packed components nestled in foam. Among them were pieces that vaguely resembled watch faces, bands, and some tiny mechanical parts that immediately made me question my life choices. The second box held tools, tiny screwdrivers, tweezers, and magnifying glasses that screamed watchmaker chic. And the third? A glossy instruction manual written entirely in technical jargon in 123 languages, and extremely heavy. "Oh, this is going to be fun," I muttered sarcastically, flopping down cross-legged on the floor. "Miss Charlie, most of the assembly was completed in the factory," Jerry said, his voice reassuring. "You only need to connect the components and calibrate the interface." "Only," I repeated, picking up a minuscule screwdriver and examining the impossibly tiny screws. "Yeah, sure. Piece of cake." Jerry's instructions came in steady, measured tones as I worked. "Attach the faceplate to the central housing. Yes, gently. Apply even pressure." "Jerry, if you think him gentle, you clearly haven't seen me fight mud wolves," I muttered, but followed his directions. Damn mud. The faceplate clicked into place with surprising ease. "Excellent. Now, secure it with the provided screws," Jerry continued. "The blue ones, Miss Charlie." I squinted at the tiny bag of screws, all color-coded. "They all look the same," I groaned, grabbing a magnifying glass to inspect them. Blue, I found the right ones and painstakingly screwed them in. "What's next?" "Attach the sensor module. This is the heart of the watch, responsible for connecting to my system," Jerry explained. I carefully aligned the module and snapped it into place. "Okay, done. Is it working?" "Not yet, Miss Charlie. You must calibrate the quantum interface. First, attach the band to complete the framework." I wrestled with the band for a few minutes, eventually snapping it into place with a satisfying click. "There? Happy?" "Almost. Now, power it on and run the calibration sequence." I pressed a tiny button on the side of the watch, and the screen flickered to life with a soft blue glow. The elegant interface lit up in crisp, perfect hololight. "Whoa," I murmured, marveling at how modern it looked. "This will ensure the device registers your unique information accurately," Jerry explained in his usual calm, confident tone. "Done," I exclaimed, holding up the completed watch triumphantly. It felt like a victory after all the fumbling and assembling. "Well done, Miss Charlie," Jerry said with genuine warmth. "You successfully assembled your wearable device, copying my external data. Now, done." I was grinning like a kid with a new toy until Jerry's voice took on a more serious tone. "Now for the hardest part. I will go offline, Miss Charlie, and you will need to transfer my chip to the housing you previously installed." I blinked. "Wait, you trust me to handle your chip? Me? With these hands?" I waved my fingers, still slightly trembling from the fine motor work. "Yes, Miss Charlie," he reassured me. "All you need to do is open the closure in the capsule, unscrew the holding port, and carefully place me into my new home. That's all." "That's all," he says, I muttered under my breath, but I nodded, feeling the weight of the task. "All right, Jerry, let's get you moved." I opened the capsule compartment with a faint click, revealing a small, delicate housing for the chip. Inside was Jerry's chip, a black sliver no bigger than a fingernail. "Tweezers," I whispered, grabbing the tool from the nearby kit and leaning in, my breath held like I was disarming a bomb. I gently clamped the tweezers around the chip, my fingers tense and shaky. "Easy, easy," I said to myself. Jerry's voice had gone quiet, his usual commentary absent. The room felt eerily still. As I lifted the chip, it caught on the edge of the port, tilting dangerously. My heart skipped a beat. "No, no, no," I whispered frantically, fumbling to steady it. The tweezers wobbled, and for a horrifying moment, I thought I'd drop it. But I steadied my grip and slid the chip into its new housing. It clicked softly into place. I exhaled, finally letting my shoulders relax. "Jerry, I think I aged 5 years just now." "You handled it admirably, Miss Charlie." His voice returned, warm and steady. "I am now fully operational in my new home." I couldn't help the grin spreading across my face as I slid the watch onto my wrist. It fit perfectly, snug and lightweight, as if it had always belonged there. "Not bad for a princess in pajamas, huh?" I quipped, holding my arm out to admire the glowing display. "Indeed," Jerry agreed, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "Your resourcefulness knows no bounds." Leaning back on the sofa, I sighed in satisfaction, running my fingers over the smooth surface of the watch. It seemed almost soothing after the delicate and nerve-wracking task of assembling it. "All right, Jerry, you're officially mobile now, but I am dead tired." "Of course, Miss Charlie. I suggest you rest. You've certainly earned it," Jerry replied, his voice clear. Then he added with a note of curiosity, "Have you noticed that only you can hear me?" I rose and went to the bed. Huh? What do you mean? I asked, stretching as I turned the thought over. I use a technology known as bone conduction sound transmission, Jerry explained smoothly. The sound travels directly through your bones to your inner ear. This ensures that only you can hear my voice, regardless of who is around. I tilted my head, tapping the watch lightly with a finger. Kinda cool, actually. So, you're telling me I can have secret conversations with you no matter where I am? Precisely. Discretion is paramount, he said, with a hint of pride in his tone. It's a feature I ensured would work perfectly in my new setup. Huh, I muttered, climbing into bed and pulling the blanket over myself. Wait, does that mean you can read my mind too? There was a momentary pause, as though Jerry was considering how to phrase his response. Not yet, he finally replied. I froze, staring at the ceiling. Not yet, I whispered, my voice barely audible. That's not comforting, Jerry. Miss Charlie, he said in what I could swear was a mock-serious tone, I assure you, should I develop such an ability, your privacy would remain my highest priority. Yeah, that's what they all say, I muttered, rolling over and smirking despite myself. Tomorrow's RhymeCon. Good night, Jerry. Good night, Miss Charlie. Chapter 57. Strata to Showtime. Miss Charlie, you need to wake up, or you will be late. Jerry's calm, ever-persistent voice rang out. Come on, longer, I mumbled groggily, burying myself deeper under the covers. My fortress of warmth was impenetrable. The time was pre-agreed, Miss Charlie, Jerry pressed on, his tone unwavering. I need sleep, I hissed, channeling my inner ferocious northern serpent Snacky. With a triumphant flourish, I yanked the watch off my wrist, shoved it under my pillow, and growled, Stay! For a moment, there was blissful silence. Victory. Then Jerry's voice returned, annoyingly cheerful and now emanating from a speaker somewhere in my room. Miss Charlie, I'm your friendly AI, not a dog. I pouted, retreating even deeper into the blanket cocoon. I don't want to go out. It's cold. I'm happy here. I have checked the current temperature, Miss Charlie. It is 24 degrees Celsius. Very warm by most human standards. It's not about the temperature. I shot back, my voice muffled by the blankets. It's the vibe. In cozy, Jerry. Cozy beats waking up any day. Jerry remained unimpressed. I cannot see how waking up and coziness are mutually exclusive. You specifically requested I ensure you wake up on time today. I groaned dramatically, flailing a hand out from under the covers in a show of defeat. Why did I give you so much authority? Because you're resourceful and value efficiency, Jerry replied smoothly, the smugness practically radiating from his voice. That was rhetorical, I snapped, throwing the blanket off in a huff. The cold air immediately attacked, and I regretted my decision. Fine, I'm up, but don't think I'm happy about it. Duly noted, Miss Charlie, Jerry said. And if AIs could smile, I was sure he'd be beaming. Shall I prepare your morning updates while you get ready? The night was busy with your content on the ranking page. Yeah, I grumbled, rubbing my eyes as I shuffled toward the closet. But first, coffee. Lots of it. And maybe regret. Definitely regret. I have reached an agreement with Mr. Riker's legal team. For their exclusivity, I don't care about the details. I cut him off, waving a hand dismissively as I reached for my coffee mug. Anything interesting? Jerry hesitated, clearly unprepared for my lack of interest in the fine print. Your video is very popular. I took a sip of the steaming coffee, savoring the warmth as it slid down my throat. Good, I said simply, leaning back in my chair and eyeing the watch. Anything else, or is that the highlight of my morning? For now, that's the highlight, Jerry admitted, his tone almost sheepish. But if you'd like, I can analyze social media metrics for deeper insights. Please don't, I replied, resting my head in my hand. I'll take the win and avoid a breakdown about why people love watching me get pummeled by ice statues. Jerry's voice carried a hint of humor. As you wish, Miss Charlie. I must say, your charisma is proving remarkably effective, even in moments of peril. Yeah, I muttered, suppressing a smile. Charisma, or just people enjoying my suffering? It's a fine line. Miss Charlie, Mr. Roberto is nearly here. I underestimated his speed. You should hurry, Jerry informed me with the calmness of someone who wasn't about to have their life thrown into chaos. The hell he is, I practically yelled, dashing toward the closet. My hands fumbled as I yanked the door open. How much time do I have? I may have informed him that you were attending. When is he here? I interrupted, my voice reaching a near shriek. Approximately 10 minutes, Jerry said, his tone almost apologetic. Jerry, I shouted, already bolting for the bathroom. You're supposed to manage time, not ruin it. I threw the door open and glimpsed my reflection in the mirror. My hair was an unruly mess, my blonde hair sticking up in every direction, as though it had rebelled against me personally. My pajamas were adorably pink, yes, but not exactly meeting someone at the door attire. You could leave him waiting, Miss Charlie. It's perfectly reasonable. It's not, I shouted over the sound of the faucet as I splashed cold water on my face. My mind is on high alert, like I just walked into a boss room unprepared. I hate this. I couldn't meet him looking like this, told me my subconscious. Jerry paused, his voice taking on a note of concern. Miss Charlie, perhaps this level of stress is unnecessary. Mr. Roberto does not seem like an individual who… It doesn't matter, Jerry, I snapped, grabbing a brush and attacking the tangled mess that was my hair. It's not about him, it's about me. I refuse to look like a disaster when someone's at my door. Why does this always happen to me? I muttered, trying to wrangle my hair into something that didn't scream, just woke up. Miss Charlie, I'd like to remind you I cannot manage Mr. Roberto's driving speed, Jerry said helpfully. Perhaps a second reminder might prevent the future. Not helping, I snapped, fumbling with some hair ties and clips. I twisted my hair into a messy bun that was at least semi-presentable. With 2 minutes shaved off, I quickly rummaged through the pile of clothes on the bathroom counter, searching for something that wouldn't make me look like a disaster. Miss Charlie, you still have… I know. I cut him off, grabbing a pair of black leggings and a comfy oversized sweater. Don't give me the countdown, Jerry. Just keep him outside if I'm not ready. As you wish, Miss Charlie. He's almost here. Of course he is, I muttered, pulling on my outfit as fast as humanly possible, because the damn simulation hates me. With one final glance in the mirror, I grabbed my watch and slapped it onto my wrist. All right, Jerry, let's go meet the speedster before he thinks I've bailed. I sprinted for the door, heart racing and barely composed, just as the telltale sound of a car engine revving echoed outside. Perfect timing. Ah, Signorina, ready for Rimelion? My cousin really likes you. Roberto greeted me with his usual grin as I reached his car. No, I am not, Roberto, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. I'm sorry, I need time to fix. Mr. Riker arranged a makeup artist an outfit for you, Miss Charlie. Jerry's voice chimed in my head. Of course he did. That piece of junk hadn't mentioned it until now. I closed my eyes, suppressing the urge to argue with my watch. Sorry, Roberto. Yes, we can go. Roberto, a true gentleman, opened my door for me before getting in himself. Okay, maybe it's a company policy, but I haven't called a tuber ride. As always, his car roared to life like it had just been unleashed from a cage. The speed was immediate and breathtaking, and my hands instinctively clutched the edge of the seat. So, Signorina, he said, eyes on the road, but his tone light and teasing. I didn't know you were that famous. I'm not, I replied automatically. Roberto let out a hearty laugh. Ah, but my cousins were so excited when I told them it was me who dropped you at the tower. Should have known they wouldn't let just anybody in there. I trailed off, suddenly reminded of the relentless ads Riker's entertainment empire had been pumping out. It hit me like a poorly aimed frost shard. Riker's rankings weren't just about tracking progress. They were setting the tone, creating a hierarchy of Rimelion celebrities. And somehow, I was part of that. I am, aren't I? Certamente. Roberto laughed again, steering sharply to avoid an AI-driven car that beeped angrily. You need to sign my car, Signorina. Imagine it. Driven by the Sword Queen. Perfetto. Your car, I repeated, incredulous, as I glanced at the speeding blur of pavement beneath us. Why? So I can endorse your alternative routes? Roberto gestured grandly toward the road. Or rather, the improvised path we were now taking. Not a sidewalk, Signorina. It's an opportunity. We, Italians, we find La Strada where others see obstacles. Uh-huh, I muttered, gripping the door handle tighter as we narrowly missed a decorative fountain. Well, your Strada better get me to Rimelion in one piece, or your cousins will be autographing this car instead. Miss Charlie, I don't endorse this man's driving technique, Jerry said in my head, his tone dry. Yeah, me neither, I whispered, my knuckles white from gripping the door handle. But he's an amazing driver. That is undeniable, Jerry conceded just as Roberto squeezed the car between a lumbering bus and a brick wall with a hair's breadth to spare. We're here, Signorina. Roberto announced with triumphant flair. From his driver's seat, he somehow opened my door with a smooth motion. I thank you, Roberto. I stepped out, feeling a little wobbly from the adrenaline rush. With a quick wrist motion, I sent him payment, including a tip. Jerry's interface made it absurdly easy. And thanks for the watch, Jerry. No problem, Miss Charlie, Jerry replied with practiced politeness. I took a moment to gather myself. We were standing in front of the Rimelion. No, wait. I glanced at the sign, Riker's Congress Center. He hadn't renamed it yet. Still a big-ass building capable of holding millions of attendees. It loomed over the surrounding pitiful offices like a fortress of glass and steel. Its massive holo displays already advertising Rimecon in bold, glowing letters. Just seeing it again brought back memories of chaotic crowds, relentless excitement, and overwhelming noise. In my past life, I'd attended quite a few cons here, but the sheer scale of it never failed to make my stomach churn. This time's different, I reminded myself. I'm not just here to gawk at booths and snag freebies. I have a role to play. Let's just go, I muttered to myself, striding toward one of the service entrances. A bored-looking girl stood guard there, holding a holo tablet. Her brunette ponytail swayed slightly as she shifted her weight, and her eyeliner was so intricate it could have been a skill from Rimelion. She glanced up at me as I approached, her expression neutral. Key? She asked curtly. Key? I responded, surprised. Yeah, key, she repeated, her tone suggesting she was used to dealing with the clueless. She means entrance key. Jerry chimed in helpfully in my head. You have the quantum key, Miss Charlie. No, I don't have it. My voice was flat as realization struck. I left it in my reader at home. There was a pause as Jerry processed this. That is unfortunate, Jerry finally said, his tone sounding almost pained. It appears your stupid piece of junk, as you so fondly call it, has indeed caused complications. The girl raised an eyebrow at me. No key, no entry, she said simply, tapping her holo tablet in what seemed like practiced dismissal. Wait, I blurted, scrambling for a solution. Charlie, the Sword Queen for the main event? The girl paused, giving me a skeptical once-over. Then, with a slow swipe of her finger on her tablet, she accessed a different screen. After a few tense moments, her eyebrows shot up, and her bored expression melted into something resembling terror. Is Riker an evil boss? Oh! She straightened up, suddenly flustered. Miss Charlie, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. She tapped rapidly on her holo tablet. You're cleared for VIP access. Go right through. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Thanks, I muttered, stepping past her into the service corridor. Jerry's voice returned in my head, smug. Miss Charlie, it seems your fame precedes you after all. Yeah, fame, I muttered. But you're not off the hook. We're having a talk about your new emotions, spending on credit and forgetting important details, like taxi being faster or leaving a quantum key. I walked through the long tunnel, the sound of my heels echoing off the metallic walls. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered occasionally, casting a harsh, sterile glow on the corridor. Ugh, I always hated these. They always broke. Stupid, cheap-ass lights. My steps quickened, a mix of anticipation and dread boiling in my chest. The tunnel finally opened into a spacious room, bustling with activity. Technicians were scattered around, bent over consoles or adjusting the big-ass holo displays that hovered mid-air, their projections shimmering with data streams, vibrant ads, and event schedules. The hum of machinery and the faint murmur of voices filled the air, giving the space a strangely lively yet mechanical vibe. Then my heart sank. There, standing in the center of it all, was a figure that could only be described as ridiculously over the top, the unmistakable glimmer of a new coat, brighter and more obnoxious than the last one, caught the light and shimmered like a disco ball, reflecting the millions of lights here, momentarily blinding me as he turned to face me. Lady Charlie! Riker's voice boomed across the room, his smile growing impossibly wider as his arms spread theatrically. Oh no, I muttered under my breath, shielding my eyes from the glare of his multicolored monstrosity. How is it shinier than before? Is that even legal? Riker, oblivious to my critique, strutted toward me as if the room were his personal runway. Well, he owns it. His coat sparkled with every step, a concert of shifting hues that screamed, "Look at me!" It was as if someone had taken a rainbow, added glitter, and then decided it wasn't enough, so they threw in a few hundred LEDs for good measure. "Lady Charlie," he repeated, stopping just short of me, his arms still dramatically outstretched. "How delightful it is to bask in your radiant presence once again. And, might I add, you look absolutely stunning today." "Riker," I said flatly, fighting the urge to rub my temples, "I look not great, and you're going to cause a traffic accident if you keep wearing coats like that." He laughed, completely undeterred. "Ah, but what is life without a little sparkle, my dear? A dull, colorless existence, I say. But come, come, we have much to discuss, and little time before the festivities begin." I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable chaos. "Fine, but if your coat blinds me, I'm holding you responsible." Riker's grin widened. "Deal." Chapter 58. Glitter and Bandits. Riker led me into a backstage room that was as chaotic as a battlefield, and just as noisy. The air buzzed with a symphony of voices calling out instructions, the hum of equipment, and the occasional sharp laugh from a stressed technician. Makeup artists flitted between cosplayers like caffeinated hummingbirds, their hands moving in a blur. Garment racks crowded the walls, filled with glittering costumes and absurdly over-the-top outfits that looked like they belonged in an imperial jester fever dream. He guided me to a chair in the corner, directly in front of a vanity mirror surrounded by blinding bulbs. Before I could protest, a bubbly makeup artist practically danced into view, her cheerful energy radiating like sunshine after having 10 whiskeys. "Hello, darling. I'm Mia, and we're going to make you sparkle today," she trilled, snapping open a ridiculously cute pink briefcase plastered with stickers of bunnies, bows, and motivational quotes. If a unicorn exploded, it would look like that case. First Riker, now this. I barely had time to react before she gestured for me to sit. Riker, of course, was already grinning like a proud peacock at my obvious discomfort. "As you're likely aware, my schedule is quite demanding," Riker began, his tone full of smug self-importance. "To ensure you receive the attention and guidance you deserve, I'd like to introduce you to someone from my team who will assist you throughout the day. Would you prefer that arrangement with someone specific?" "The only one I know on your team is the brunette at the side door," I muttered under my breath as Mia gently nudged me into the chair. "Splendid," Riker declared with theatrical flair, clearly having heard me. "She's on her way as we speak." Mia, undeterred by my sour expression, pulled out a hydrating primer from her arsenal of beauty magic. "Close your eyes, sweetie," she instructed in a voice so sweet it should have come with a dental warning. The cool gel spread over my skin, refreshing but oddly invasive, as if I were being spritzed by an overly enthusiastic gardener. "Mr. Riker," that's I started, my words muffled by the brush she was now wielding like a painter attacking a canvas. "Very well." The primer wasn't even dry before Mia moved on, dabbing foundation across my face with rapid, precise movements. "You have such lovely features," she cooed, blending expertly. "This'll just even everything out." "You'll look radiant, darling." Before I could form a snarky reply, Riker's roaring voice sounded over the chaos. "Ah, behold the woman of the hour." I groaned inwardly and glanced at the mirror. Standing nervously in the doorway was the brunette from earlier, her wide eyes darting around the room as if expecting an ambush. She clutched her tablet like it was a shield, her knuckles white. "You need me, Mr. Riker?" she asked timidly, her voice almost a whisper. It was like watching a rabbit trying to negotiate with a lion. "Yes, my dear," Riker called out, his arms spread wide as if addressing an adoring crowd again. "Lady Charlie herself has personally summoned you to be her manager. Can you rise to the occasion and bask in the glory of her request?" Mia, meanwhile, moved on to powder, setting my foundation with a flurry of quick pats. "Look at you! Perfect already," she said, dusting off her brush dramatically as if she'd just sculpted the Imperial Queen herself. "Manager?" I muttered under my breath, glaring daggers at Riker through the mirror. But my glare softened when I saw the girl's expression, equal parts terror and disbelief. "You'll do great," I said, surprising even myself. Mia handed me a handheld mirror. "See, darling? Gorgeous already." "I can do it, Mr. Riker," the girl said, her voice trembling slightly before gaining strength. "It will be my honor." She looked genuinely happy, her nervous energy transforming into a shy but determined smile. Splendid news, Riker announced, clapping his hands together with theatrical delight. I've got a whirlwind of preparations to attend to, but fear not. I shall see you soon during the grand introduction. Ah yes, ill at it. Toodles for now, darling. And just like that, he spun around, his blinding coat shimmering obnoxiously as he vanished through the doorway. I hadn't even mustered a response before the light show that was Riker disappeared. Mia, unbothered by his dramatic exit, moved on to contour and highlight. Her hands worked with the precision of a surgeon, except she was far too cheerful for someone wielding a brush as sharp as her cheekbone goals. Lady Charlie, my name is Lola, the girl said hesitantly, her voice wavering. She closed her eyes as if expecting a slap, her shoulders tensed in quiet anticipation. I blinked, caught off guard by her behavior. Nice to meet you, Lola, I replied, my tone even though my gaze flickered warily toward Mia. She was furiously rummaging through her pink briefcase like a squirrel digging for a long-lost acorn, muttering to herself as stickers of bunnies and rainbows jostled with every motion. It was both chaotic and strangely adorable. You don't think my name is weird? Lola asked timidly, stepping closer to me, her hollow tablet clutched protectively against her chest. I looked at her, genuinely perplexed. Why would I? It's a beautiful name. I meant it, but I couldn't hide my confusion about why Shed brought it up. Before I could press further, Mia popped back up, triumphantly holding a small compact. Oh, darling, you are going to love this, Mia declared, brandishing the brightest pink blush I'd ever seen. This will be perfect for you. I had my doubts, but before I could protest, Mia was already applying it with the enthusiasm of an artist painting a masterpiece. Lady Charlie, Lola spoke up again, her voice quieter this time. I know you don't have the key on you, but do you have permissions set up? Can you share them? I glanced at her, momentarily unsure of what she was asking, before Jerry's voice chimed in smoothly. I can do that, Miss Charlie. Tell her to open a BT channel. Of course, Lola, I said with a small smile. Open your BT channel. Lola's face lit up with relief, and she began fiddling with her hollow tablet. Meanwhile, Mia leaned in close, her brows furrowed in intense concentration. Your eyes, darling, they are stunning already, but we're going to make them pop. She produced a palette of dazzling eyeshadows, with shades so vibrant they practically screamed, Look at me! Her brush swept across my eyelids with precision, layering shades of icy silver and deep blue. Almost there, Mia chirped, her voice filled with excitement. Whoa! Lola suddenly jumped slightly, her hollow tablet beeping angrily in her hands. You're fast, Lady Charlie. I got it. Me? Oh, of course. Yeah, Lola, I replied with a grin, my eyes watering slightly from the makeup assault. Oh, Lola stammered, her voice hitching as her wide eyes darted towards the door. That's what's going on, Lola? I asked, my tone wary as I caught sight of at least 10 men strolling into the room. Dressed like forest bandits I'd seen in-game with Catherine, their outfits were a chaotic mix of rugged leathers, faded tunics, and mismatched boots. My body tensed slightly, instincts kicking in. Lola? They're here to talk about. Lola trailed off, flustered, before blurting out, Did you know you need to perform a stunt fight in 30 minutes? Plenty of time, darling, Mia chirped cheerfully from behind me, entirely unbothered by the sudden influx of scruffy strangers. She was already rummaging through her pink briefcase again, stickers wobbling as she muttered something about the perfect eyeliner. Meanwhile, the bandits kept advancing, their boots thudding softly against the polished floor. Ah, I see, Lola exclaimed, a nervous laugh bubbling out as she glanced at her hollow tablet. Mr. Riker added it a few minutes ago just as he left. Of course he did, I muttered, shaking my head as one bandit stepped forward, his confident swagger clearly marking him as their leader. His dark hair was tied back in a loose ponytail, and a fake scar ran jaggedly across his jawline, giving him the perfect generic tough guy vibe. What an excellent actor in costume. And you are? I asked, keeping my tone neutral but my eyes sharp. Hello, Sword Queen, he said with a grin that was more cocky than charming. I'm bandit leader, and the boss told us you'd join us during the opening speech. I was informed just now. Yes, I replied, forcing a polite smile. Never done that before. Mia, meanwhile, had finally unearthed an eyeliner and swooped back in like a hawk spotting prey. Hold still, darling, she instructed, her tone bright and unwavering as she began applying the eyeliner with a fevered intensity. The bandit leader barely seemed to notice my predicament, his grin widening. It's simple, just follow my lead. We'll make it look good for the audience. Great, I muttered through clenched teeth, as Maya's hand tilted my chin upward. Because that's exactly what I need right now, last-minute choreography with bandits. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Mia said breezily, stepping back to examine her work. You look fabulous while doing it. The leader looked at me, his confident smirk faltering as his gaze lingered. His mouth opened as if to speak, but closed again just as quickly. Clearly, he was a bit speechless. I would be too if I saw myself. Damn. He cleared his throat, finally managing. We were using martial arts for the performance, but, with useless flourishes or spins to make it look more dramatic. Will you do that with us? I couldn't help it, I giggled. Mia immediately shot me a scolding look, her perfectly arched brow raised in judgment. Sorry, I said, holding my hands up to placate her before turning back to the leader. In a game, that kind of thing actually works, superpowers and all that. So yeah, I think I'll manage. Mia huffed but pulled out a tube of mascara with an air of exaggerated grace, like she was wielding a legendary artifact. She leaned in, her expression intense as she started coating my lashes. Lola's voice broke the moment, a chirp of nervous excitement. Mr. Riker just added a note. Ah! She glanced at her holo tablet, her lips twitching as if holding back laughter. He wrote, These people are so laughably incompetent, I might as well roll up my sleeves and do it myself. I fought the urge to laugh outright, biting my lip instead. What a sacrifice. Our shy Riker will present to a crowd, I said with mock seriousness, my tone dry. That did it. The room erupted into laughter, even Mia chuckling softly as she finished the mascara and reached for her brow pencil. The bandit leader straightened, his smirk returning with renewed confidence. So, yeah, boss, he said, gesturing toward the door. See you on stage. The rest of the bandits gave awkward bows, their movements stiff but respectful, before filtering out one by one. Mia was already focused on my eyebrows, her pencil moving with the precision of a draftsman sketching blueprints. Hold still, darling, she murmured, the laughter still lingering faintly in her voice. We can't have uneven brows during a big performance. No, that we don't want, I said, watching as Mia leaned in to finish the last step of her work. With a flourish, she applied a deep color to my lips, her hands steady as she painted them with a precision that felt almost artistic. The result was bold, striking, and annoyingly perfect. There. Now you're ready to conquer the world, darling, Mia declared, stepping back and admiring her masterpiece with a satisfied grin. Lola shifted nervously beside me, her holo tablet clutched tightly. We need to go, Lady Charlie, she said, her tone polite but insistent. Your dressing room is down the hallway. Mia clasped her hands together in a gesture of exaggerative cuteness, her face lighting up like a proud parent. Go, go, my darling star. Shine brightly and make them all swoon, she exclaimed, waving us off. I gave her a quick nod, stifling a laugh as Lola ushered me toward the door. The hallway stretched ahead, quiet but buzzing with an undercurrent of anticipation. Lola led the way, her steps quick and purposeful. When we reached a door marked with an ornate sign, very similar to my signature in-game, she hesitated before pushing it open. As the door creaked slightly on its hinges, I stepped inside and my breath caught. What is this? 59. Backstage. What is this? As I glanced around the room, I was speechless. My brain scrambled to catch up with what I was seeing. There, standing proudly on a mannequin, was a dress. But not just any dress, my dress. The one the wish spell had created. How is this possible? I asked as I moved toward the dress, the soft click of my heels on the polished floor, the only sound in the room. I really do like high heels now, do I? The fabric shimmered under the warm light, its icy blue silk catching every glimmer, as if it had been plucked straight from the depths of a frost-covered sovereign cave. The embroidery mirrored the dress patterns I remembered. Lola scurried behind me, her hollow tablet clutched in both hands as she glanced down at its glowing screen. Let me see, she muttered, scrolling furiously as I reached out to touch the dress. My fingers brushed against the fabric, and I let out a relieved breath. It felt different, more fake and less magical than the one in-game. This is the reality. Game is just that. A game. The bodice was soft yet structured, and the skirt, well, it wasn't really a skirt. It was one of those clever fake ones, like the ones tennis players wear, blending functionality with elegance. I really need to learn the right terms for clothes, I thought, rolling my eyes at myself. Skirts, overlays, whatever. It's gorgeous and I'd better not trip wearing it. It's a custom job Mr. Riker ordered for you yesterday after watching the video of yours, Lola explained, her eyes darting nervously to her tablet. His note is… She hesitated, glancing up at me uncertainly. I raised an eyebrow, a small smile playing on my lips. Go on, I prompted. Lola nodded, straightening her posture as if preparing for a performance. In an exaggerated imitation of Riker's over-the-top tone, she recited, Miss Charlie, you are as dazzling as you are unstoppable. Take this gift, wear it with pride, and show the world the force of nature that you truly are. Ugh, I groaned, shaking my head as a reluctant giggle escaped. Now I actually have to try hard, I joked, rolling my eyes. All right, fine, I'll wear it. Something else? Yes, Miss Charlie, Lola said, her voice steadying. What weapon do you want? All of them are dulled, of course, but they can still hurt. Lola, I said with a playful sigh, tilting my head. Of course I know that. I paused, considering for a moment before grinning. You know what? Get me a rapier and a dagger. If they want a show, let's give it to them. But I'll need a shot of whiskey. Sorry, Adam. Lola nodded, her fingers flying over her tablet as I moved toward the dress. The fabric gleamed under the lights, daring me to try it on. With a deep breath, I began unbuttoning my top. Why can't it be as easy as in the game? Miss, Lola squeaked, her cheeks turning a vivid shade of red as she hurriedly averted her gaze. I'll go get the weapons and a drink, she bolted from the room, her embarrassment practically trailing behind her like a cloud. The stockings were a nightmare to get into. Whoever thought adding diamonds, no matter how stupidly beautiful, to fabric that stretches was a good idea clearly never had to actually wear them. Every time I tried to pull them up, a diamond caught, scratched, or otherwise conspired to make my life miserable. Why do people do this? I muttered to myself, wrestling with the delicate fabric. What kind of sadist invents sparkly leg traps? Oh wait, it was me who wished it. Stupid past Charlie. After what felt like an eternity of tugging and maneuvering, I finally got them on, wobbling slightly as I adjusted the fit. A genius. A genius who now understands why people pay others to dress them. You are absolutely stunning, Miss Charlie, Jerry said, his voice warm and almost admiring. What do you need? I asked suspiciously, tying strings at the back while glancing in the mirror. The tiara even matched the in-game one, except it wasn't magically glued to my head like in the game. Oh wait, I'm stupid, I exclaimed, spotting a fastening string tucked discreetly along the band. Teresa string, I tied it, securing the tiara in place as I muttered. Game logic makes real life feel unnecessarily complicated. I don't need anything? Jerry's voice sounded genuinely confused. That was a joke, Jerry, I replied, smoothing out the skirt as I stepped back to admire the dress. Don't worry about it. My jokes are terrible. Or great. It depends who you ask. Just as I finished adjusting the dress, there was a light knock at the door. Yes, come in, I called, still fidgeting with the tiara for good measure. Lola walked in hesitantly, her eyes squeezed shut like she was bracing for an explosion. In one hand, she clutched her ever-present tablet. In the other, she held a rapier and a dagger. Here, she said, extending the weapons awkwardly in my general direction. Lola, I'm done, I said, taking the weapons and giving her an amused look. Her eyes fluttered open, taking me in. She froze, her mouth opening slightly as if to say something but deciding against it. You okay there? I asked, testing the balance of the rapier. You look… She paused, visibly flustered before managing. You look perfect, Lady Charlie. Well, thank you, I said, twirling the dagger lightly in my hand. Now let's hope I fight as well as I look. As we left the room, Lola turned to me, her shoulders slightly hunched. I failed you, Lady Charlie. I couldn't get whiskey. We could stop by the bar, maybe? She asked, her tone cautious, as though unsure if she was crossing some invisible line. At a bar? Of course, what an excellent idea, I said, my grin widening. Lola blinked, clearly uncertain whether I was serious or setting her up for some kind of scolding. Lady, if what I said is improper, she began, her words rushing out, but I stopped her with a dismissive hand gesture. Not at all, I said, my grin turning playful. I meant it. Because I like pubs, especially Patrick's. Great atmosphere, terrible darts players, what's not to love? Lola only nodded, her expression a mix of surprise and relief as she turned to lead the way down the hall. The corridors were an industrial maze, winding and narrow, with walls that gleamed like brushed steel. Overhead, holo displays flickered to life, throwing colorful ads onto every available surface. Finally, we emerged into a massive open space that looked like that cavern with a stupid dragon. The room was vast, easily large enough to hold thousands of people, with high ceilings. Steel-like beams crisscrossed above, supporting hollow lights that bathed the space in ads for Riker's products. Of course he does that. The bar dominated one side of the room, a long, polished counter that was like liquid chrome. Despite the rooms being weird, the atmosphere felt strangely welcoming. Not like Patrick's, but fine. The hum of conversation and occasional bursts of laughter gave it a lively energy. The clinking of glasses and the faint notes of upbeat music drifting from hidden speakers added the very needed energy. Well, I said, taking it all in with a cautious smile, if they want to host a Rhine fight club, this would be the perfect place. Lola blinked at me again, unsure whether I was joking. Let's find that whiskey, I added, nudging her toward the bar with a wink. Behind the counter stood a droid, its V4 design unmistakable. Great. Just great. They'll replace us all one day, I muttered under my breath, half expecting the droid to chime in with a rebuttal. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, its synthetic voice precise. What customer wants? Irish whiskey for me. And I trailed off, glancing at Lola, who looked more uncomfortable by the second. Nothing for me, she said quickly, shaking her head as though the idea of ordering might summon trouble. The droid's luminous eyes flickered momentarily, and then he replied, Sadly, the inventory is not stocked with any whiskey made in Ireland. Error. I cannot serve nothing. I pinched the bridge of my nose, exhaling in defeat. Just get me something similar. Fast. I turned to Lola, raising an eyebrow. We need to hurry, right? She checked her tablet, fingers flicking across the screen with practiced precision. We don't have to rush. Mr. Riker postponed it, she said, hesitating slightly. Oh? I leaned casually against the counter, intrigued. And why would Riker, of all people, delay his grand spectacle? Lola winced, clearly torn between professionalism and relaying the absurdity of the situation. It seems the what? Portal wasn't looking great. She glanced at her tablet again for confirmation. They're remaking it. ETA is about 10 minutes, maybe less. I couldn't suppress the snort that escaped me. The portal wasn't looking great? Lola smiled faintly, though she tried to hide it. It's Riker, she said simply, as though that explained everything. Right, I said with a sigh, turning back to the droid. Its mechanical limbs moved with uncanny precision as it prepared my drink. The droid placed a glass of amber liquid on the counter, its voice devoid of any emotion. Closest match to request, bourbon from Kentucky. Enjoy. Jerry is so much better. I lifted the glass, examining the light catching in the liquid before taking a sip. Smooth, warm, but not quite the bite of Irish whiskey. Close enough, I muttered, pushing off the counter. Let's get moving before Riker decides he needs a new coat to match the portal. Lola fell in step beside me, her tablet clutched tightly in her hands. Do you really think they'll replace us all? She asked suddenly, glancing nervously at the droid as we walked away. Not if I do something about it. Replace us? I said, swirling the bourbon in my glass. Nah, we're too unpredictable. Besides, I smirked, tilting my glass toward her. Can you imagine a droid trying to match Riker's wardrobe? Total system meltdown. She laughed softly, and for the first time, it didn't seem so nervous. We reached the backstage just as Riker strode onto the main stage, his blinding coat practically glowing under the lights. The first notes of Rimelion's theme played, a sweeping orchestral piece that sent a shiver down my spine. Wait, this was the first time people were hearing it, right? Maybe it had been teased in a promo somewhere. But here, in this moment, was the first time people heard it fully. A legendary time indeed. His voice boomed from the sound system, commanding, effortlessly overpowering the swelling music. I glimpsed the audience, rows upon rows of faces, a sea of eager eyes, thousands of people packed into the arena. No, not thousands, tens of thousands, 30,000, maybe more, and millions on the stream. My throat tightened, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. Damn. My voice hitched, barely audible over the thunderous applause. In one swift motion, I downed the rest of my drink, the liquid burning its way down but doing little to dull the sudden spike of nerves. This will be hard. From the corner of the backstage, the bandit leader emerged, his presence somehow both commanding and awkward. His gaze darted toward me, his attempt at a confident grin failing miserably. Worry not, beautiful Sword Queen. We don't have a script, obviously. How good is your improv? I smirked, the alcohol finally blunting the edge of my fear. Not enough to make it vanish, but enough to keep it manageable. I live by it, I said, my grin widening. The leader visibly relaxed, though his posture remained stiff. Behind him, the rest of his bandit crew trickled in, each one awkwardly trying to greet me with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Hi, Lady Sword Queen. Great to meet you, lady. One of them even managed a nervous bow, his hat slipping off. It was almost charming, in a chaotic sort of way. I have an idea, the leader said suddenly, his face lighting up with a spark of inspiration. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. Wait for my signal before you enter, okay? We'll play it by ear, but the signal is, get 'em boys. Got it? I raised an eyebrow but nodded, my grin turning mischievous. Got it. Get 'em boys. Simple enough. He nodded, his confidence bolstered by my agreement, then turned to his crew. They all shuffled closer, muttering among themselves as they worked out whatever theatrics they were planning. Meanwhile, I glanced back at the stage, where Riker's voice soared over the roaring crowd. The energy out there was electric, a tangible pulse of excitement that seeped even into the backstage. This was going to be chaotic, and I was ready for it. Chapter 60. The stage is set. As we waited, the muffled roar of the crowd seeped through the walls, a constant reminder of the spectacle unfolding on the other side. My grip tightened on the rapier's hilt, the cool metal grounding me as I tried not to think too much about the chaos waiting for me. That's when a man approached us, his attire instantly recognizable as one of Riker's professional, complete with the same emblem Lola had on her jacket. His expression was neutral, almost bored, as he handed me two strange contraptions. Sword Queen. This is your frost, he said curtly, offering no further explanation before walking off like this was the most normal thing in the world. I turned the device over in my hands, inspecting it. It was small and clearly custom-made. A metallic mechanism with a small canister attached, the craftsmanship that screamed money. A thin string extended from the base, meant to fasten to a finger, while the rest of it slid neatly into a sleeve to stay hidden. My frost? I muttered, eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Curiosity got the better of me, and I slipped one contraption onto my arm, fastening the string to my index finger. With a cautious tug, a small stream shot out, arcing gracefully toward the nearest wall. When it made contact, the surface shimmered with an icy sheen, frost creeping outward in jagged, crystalline patterns. For a second, I was impressed. Whoa, I murmured, stepping closer to the wall. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the frost. It wasn't cold, not even close. It was fake, just some kind of visual effect. The texture was smooth and dry, more like frosted glass than real ice. What? I blinked, baffled. Lola, ever vigilant with her tablet, scanned the screen with a resigned sigh. Mr. Riker also ordered it, she said, her voice betraying annoyance. But of course he forgot to mention it. I had to dig through the manifest to find it. She mumbled under her breath, clearly directing her frustration at no one in particular. Why is he making it so hard? I smirked, suppressing a laugh as I fiddled with the mechanism, the string tugging slightly as I adjusted it. Riker does love his surprises, I said dryly. I don't have mic though. How does it work? Lola shot me a look that was equal parts sympathy and exhaustion. They have a directional microphone, lady, and I think he just loves chaos. Same thing, I replied with a shrug, testing the frost effect again. The shimmering faux ice glinted under the backstage lights, and I couldn't help but admire it. Even if it was fake, it looked damn cool. Well, I said, grinning as I flexed my fingers to get a feel for the mechanism. If I'm going to cause a scene, might as well look good doing it. Lola's lips twitched, but she stayed focused on her tablet. I glanced up, my gaze locking onto the solid steel beams that arched gracefully over the stage, like the ribs of some giant metallic beast. Say, Lola? I asked, tapping one beam with my knuckles. A resonant clang echoed, promising both strength and the inevitability of a terrible idea. Lola blinked, her focus breaking from her ever-present tablet. "Yes, lady?" I gave the beam another testing nudge, a sly grin forming. "Do you think it'll hold my weight?" Lola followed my gaze upward, her face going pale as her brain caught up to mine. I don't." "Lady." Her plead was half-formed and far too late. My fingers were already gripping the cool metal edge, my heels finding purchase against the vertical support as I tested the sturdiness. "Sturdy enough," I declared with a laugh, adjusting my hold and hauling myself up. "Wish me luck." The beam was cold and slick beneath my hands, but years of game parkour instincts kicked in, guiding my movements. I braced my foot against a crossbar, pushing myself higher with surprising ease. Each movement felt instinctual, my body adjusting to the rhythm of the climb. Beneath me, Lola's panicked voice echoed faintly. "Lady Charlie, please! You'll fall and… oh God, what are you doing?" The backstage noise below blurred into a distant hum, a mix of frantic voices and clattering equipment. I was too focused to respond, my mind calculating every grip and foothold like it was a puzzle. The height didn't faze me. The excitement coursing through my veins drowned out the slight tremor of nerves. By the time I reached the top, I was a good 5 meters above the stage. The beams were wider up here, their intersecting patterns creating a lattice that felt both solid and precarious. The hololights, massive fixtures mounted on swiveling rigs, hummed softly as they cast their glow down onto the stage. I crouched carefully, my hands gripping the cool steel as I took in the view. The vantage point was exhilarating. A sprawling sea of seats stretching into the distance. Tens of thousands of people watching a light show that Riker was. "Okay," I muttered to myself, steadying my breath. "Not bad, Charlie. Not bad at all." Below, I spotted Lola craning her neck, her expression a mix of awe and abject terror. She mouthed something I couldn't hear over the din, but I could guess it was a creative string of pleads to get down. I ignored her, my grin widening as I reached out, balancing myself against the beam. Up here, in the thick of the lights and structure, I felt oddly invincible, like a rogue in their element, poised for something bold and ridiculous, perfect. It was at that moment that the contraption behind Riker whirred to life, and I couldn't help but stare as it conjured the most amazing hollow image I'd ever seen. Even in the future, a shimmering portal sprang into existence, its edges glowing with faint, pulsing runes that seemed to ripple like water. Beyond the portal was an idyllic countryside, painted in vibrant greens and golds, with rolling hills and a cobblestone path winding toward a distant, quaint village. Even from up here, it looked real, the real that made you question if you'd slipped into the game yourself. My mouth hung open in sheer awe as I took it in, and judging by the faint gasps and murmurs from the crowd below, I wasn't the only one floored by the spectacle. As the portal stabilized, the fake bandits darted toward it. At first, I wondered what they were doing. Then I noticed the clever trick. A nearly invisible fabric curtain hung behind the hollow portal, seamlessly rendering them into the scene as they crossed through. Their figures transformed into holographic projections within the countryside. Even up close, it was hard to tell it wasn't real. They leaped through the portal, their movements fluid and convincing, the polish you'd expect from a AAA title but elevated to a level it'd never seen before. "'Tis a robbery," the bandit leader bellowed, his voice carrying over the stunned silence. He planted himself squarely in the center of the stage, glancing around like he owned the place, his eyes finally resting on Riker. "You have some money?" Riker, playing his part, backed away dramatically, his coat flaring like a hero in a poorly written novella. What? What in the world is this? A portal from Rimelion?" The leader sneered, his bandits fanning out behind him in a ragged line. They struck exaggerated poses, weapons drawn, adding just the right amount of theatrical flair. "You look rich enough," the leader growled, stepping forward with a menacing swagger. He raised an arm, signaling his crew. "Get in, boys!" My heart quickened. That was the signal. "Here we go," I whispered to myself, adrenaline surging as I tightened my grip on the beam for one last moment. Then, with a grin, I sprang into action. The world seemed to slow as I leapt from the beam, the cool rush of air whipping past me as the stage hurtled closer. The lights cast long, dramatic shadows, and I could hear the faint, collective gasp from the audience as they spotted me midair. The landing was perfect, or as perfect as a drop from 5 meters could be. I hit the ground with a controlled roll, my dress flaring slightly as I straightened in one fluid motion. My rapier glinted under the stage lights as I unsheathed it, the dagger in my other hand catching a sharper gleam. "This is your end, light mage," I bellowed, my voice dripping with mock fury as I leveled my rapier toward Riker. His face twisted into the perfect mask of bewilderment, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. I could practically hear the gears in his head grinding to keep up with whatever absurd narrative I'd just thrown him into. This is a mistake," he stammered, stepping back dramatically and holding up his hands as if to plead for mercy. "I am the victim here. Look, behind you." He pointed with exaggerated urgency. I barked out a laugh, loud and theatrical. "You think it'll fall for such a transparent trick?" The sarcasm was thick in my voice, my grin sharp. But just as I was about to press forward, a noise, a subtle scrape of metal against leather prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. Oh, my instincts flared. I spun on my heel in a sharp 180, rapier and dagger ready, just in time to meet a bandit rushing toward me, his mace already swinging in a brutal arc. His stance was overcommitted, sloppy, almost comical. The best for this. "Ah, I see," I chirped, stepping into the attack. My dagger shot up, catching the mace's handle with a metallic clang, redirecting its weight harmlessly to the side. The force of the swing sent the bandit stumbling forward, his eyes wide with surprise beneath his hood. "All right, boys," I said and turned to face the rest of the bandits, my posture loose and confident. The lights above caught the polished steel of my rapier, sending a sharp glint toward the crowd. "Let's see what you got." The bandit leader pivoted toward me, his face splitting into a dramatic snarl. He straightened, puffing out his chest as though trying to reclaim his stolen authority. "The Sword Queen herself," he said, drawing out each word with mock reverence. He tipped an imaginary hat, his grin equal parts admiration and menace. "You're in for it now, lass." The audience erupted, their roars echoing through the space and sending a thrill down my spine. From this vantage point, I could see the sea of faces, their expressions ranging from delight to awe. The energy was electric, pulsing with the raw excitement of a crowd that demanded, a show. Showtime. The first bandit lunged at me, his sword arcing toward my side in a reckless swing. Too predictable. With a fluid sidestep, I let the blade slice harmlessly through the air where I'd just been. My rapier flicked out in response, the flat of the blade smacking his wrist with a satisfying thwap. He yelped, his grip faltering, and stumbled back. "Next," I said, twirling my rapier with a flourish. Another charge from my left, his axe raised high, aiming to cleave me in two. I pivoted sharply, my heels clicking against the stage in a rhythmic counterpoint to his aggression. His downward swing came crashing down, but I slid to the side with practiced ease, his blade clanging against the stage floor. My dagger flashed, striking the haft of the axe and twisting it from his hands. He scrambled backward, hands raised in surrender. A third bandit tried his luck from behind, his spear thrusting toward my back. Without even turning, I parried it over my shoulder with my rapier, the blade humming as it deflected the spearhead. I would never do that in a proper fight. But here? Perfect. The move left him off balance, his stance faltering. I spun gracefully, the edge of my dress flaring out, and jabbed the point of my rapier toward his chest. Not a strike, but a warning. He froze, eyes wide. The crowd roared in approval, their cheers like a tidal wave crashing against the stage. The remaining bandits exchanged wary glances, their confidence visibly waning. "She's too fast," one muttered, his grip tightening on his sword. "She's playing with us," another hissed, his gaze darting to their leader for reassurance. The leader snarled, frustration clear on his face. "Enough! Take her together." 3 bandits stepped forward in unison, their weapons gleaming under the stage lights. One came at me with a sword, another with a mace, and the third with dual daggers, their movements coordinated to overwhelm me. Finally, a challenge. The swordsman struck first, his blade arcing in a calculated swing aimed at my midsection. I stepped back, the motion light and effortless, and his blade sliced through nothing but air. Before he could recover, the mace wielder came in from the side, his weapon crashing down with brutal force. My dagger shot up to meet it, deflecting the strike just enough to throw him off balance. The third bandit darted in low, his twin daggers aiming for my legs. I leapt back with a graceful twist, my footwork precise and his blade slashed at the space where it'd been. As I landed, my rapier struck out, nicking the edge of his sleeve. Not a blow, but a reminder that I could have landed one if I wanted to. They regrouped, panting, their movements now more cautious. The audience, sensing their growing desperation, laughed and cheered even louder. "Oh, come on," I called, my grin sharp. "Is that all you've got?" The three bandits hesitated, playing as if their confidence was visibly shaken. One glanced nervously at the leader, who was watching with his arms crossed and a grimace of irritation. The crowd's excitement grew, their chants of sword queen," echoing like a battle hymn. The leader finally barked, "Finish her, or I'll finish you."